Chapter 51. Will you catch me if I fall? That's all, he asked with forced calm, trying not to show his rising panic. 3 doses will be plenty to see you through the week, young man, answered Madame Pomfrey with a stern look. She closed and locked the potions cabinet. It sufficed for last week. Yeah, but, he searched his mind for an excuse, any excuse to justify needing more dreamless sleep potion, but he couldn't think of any that the Mediwitch would accept. He'd had several doses from Snape, after all, but he wasn't about to admit to that, and that was long gone anyway. Now that he was out of potion and had to take 2 doses per night for it to even be effective, he was looking at a measly 1.5 nights of nightmare-free sleep in his hands, and it was only Monday. She put her hands on her hips, not about to give in. If 3 doses aren't enough, then you come back here and we'll look into a mind healer. Mind healer? Harry scrunched up his nose, appalled. I don't need Amand healer. If you are experiencing frequent nightmares and lack of sleep due to your recent trauma, then I beg to differ. She gave him a look that brooked no argument, then softened and added, There is no shame in mind healing, Mr. Potter. Even the strongest of us need help from time to time. She would not budge, and he was not keen to give her more reason to think that he needed AA. Well, that. And so he eventually backed out of the hospital wing with a subdued, yes, ma'am. He heaved a great sigh as he walked toward his dorm with 3 tiny bottles of purple potion in his pocket. It was almost enough to make him want to cry in frustration. It was enough to make his heart beat faster at the worry of what he would do tomorrow, with only enough for half the night, and then the following night, with absolutely nothing. He stopped in his tracks and shook his head, grateful that the hallway was empty so that no one could see his erratic behavior. No, he didn't want to go without the potion. Not quite yet. He turned around and headed for the library instead. Perhaps if he couldn't get it from Madame Pomfrey, he could figure out how to brew it. It didn't take him very long to find a few books to look through. Potions and Dreams was a bust. Despite its promising title, it was all about how to have dreams, not get rid of them. It had it all: potions for romantic dreams or dreams of success, even for merging dreams so that 2 people could share the experience, which was interesting enough that Harry read the entire page, even though it wasn't what he was looking for. But not a word about potions to hold back dreams. He tossed it aside and reached for the next one. Combating stress with potions and healing seemed like something that might deal with nightmares, but it didn't even touch on it. He did, however, jot down an interesting-looking recipe to help with clearing one's thoughts during waking hours. He found nothing in the next several books he flipped through, until his eyes lit up and he found what he was looking for in an unassuming little brown book, Uncommon Potions for Common Ailments of the Mind. He grimaced when he saw that it would take 2 days to brew, but that wasn't so bad, he supposed, if he started right away. Most of the ingredients were simple and could probably be borrowed from Hermione, but there were 2 problematic ingredients: adder's fork and lavender. He had looked over Hermione's list of required 6th-year potions ingredients when he'd hoped to be let into the class, and neither one was on her list. He could probably order lavender from a shop somewhere, but he knew from one of their potions assignments last year that adder's fork was notoriously difficult to procure. The only hope he'd have to obtain it would be to ask Snape directly, and in that case, he may as well simply ask for the potion itself, because Snape wasn't an idiot. He would know exactly what he wanted it for. He sighed in defeat as he closed the book. It was little consolation to have found the recipe if he had no way of brewing it. That evening, he had a better idea. Okay, so it wasn't that much better, and it was definitely against the rules, but it worked, and that's what mattered. Ron was easy to convince, as he had been sharing a dorm with Harry for enough years to know about his occasional nightmares. He also wasn't the type to ask too many questions. Yeah, sure, mate, he shrugged as he got into bed. Pomfrey knows all about what happened to me this summer. Shouldn't be difficult to convince her I need some. Dunno why she's being stingy with you. Harry didn't feel the need to explain her reasoning, especially the part where she'd mentioned a mind healer, and at breakfast the next morning, Ron discreetly handed him 3 more vials of the purple potion. Harry put them in his pocket gratefully. "Did you hear what happened in my potions class yesterday?" Ginny said excitedly as she dropped into the seat next to Hermione, across the table from Ron and Harry. Harry's ears immediately perked up, but it was Hermione who answered with a moan. "Please don't tell me Professor Snape took points from the entire class again." "No," Ginny shook her head. "The only points he took were from Gregory, but he was late, so that's all right. I think the headmaster must have talked to Professor Snape after seeing how low the house points counters were on Friday." "He took points from Vrion?" Ron asked, looking horrified for an instant. Then he added hopefully, "Please tell me that included the Slytherins." He grinned when she nodded. "He took points from his Slytherins?" Harry asked with raised eyebrows. Everybody knew how competitive Snape was about house points. He must have been in quite the mood to risk his house's standing. "Yes, well, enough about points," said Ginny impatiently. "Snape botched a potion. He was demonstrating how to add foxglove, and his hand slipped. Added at least twice as much as he meant to, and it started to smoke, and he absolutely thundered for the entire class to get out. I've never seen a group of students run so fast." "Snape took points from Slytherin and botched a potion?" Ron asked, as if his birthday had come early. "But he's always so precise," said Hermione with a frown. "Is he okay?" Harry quickly scanned the head table, but Snape wasn't there. Which wasn't surprising, as he hadn't been there when Harry looked for him 5 minutes ago. "Is Snape ok?" Ron looked at him as if he were mad, and Harry flushed. He really did want to know if Snape was all right. He'd borne the brunt of Snape's ire enough times to have had it drilled into him that potions accidents could cause serious injuries. And despite the fact that Snape was ignoring him lately, he didn't want to see harm come to the professor. He looked at Ginny expectantly, so he wouldn't have to explain himself to Ron. Ginny shrugged. "Dunno, haven't seen him since." "I'm sure he's all right, Harry," Hermione said with an understanding glance. "He's a potions master. He knows how to deal with lab accidents." Ron looked between them with a confused frown. "Am I missing something? Why are we so concerned about Snape all of a sudden?" "We're not," Harry denied automatically. "I just, spent a lot of time with him, you know. And well," he trailed off, not sure what he wanted to say, and shrugged lamely. Ron gave an exaggerated shudder. "Don't remind me. The best part of sleeping away the summer was not having to see Snape every day at Grimmauld Place. Hey, maybe if we're lucky he'll have gone to St. Mungo's, and we won't have to see him around anymore." Harry tried hard not to frown, because the thought of Snape injuring himself in some way made his gut twist uncomfortably. "That was some shield charm, Potter," Brooks said enthusiastically as they trailed behind the rest of the class heading indoors after their dueling lesson. "Thanks, Professor," Harry grinned as he waved for Hermione and Ron to go on ahead. "You know," Brooks leaned forward conspiratorially, "I heard a rumor that you can produce a fully corporeal Patronus." Yeah, I can," Harry answered reluctantly, because he had a feeling he knew what the next question was going to be. "Would you be willing to demonstrate that for the class?" The professor's face was all anticipation, and Harry couldn't bring himself to say no, even though he wanted to. He didn't want to come off as a teacher's pet, or worse, like he was lording his grasp of defense over the rest of the class. He sighed as they walked through the doors to the castle, but gave his teacher a smile and a nod. Professor Brooks beamed, but then faltered a step as a shadow fell over them. Harry's eyes snapped up, and his heart skipped a beat as he met a pair of guarded black eyes. Professor Snape stood still as a statue and surveyed them in the entrance hall as Brooks audibly gulped and said with false cheer, "Professor Snape, how are you doing on this fine day?" Snape ignored him, and Harry felt bad for the younger professor. No wonder he was intimidated, with the potions master looking down his nose at him, his eyes glittering with repressed annoyance. But then Snape looked at Harry, and for once, he wasn't ignoring him. He gave the professor a tentative smile and was disappointed when he merely snapped his eyes back to Brooks. "Do you think it wise to duel so close to the lake?" Snape asked snidely. Brooks's face dropped. "Oh, well, yes. He faltered. "I see," said Snape smoothly, raising an eyebrow. "I suppose it did not occur to you how easily a student could fall in while dodging a wayward curse. Not to mention the disastrous outcome should a student fall in after being incapacitated be a curse." Yes, I suppose that's true, but I didn't." "Didn't think," Snape sneered. "Yes, I seem to recall that you preferred that method in potions as well." Brooks flushed. "Yes. Well, that is, Mr. Potter, and need to be going. Thank you, Professor," he muttered quickly and headed for the stairs, tugging Harry along behind him. Harry watched Snape over his shoulder as the man followed them with his narrowed eyes for a moment, then continued on his way. By the time he mustered up the courage to say hello to the professor, he and his billowing robes had disappeared down the hallway. By Thursday, Harry was weighing the pros and cons of turning to a life of crime. He bit the inside of his cheek as he tuned out Professor Binns's monotonous lecture on the troll uprising of 1582. For the first time, he thought that maybe he was developing a real problem as he was considering stealing. Not that he'd never stolen before, but it was always either for survival like food from the Dursleys or for something important, something greater than himself. He didn't know if that made it right, but it certainly made it defensible in his own mind. He had felt justified in stealing Boomslang's skin when it served the purpose of discovering the identity of the heir of Slytherin. But when he thought about stealing Adder's fork from Snape's potion stores, he felt a pit in his stomach. Even if the man wasn't his teacher anymore, and even if he seemed intent on ignoring what had happened over the summer, they had built a measure of trust between them. He didn't want to break that trust again, even if the alternative was to relive nightly his torture at the hands of Voldemort. Stealing from Snape was out, he firmly decided. The hospital wing, then. There were probably some heavy wards on Pomfrey's stores of supplies and medications, but if he could figure out how to get around them and get his hands on some more potion. He thought about the dilemma all through history of magic, and he tried to pretend he wasn't thinking about it during lunch, but he knew he wasn't very good at hiding that he was worrying about something after Hermione shot him a few worried looks. Fortunately, Ron kept up a steady stream of chatter about the start of Quidditch practices, so he was spared from having to say much of anything. But then he thought about it all through Transfiguration class, except for when he got so distracted that he transfigured his shoe into a cactus and had to go to the hospital wing to get his foot despined. Which of course didn't help, because Madame Pomfrey's potion stores were right there, and he tried so hard not to look in that direction that he knew for certain she must know what was on his mind. And to make his day worse, his repaired shoe poked at his big toe a bit now when he walked. He was still thinking about it in the great hall at dinner time, and that's when he decided he couldn't do it. He was desperate, but his desperation was what convinced him. If he was this desperate to get his hands on more potion now, what would he do next week? Or the next? Keep on stealing. It would never end. He would get caught, and he would be expelled for sure. He winced at the thought. He couldn't get expelled. He had nowhere to go but back to the Dursleys, and they wouldn't show him any mercy. If he was going to have awful, horrible nights for the foreseeable future, he'd rather be with his friends. Decision made, he slumped his shoulders in joint relief and worry. He knew he'd come to the right decision, but still, he blinked quickly and speared a bite of vegetables, not wanting any of his friends to see how close he was to tears of frustration. He took a few deep breaths to ground himself, and then he resigned himself to a combination of sleepless nights and silencing charms. "Dear Remus, you're an idiot." That probably wasn't the best way to start, he decided, and balled up the parchment, dropping it onto the floor next to his bed. "Dear Remus, I miss you. I was thinking maybe you could come for a visit, and—" No, he sounded pathetic. Not to mention, he wasn't even certain that Remus exactly. It was more that he wanted to talk to him to clear the air, to make sure they were okay, before they went a long time without seeing each other again. He scrunched the parchment into another ball and tossed it to the side. Dear Remus, it wasn't your fault. I know you'd never try to hurt me or anything. How are you? Please write back. Short and simple. Maybe not the nice, long, flowery kind of letter Dumbledore had in mind, but he wasn't sure what else to say. He left it at that and set it aside to take to the owlery tomorrow. Harry sat back on his bed and tapped his fingers in a random rhythm on his leg. He fought back another yawn. Between completing his herbology homework, poring over a book on Quidditch, polishing his broom, and writing the letter, he'd managed to take up half the night. His eyes were barely staying open, but he was testing the theory that if he waited to go to sleep until he was completely exhausted, he had a better chance of falling asleep quickly, and his mind would also have less time to turn to nightmares. He did fall asleep quickly, but that was the only part of his plan that worked. He woke less than 2 hours later, soaked in a cold sweat and taking in deep, shuddering breaths. He quickly skimmed his hands over his legs and arms to make certain they were still attached to his body, then pressed his palms into his eyes. He'd rarely had a dream salvavid. Voldemort was there, and Bellatrix and Nart, and Snape was there too, only they were killing him, and Harry ran in the path of the curses to make them stop, and they'd killed him too. There he was, lifeless on top of dead bodies strewn about Hogsmeade, and for a moment he'd been glad that at least he'd finally died, so he wouldn't have to worry about dying anymore. It was so real, and it was all he could do to stop himself from trying to find Snape's quarters to assure himself that the professor was still alive too. He burrowed his head into his pillow and tried to take deep, even breaths. He had to see Snape. No, he had to talk to Snape, he corrected. He knew why the professor had pulled away, but he didn't know why he was ignoring him, or why he was in a foul mood, or why Harry missed him so much, but he had to talk to him. He knew he was alive, but he hadn't seen him in a few days, and he needed to reassure himself that he was all right. And still not angry at Harry, because that seemed important to find out too. If he could only lay his eyes on Snape, and if the man would only look at him, not past him, then surely everything would be okay the next time he closed his eyes. He flinched as the knock echoed in the empty corridor. He had waited until the last of the students had trickled out the hallway outside the potions classroom before emerging from a nearby hallway, wanting to avoid the curiosity and gossip that would arise from Harry Potter being seen loitering outside Professor Snape's office. Fortunately, the students seemed eager to get away from the potions classroom as quickly as possible. He was fairly certain Snape would be in his office right now. Without conscious thought, Harry had taken to piecing together the professor's schedule in his mind. Today was Friday. On Fridays, he had third-year potions before lunch and fifth-year potions after lunch. He'd taken to skipping the midday meal in the Great Hall, so he would almost definitely be in his office right now, if not still in his classroom. He only had to wait a few seconds before the door was jerked open, and a glowering Snape was standing in front of him. By the way, the man's eyes widened almost imperceptibly, and his glower gave way to a confused frown. Harry knew he had been the last person Snape expected to see on the other side of the door. They stood in silence for several awkward seconds before Harry summoned a bit more courage and said, "Can I, come in?" Snape hesitated, which only increased Harry's nervousness, but then he turned back toward his desk, door open in a clear invitation to follow. Harry did, closing the door behind him. Snape half turned to him and cleared his throat. "Did you need something, Mr. Potter?" he said formally, the kind of formality that told Harry he was uncomfortable with Harry being here. Which was really no surprise, considering that he'd taken to ignoring him every single day, and now here he was in the middle of the man's office. Harry shifted awkwardly from one foot to another before asking, How are you, sir?" Snape raised an eyebrow disbelievingly. You came to my office in order to ask me how I am. He nodded. You haven't been at meals in a few days, and rumor has it you're in a foul mood all the time lately. Is your tactless questioning supposed to convince me Tarnop in a foul mood? Snape curled his lip. I guess not, he admitted and fidgeted. I mean, I haven't seen you much lately, and I was worried. Worried? Snape turned toward him completely and ran the word over his tongue as if parceling out its meaning. Yeah, worried, repeated Harry. He crossed his arms defensively. Snape looked askance at him, as if were speaking an entirely foreign language. Harry threw up his hands. Oh, come on. You may want to pretend this summer never happened, but you can't force a Mito. I can't go back to hating you just because we're at school and you want to be all avoidy. Avoidy is not a word, Potter. You know exactly what I mean, so it counts as a word. Harry lifted his chin stubbornly, and he forced himself not to smile when Snape's lips twitched. He was getting there, slowly breaking through the man's defenses. He could tell. He only had to keep going, press his advantage, and then maybe he could convince Snape to start talking to him again. So how are you? He repeated firmly. Snape studied him a moment longer, as if determining that Harry was serious, then said shortly, Well. Well, Harry repeated skeptically. You're doing well. Liar, he wanted to say. The professor obviously was not doing well if the tension around his eyes and shoulders was any indication. Yes, did you need anything further, Mr. Potter? He said in clear dismissal, attention turning to a stack of student essays on his desk. You being so stressed out doesn't have to do with starting classes late, does it? Harry voiced his worry out loud. Because if it does, I'm sorry. I know it was my fault. Snape snapped his gaze to him and stared before saying incredulously, You are sorry that I was inconvenienced by your being captured and held against your will by the Dark Lord. Well, Harry rubbed the back of his neck. I know I didn't cause it or anything, but still, if you hadn't had to work on rescuing me, you wouldn't have had to miss classes. Not to mention, everything else that happened. He snapped his jaw shut, trying to tamp down the images of Snape being tortured by Death Eater curses, of Snape dying. No, he shook his head slightly to clear it, not wanting to see those images in his mind's eye. Not again. Snape still stared at him as if seeing him for the first time since summer, which was close to the truth. Potter. He cleared his throat and looked away. You bear no responsibility for recent events. Put such thoughts out of your mind. I didn't say I did. I just... You apologized, he snapped. Do not apologize for what is not your doing. Harry frowned. But it had to do with me. My fault or no, if you hadn't been trying to help me, none of that would have happened. I just wanted you to know that I know that and I feel bad about it. Snape rubbed a tired hand over his face and muttered, To think that I used to think you arrogant and conceited. Harry bit his lip against another apology, even though he wasn't sure what for. Snape sighed as he tiredly walked around to the other side of his desk and sank into his chair. Why are you here, Potter? Harry blinked. I just told you, to find out how you are, and then also to see if I can help. Snape looked confused, and Harry wondered if the professor had ever had a student express concern for him before. He didn't have family or many friends, so maybe he wasn't used to it. If so, Harry could relate. It had taken him a while after coming to Hogwarts to get used to being around people who actually cared enough about him to be concerned when he was sick or to want to help him when he was stressed. People like Ron and Hermione took it for granted, but to Harry it had been like soaking up water after living his entire life parched in a dry desert. He'd managed to get used to it much of the time by now. Maybe he could help Snape get used to it too. If Snape let him, that is. Seeing as the professor had yet to raise his voice to Harry despite having terrorized most of the school over the past week, he took a chance that he wouldn't kick him out quite yet and sat in one of the chairs facing the desk. Snape watched him bemusedly, and Harry saw clearly now the lines around the man's eyes and mouth. Snape was holding himself stiffly, and at first he thought it was his discomfort at Harry being here. But no, he knew those lines, the way his eyes pinched just so. They had been through hell together, and Harry knew what that face meant. And then he noticed the slight tremor in the man's left hand where it rested on the desk, and he knew that something was wrong. "You're in pain," he said softly, surprised, and Snape's gaze faltered. His eyes widened, and a glimmer of something broke through his mask, there and gone again almost before Harry could see it. Snape's hand barely ghosted the sleeve of his robe. "Is it a headache?" "No." Snape drew his thoughts and feelings behind an expressionless mask, and Harry knew to tread lightly, not press too hard. But he really wanted to know just how much pain the man was in, that it would cause him to spiral into such a horrible state that even his Slytherins feared him. "Was it the potions accident Monday? Were you injured?" "No." Snape shook his head minutely. "The mishap produced a rather foul-smelling odor throughout my classroom, but it was not injurious." "I can help," he insisted. "Whatever's going on, I can help, with this and with anything else. Professor Dumbledore says you're working on a project," he fished. Snape drew a hand up and rubbed his temples. "You seem to know an inordinate amount about my goings-on, Mr. Potter." "He wouldn't tell me what it is you're doing," Harry rushed to explain. "But it's obvious that something's got you stressed out. If it's a potion, I could chop some ingredients or help with the prep work or cleaning or whatever," he finished lamely. "If this is about getting into potions, I have already made up my mind," he clipped. "I will not change it. I will not have less than fully prepared students handling extremely sensitive concoctions, so you can desist any efforts to." "I'm not trying to get you to change your mind," Harry snapped, getting frustrated. He took a breath and said more calmly, "Not anymore anyway. I know when I've lost. This doesn't have anything to do with that. I just want to help." Snape narrowed his eyes, again in confusion. "Why?" Harry splayed out his hands. "Because you're in pain, and you're stressed out, and because whatever is going on, you don't have to go it alone." Snape blinked. He studied Harry as if looking for an angle, and Harry let him. He wouldn't find any, even if he performed legilimency, because Harry didn't have an angle. As much as he did want to be taught by Snape, he wanted to help him even more. He wanted to ease whatever burden he was under. Snape must have gathered as much, because he looked away and visibly swallowed. "It is a personal project," he finally answered and stiffly added, "but I thank you for your offer." Harry smiled a genuine smile. Snape had not only acknowledged his existence, he had thanked him. Not to mention, he wasn't taking points or yelling at him or even throwing him bodily from his office. Even if the professor refused to confide in him, this was going far, far better than he'd imagined it would. He leaned back in his chair, getting comfortable. "I've been sticking to the study schedule you gave me," he offered, eager to keep the conversation going by whatever means necessary, even though he was certain Snape wasn't concerned in the least about Harry's academic progress. Mostly, anyway. "I'm almost caught up. I have no life because I'm studying all the time, but yeah, almost caught up." Snape watched him with a new wrinkle in his forehead, but he didn't speak, so Harry kept talking to fill up the silence. "First real Quidditch practice is this weekend. We filled up the available positions, so now we need to see how we all play together," he shrugged. "I think it'll be a good team this year. Slytherin might have to watch out," he tried to tease, but Snape's silence was making him nervous, and he rushed on, "Ron's doing well. Thank you for getting the curses to Dumbledore, by the way," he said sincerely, "so they could figure out how to wake him up. He doesn't remember any of it, really, so he's doing fine other than still grousing about missing so much of summer. I think he'll be glad to start up Quidditch again, too." "Potter," Snape cut in, his face awash in complete confusion. Not to stand in the way of your fascinating account of the first weeks of school, but why are you here?" "I already said." "Why are Yoriliher?" Harry bit his lip. "You said I could come to you if I needed to." "Yes," he confirmed. "I am merely failing to see the need." Harry looked away, not wanting Snape to see how the words hurt. It was obvious that the professor wasn't going to shout at him or treat him as poorly as in years past, but it was equally as obvious that he still didn't want to be bothered to have Harry hanging about him, disturbing his carefully ordered life, especially when he was visibly exhausted and grumpy and in some kind of physical pain. Still, he supposed he had nothing to lose in being honest. "I missed you," he said quietly, not meeting Snape's eyes. "I got used to this," he motioned between the two of them, "over the summer. I like it, like talking to you." "I miss it." He lifted his chin and looked stubbornly at the professor, trying and probably failing to keep the longing out of his eyes. "I just wanted to talk to you." Snape opened his mouth as if to respond, but no words came out. He shut his mouth and looked away, bringing up two fingers to stroke his chin, eyes narrowed in thought. The words had obviously surprised him, but Harry couldn't tell if it was good surprised or bad surprised. "I know you probably want peace and quiet after teaching all day," Harry said nervously, "but maybe I could come here and we could just, talk. Sometimes. Not all the time. You can tell me when not to, or I can help you in your lab if you have work to do. I promise to respect your privacy. I won't bug you about things you don't want to talk about, but, well, I mean, maybe you could even, tell me some more about my mum sometime. Only if you want to," he tacked on quickly, "but not if you don't. Want to, that is." He stopped himself from groaning aloud. He was making a royal mess of this. He crossed his arms across his chest to stop his nervous fidgeting. Snape was silent for a full minute, and Harry had to bite his lip not to fill up the silence with his nervous rambling. Finally, Snape rubbed his temples, shook his head, and without looking at him said, "Potter now is not the best time," Harry finished for him glumly. He allowed himself a moment to curl in on himself, then squared his shoulders and got to his feet without looking at Snape. "Sorry to disturb you, sir," he mumbled and headed for the door. "Potter!" Snape's voice stopped him with his hand on the doorknob. He heard the man clear his throat and pause several seconds before saying, "Gryffindor might be the one to watch out. I have it on good authority that Slytherin's team will be unrivaled this year." He looked back at the professor and saw something like regret in his eyes, and he gave him a sad smile in response. "I guess we'll see at the first game then." He closed the door behind him, walked out of the dungeons and out of the castle, and plopped himself down in the shade under a tree near the lake. He closed his eyes, felt the faint whisper of calming magic climbing up through the grass and into his hands, and stayed there through the rest of lunch and defense class. There was no way he could manage to produce a decent Patronus today anyway. "I'm only saying that you've barely caught up," Hermione lectured as they headed to the great hall for dinner that evening. "Skipping class is going to make you fall behind again." "Hermione, lay off him," argued Ron. "If he's sick, he's sick." "He said he's not sick," she countered, then took a closer look at Harry. He tried to walk faster to avoid the scrutiny. "Are you sick?" she said, sounding worried now. "You look pale, and you were yawning all through herbology this morning. Are you sleeping okay?" Harry rolled his eyes, only because he had walked far enough ahead that she couldn't see him. "I'm fine, Hermione, just tired. I've been studying a lot, you know. Today I just lost track of time," he lied. "I won't skip again, promise." That was probably also a lie, but it would help get her off his case. She drew even with him again and pursed her lips as she studied him. He could tell she didn't believe him about being fine, but she dropped it. "How was potions?" he asked to change the subject, and also because he hoped he hadn't worsened Snape's mood by showing up in his office like a clingy little kid. Merlin, he must have sounded pathetic. He cringed. "Not bad," said Hermione with a shrug. "He only yelled once, and not probably deserved it for trying to add nettle to a dissolution potion." She tusked as if everyone would know not to do that. "Mainly, he told us to work without talking, and we did, and then he didn't say a word to us either, until it was time to hand in our potions." "I wish all our classes with Snape had been like that," Ron said wistfully as they reached the table and took their seats. Imagine how much nicer potions would have been if he'd never ever talked to us. Yeah, said Harry distractedly. He scanned the head table as had become his habit, but Snape wasn't there. He took a deep breath, pasted a smile on his face, and said, "So tell me what I missed in defense, practical or theory." Hermione kindly proceeded to catch him up, and even Ron chimed in with commentary on Brooks's latest failure to rein in Malfoy and his cronies. By the next day, his resolve to do without the potion had all but crumbled. Yesterday he had felt tired and a bit twitchy, but today he felt awful. Only 2 nights without potion, and he was tired from lack of sleep, jumpy from memories of the nightmares he had when headed sleep, and shaky from, well, he didn't know for certain why he was as shaky as he was, but he thought that maybe if he could get his hands on more potion, he might feel better. Maybe there was another way to get Adder's fork. Are you sure you shouldn't go to the hospital wing? Hermione felt his forehead, and he ducked his head. You look even more pale, and you've hardly touched your food. I'm fine, Hermione, I swear. He picked up his fork and poked at a piece of chicken to reassure her. Just a bit tired. Might go lie down after lunch. Don't forget Quidditch practice, Ron chimed in, reaching for another helping of roasted chicken. He didn't forget, but he kind of wished he had when he mounted his broom that afternoon and felt his stomach give a lurch. He was immensely grateful he hadn't eaten much that day. To his relief, he felt better once he was in the air, the fresh breeze on his face. It soothed his clammy skin, and he took a deep, calming breath. Maybe he could convince a few more of his classmates to obtain potion from Madame Pomfrey. No, he shook his head to clear it from his unhelpful thoughts, which turned out to be the wrong thing to do as he lost momentary control of his broom and had to correct himself sharply. "Oi, Potter, all right there," shouted one of his teammates, and he waved, embarrassed, and focused on the practice. He began to loop around the field, dodging the other players and searching the skies for the practice snitch. By the time he spotted it, he felt almost at ease, finally able to focus on the broom in his hands, the wind through his ears, and the tiny fluttering golden ball in his line of sight. He grinned and sped up his broom, dodging and flitting around the field in pursuit, barely registering when he had to fly sharply around Ron in order to avoid a collision. This was what he'd been missing since last year, before he'd been banned from Quidditch. This was one thing that never failed to calm him, center him, make everything better. He laughed as he closed his hands around the snitch and held it above his head. He looked down. His heart stuttered. Hogwarts, Hogsmeade bodies, red, blood, death on the field, death at Hogwarts, bodies everywhere. They were all. He blinked. They were gone. The bodies were gone. He gasped in a breath. No, they'd never been there. He knew they weren't there. He let go of the snitch and braced himself on his broom, breathing in great gasps of air. Was he hallucinating now? Was Madame Pomfrey right? Was he going mental? Or was it a side effect of going cold turkey off a sleep potion? He forced his eyes closed and saw red. Blood. He took a gulping breath and forced them to stay open. The team was still practicing, happy yells and hollers echoing across the pitch. Nothing was out of place. No one was hurt or dead. The sun was beating down its pleasant warmth, and the breeze did its best to soothe his worries away. It didn't work. His heart was beating faster, and the panic was clawing its way down his throat, and even he knew that midair was not the right place to have a panic attack. He tried to take slow, even breaths, but his vision was clouding, filling up with red and blood, bodies in his mind, even if they weren't real. He sucked in a choking gasp of air, feeling the tears behind his eyes. He desperately grasped for something, he didn't know what, and that's when he saw them. The sparks. He took in a shuddering breath, distracted from his panic by the beautiful golden sparks of magic. They danced around him, hailing from every direction. They radiated from the sun, from the ground, from the very air around him, and he lifted one hand from his broom, watching as the sparks darted around his fingers, congregating on his shaking hand so that it seemed to glow with pure magic. and infusing him with strength so that little by little his shaking subsided. He stared in wonder as he took another halting breath. It was amazing, so beautiful and wonderful. And distracting, or he would have ducked when he heard, "Harry, look out," instead of taking a bludger to the side. He gasped in pain, but it would be nothing more than a bruise, he knew as he righted himself. What distressed him was that the sparks were dissipating. He swallowed hard and tried to call them back. He didn't know how they had managed to help him, but they had. They made him feel stronger, more in control, and he was desperate to feel that again. He instinctively reached out with his magic and grinned when it started to work. The sparks were coming back. They were congregating on his hand again, and his arm, and he felt their power like an electrical charge running through his entire body. And his smile faltered. "That's enough," he said aloud, but the sparks kept coming. "Stop!" He felt awash with energy. It buzzed all around him, and it suddenly was too much, too overwhelming, filling up his every pore and readying itself to burst from his body in a surge of raw power. He couldn't stop it, couldn't stop it, couldn't stop. "Stop! No, 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 no," he cried, scrunching his eyes in concentration. He balled his hands into fists to stop the power from bursting out of them. The sensations were too much. His skin prickled, his ears buzzed, and the light was bright even through his closed eyelids. He didn't realize he was falling until he was caught by a pair of fumbling arms and lowered to the ground. His name. He thought that maybe people were saying his name. He barely registered it over the roar of 1,000 buzzing bees in his ears. He flinched away from prying hands, shook his head, too afraid of losing control to worry what he looked like. He sucked in air through his clenched teeth and was unable to get out anything but a moan. The buzzing gave way to ringing, which gave way to shouts and voices, and he made out Harry and "What's wrong?" and Madame Pomfrey. And he thought he heard Ron's voice say something about his scar, and he wanted to tell him it wasn't his scar, not this time, but if he tried to speak, he might lose control of the power and hurt him. "No," he moaned through gritted teeth, as a wave of something he could only describe as electrical ran through his body and stuttered out of his hands. A screech next to him caused him to flinch, and he curled his body around his traitorous hands, hiding them from sight. The sparks didn't like it. They wanted to be let loose, wanted out of him, and he didn't know how to without hurting everybody here. He couldn't do this, couldn't do this, couldn't do. Another surge ran through his body, but he held it in, didn't let it escape. He thought he might be crying, though, and he allowed himself a moment to feel embarrassed by the picture he must be making, but only a moment, because he was fighting back another surge. He'd only felt this powerful once, when Voldemort had Snape and was killing him. Snape, he latched onto that name and tried to get it out. He ground out SSMPPP, but it didn't seem to have worked, for the voices around him didn't change their pitch. "Snape," he managed more clearly, but all he heard in response was a garbled din of "Don't worry, Harry, not here." He shook his head frantically and longed to grasp at the closest thing he could, but he didn't dare uncurl his hands. "Get Snape," he bit out as emphatically as he could. "Ungua," he moaned again, and certain he couldn't hold the magic inside for much longer, he concentrated on the one person he knew could help him. He didn't know how exactly, but he knew that he could help him. "Snape, Snape, Snape," over and over and over, until he was certain that even Ron couldn't mistake who he needed. Chapter 52, Like a Dad. He was a grenade, a hairy-shaped grenade. If he exploded, he would take the entire Quidditch team with him. A moment of hysterical dark humor broke through his panicked mind at the thought that Slytherin might soon be unrivaled after all. Nobody was touching him. They had tried, but he had screamed, trying to get them far away from him without having the words to say it. He knew they weren't far enough away. Were something to happen, they were too close to be spared, and he clenched his teeth as the thought sent a sharp wave of unreleased power through his body. People were too close, and he didn't know if anybody had gone for Snape. They had to have gone. They had to have understood who he needed. They had to have, right. He had stopped saying the professor's name. He figured if they didn't understand after he'd said it a few dozen times, then they never would. He needed to focus his energies on holding in the magic. The world was far away and yet in sharp focus. He hadn't known anything could feel like this. He was entirely disconnected from the activity surrounding him, though he knew that it was there. He rolled himself up into a tighter ball, hiding his face in his knees and clenching his fists tightly. The rough fabric of his jeans was like sandpaper on his forehead. His senses. His senses were on fire. It was almost like being under Snape's mind-melding potion again, on Lemore. He felt every blade of grass rubbing against his cheek, felt the slight shifts and vibrations of the ground beneath him as feet and broomsticks hit the field. He smelled everything all at once. The sweetness of grass and the earthy dirt near his nose combined with the sense of sweat and fabric to overwhelm his senses. His nostrils felt rubbed raw, soothed only by the faintest whiff of rain. It was so slight, just enough that though not a cloud was in the sky, he somehow knew that it would rain tomorrow. The ground vibrated with the pounding rhythm of running feet, and there was a subtle shift in the air around him. Snape didn't have to speak for Harry to know he was there. His scent was so familiar, but mixed with something that smelled distinctly medicinal, and he wanted to reach out, but he was afraid of uncurling, of exposing his magic-filled hands. "Potter," his teacher said, his voice echoing too loudly in Harry's sensitive ear. A hand touched his shoulder, and he gasped and instinctively flinched away. He was trembling. How had he not noticed before how badly he was shaking? The hand on his shoulder was unrelenting where it grasped him. It didn't let him shy away. He gritted his teeth as another hand pried his knees away from his head and smoothed back his fringe, and he knew Snape was looking at his scar. He tried to ignore how the small bits of contact chafed at his skin, and he unclenched his teeth enough to gasp, My magic. Not nothing." The hand on his shoulder tightened, and Harry was frightened and comforted by the unpleasant pressure all at once. He wanted to yell at Snape to get away before he exploded, but he needed Snape to stay and figure out how to help him out of this mess. Help," he stuttered, though that was probably unnecessary. It was fairly obvious that he needed some help here. Snape yelled something, and Harry flinched again, not registering the words for how loud they were. The professor must have told the Gryffindors to leave, as the sounds and smells of people gathered around grew fainter. All except one Ron, he somehow knew, but he sensed his friend moving farther away as well after a barked order from Snape. Harry could only imagine the mutinous face Ron would be wearing as he was forced to leave, and he felt a sense of relief that his best friend was finally in less danger of being caught in a Harry grenade explosion. "Harry," Snape's voice was softer, and he softened it even more after Harry shuddered. "Can you understand me?" Harry jerked a nod and hissed at the friction that caused between his cheek and the grass. He listened intently, trying to focus on Snape's voice while containing the magic in his hands. It was harder than it should be. "I am going to need you to do something for me," Snape said in a calm voice, like Harry writhing on the ground about to explode was nothing to fuss over. Harry wanted to shout at him for it, except that the calm helped. It soothed his nerves, the idea that Snape thought this situation was manageable, and he took a deep, slow, even breath. "You need channel the magic in your body toward your mind. Use it to occlude. Build your mental wall and strengthen it. Understand?" Harry grunted and tried to do as he said, but no sooner had he reached inside his mind than he felt his hands shudder with a near release of the magic. He cried out and shook his head. "See, can't." It was too hard while he was trying to not explode, like trying to juggle while keeping balance on a tightrope. "You can," said Snape in the same calm voice. "I have seen into your mind. I have seen you occlude, seen you build a barrier around your thoughts. You have a natural talent. Use it. Abandon conscious thought of occluding and rely upon your instincts." Harry shook his head and whined low in his throat. He was only just getting better at occlumency. He didn't know how to do it without thinking about it yet. Pull up the element of air, said Snape. Pull it up as you have in practice. Imagine the wind and follow where it leads. Siphon a small amount of magic to the task. Use magic rather than merely containing it. Air. He'd no sooner pulled up the image of a mental breeze than he felt a slight calming shift of magic flowing through his mind. He took a deep breath and latched onto it, feeling like a kite in the wind for a split second before he let go and simply was. He mingled with the magic and with the wind until he was certain it wasn't going to blow him over. It took ages, but when his soft mental breeze finally laid the first brick in his mental wall, he nearly cried. It was easier after that to let go of conscious thought and simply fell his way through the exercise. Little by little, minute by agonizing minute, his mental wall was constructed and strengthened with memories and emotions that he hardly registered for the weightlessness of his mind. His hands were still burning with repressed magic, but as the minutes went by, he could begin to flex them, could feel a lightness in his fingers, like they were still full but no longer about to explode. That in turn made it easier to occlude, for he could direct his conscious mind to the task now as well. Snape must have sensed the change. His hand let up slightly where it still held onto his shoulder, and he softly directed, "Good. Keep working at it. Fortify your mental wall. Build deeper and higher." Harry did, and he thought he might cry in relief when his body stopped shaking from terror and explosive magic, and instead trembled from exhaustion. He was still filled with magic, but he was no longer in danger of exploding. He kept going, kept trying to siphon the magic into his mind. He felt confident enough to use a bit more now, channeling it into the fortification of his mental defenses, and then still more. It was working. He could feel it working as he gave himself over to it, allowing the power to flow through his mind, instinctively occluding more powerfully than he ever had before, and a surge of joy swept through him. His mental vision went white. He felt himself suddenly slipping as if off a cliff, and he let himself, too curious and too startled to do anything else. The white turned to dark and cold, and hatred ran through his veins. Pure, unadulterated hatred. No, it wasn't his hatred. It was someone else's. He could feel it as if it were his own, but he could separate himself from it. The traitor was not yet dead, but he would be. He could not withstand his lord. He had marked himself his. He belonged to Voldemort, not to Dumbledore, and not to the boy. He knew where he was, knew he was in Voldemort's mind, but it felt so different. He felt an element of control, as if he could come or go as he pleased, that he had never before felt when assaulted by visions. Loathing, anger, frustration. He felt a surge of revulsion and pity, which he knew as his own, for did Voldemort ever think of anything beyond hate and revenge? The traitor belonged to him. In death, if not in life. His blood ran cold as he saw a barrage of images in Voldemort's dark mind, and he knew more of the wizard's vindictiveness than he ever wanted to know. He grasped at something, anything, that would help him to withdraw from this cesspool of vengeance and horror. And to his pleasant surprise, it worked. Maybe too well. With barely more than the wisp of a thought, he came to himself quite suddenly and winced as a frantic Potter hit his ears in Snape's voice. He groaned and drew his hands up to cover them. "Open your eyes." The man eased one of his hands away from his ear and shook him slightly from where he cradled him on the ground, and when had that happened? His body was limp, which was rather pleasant in comparison to the tenseness that had preceded it, and he allowed himself a moment to breathe in the air that smelled like normal fresh air and soak in the sounds that were at normal volume again. He was so exhausted, relaxed even, that he thought he might fall asleep right then and there if not for Snape's annoying insistence to Harry, "Open your eyes." He obeyed because Snape was using his worried tone, which Harry sort of liked because it meant that he cared enough to worry over him, not that he wanted to cause anyone worry. He squinted in the brightness of the midday sun, blinked, and looked up to meet Snape's relieved black gaze. The professor let out a sharp huff of breath. "Do you enjoy shaving years off my life?" Harry licked his dry lips and swiveled his head around. He took in the peacefulness of the day, the clear sky with no cloud in sight, and did a double take at a cluster of students a moderate distance away near the castle. The Quidditch team hadn't gone inside then, and he appreciated that they too were worried about him, even while he felt embarrassed that they'd had to witness his breakdown. A hand at his cheek drew his eyes back to Snape's. The professor frowned. "Are you with me?" "Yeah," Harry nodded. "Yeah, why didn't you tell me about your dark mark?" Snape flinched and drew back, though he didn't let go of Harry. "How?" he asked faintly. He cleared his raspy throat and paused, not sure how this was going to go over. "I just legilimized. You know who." Snape's mouth opened in a shocked "oh" before he promptly shut it. He was silent for so long that Harry thought he'd made him speechless, but then he asked, "You're certain?" "Yeah, positive." "And you share no current connection?" Snape's eyes flicked to his scar. Harry shook his head and winced at the soreness in his neck. He reached up to rub at it, and Snape helped him to sit up, then supported him with an arm around his back when his body proved too floppy to stay upright. "Yeah, no connection. I got out. I don't think he even knew I was there." "Okay," Snape nodded with his eyebrows lowered into his thinking deep thoughts face. "Okay, we'll figure that out later." Harry wanted to ask him if that meant he'd still be around later and that he would actually be willing to talk to him. But he didn't want to hear the man say no again. Instead, he asked again about the dark mark. "That's why you're in pain, isn't it?" "He's more powerful now, so he can make it hurt all the time. I saw it in his mind. He's trying to drive you mad, and he figures it will kill you slowly." Snape let out a long breath, as if considering whether to lie before he visibly gave in and said, "Yes." That's awful," he understated and grimaced in sympathy. Snape inclined his head in acknowledgement. "What's your personal project, then? Is it trying to figure out how to make him stop?" "Of a sorts," the man said cryptically. "Do you think you can stand?" "Can I help, now that I know what it is?" "Can you stand?" Snape repeated firmly, and Harry knew he wasn't going to get anything more out of him now, which was okay, because despite his curiosity, he was getting sleepy. His eyes began to grow heavy, and it was becoming difficult to keep them open. Maybe a little nap. "Oh no, you don't," said Snape with a gentle shake. "I am taking you straight to Madame Pomfrey to get checked out. Anthony, you can sleep to your heart's content." "And then I can help," he yawned. "And then we will talk." "Kay," murmured Harry with a smile. Talking was good. His eyes drifted closed. Snape harumphed. "It is obvious you are in no condition to walk. I can carry you or conjure a stretcher. Your choice." Harry wanted to argue that he'd try to walk, but even his Gryffindor stubbornness couldn't combat the way his body was utterly, completely zapped of energy. With a heavy blink of his eyes toward his teammates in the distance, he answered, "Stretcher," and a minute later felt himself lifted onto a firm expanse of flat fabric, which then hovered in the air and began to move. Ron apparently took that as his permission to come barreling back, as he was alongside the moving stretcher in an instant. He gave his friend a once-over, and Harry could tell by Ron's face and the finger trails in his hair that he had been beyond worried. Harry smiled to reassure him. "I'm okay now. Thanks for getting Snape." He shot a glance up at the man in question, Professor Snape. Snape didn't say anything, merely continued guiding Harry's stretcher with his wand toward the entrance to the castle. They passed by his other teammates, and Harry gave them a small wave to assure them he was fine. They looked concerned, and a few of them waved back, but Snape's presence must have convinced them to save any questions or conversation for later. Ron wrinkled his nose when he looked at Snape, but thankfully he didn't say anything stupid. "I can help Harry to the tower, Professor," he said with thinly disguised distrust. "That will be unnecessary, Mr. Weasley," sniffed Snape. "Mr. Potter is on his way to the hospital wing." "Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I can take him there." Again, that will be unnecessary, said Snape dismissively. Ron's ears were turning red, and Harry asked, "But he can come with us, right, Professor?" before his friend could say or do anything regrettable. Snape wrinkled his own nose, though he was far more subtle than Ron had been about it, and said, "If he must." Harry tried to tell Ron with his tired eyes that it was all going to be okay, but Ron was too busy casting suspicious glances at the professor and sticking as close to Harry's other side as he could, which really wasn't helpful. The feeling of being boxed in made Harry all the more eager to close his eyes again. He sighed. He really should have confided in Ron more about the events of this summer, because this was shaping up to be a very long, very awkward walk through the castle. Well, unless he fell asleep. His stretcher jostled a bit, and he opened his eyes to glare at Snape, but the professor kept right on walking to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey didn't even have the courtesy to act surprised that he was back. "You can take him to the first bed, Professor Snape," she said, after looking him up and down, and apparently deciding he wasn't about to die. "What seems to be amiss?" "Magical exhaustion," said Snape, as he practically lifted Harry onto the bed, accompanied by shock, and he looked critically over Harry and waved a hand over him. "A full diagnostic might be in order." Harry scrunched up his face. "I'm fine. Juice need a nap," he said around a yawn. He was so tired he wasn't even much worried about nightmares. Surely he'd sleep in pleasant darkness until next week. "Nonetheless," Snape said simply with crossed arms. Pomfrey shifted her attention to Ron. "Are you here as patient or spectator, Mr. Weasley?" Ron shuffled his feet. "Spectator." "Then you can wait outside," instructed the Mediwitch as she came closer to Harry and pulled out her wand. Ron began to argue. "I want to stay," at the same time Harry insisted. "I don't mind," but they were interrupted by Snape's. "He can stay, Madame Pomfrey," which stopped both their protests. Ron stared at Snape incredulously. Pomfrey put her hands on her hips, though Harry thought she looked more amused than upset. "You are aware that this is my domain, Professor?" "Of course," Snape nodded his head deferentially. "Asiwara perfectly aware that the headmaster has given me complete authority to approve medical decisions for Mr. Potter. I do believe that encompasses not only treatment, but seemingly inconsequential details such as approved visitors." Harry stared incredulously at Snape. "When did Dumbledore doth that?" he asked, but was ignored. And why was Snape using it to argue for Ron to stay? He didn't even Licaron. "Very well," Pomfrey tutted as she gave in. "Why don't you make yourself useful, Mr. Weasley, and retrieve a spare blanket for your friend? There, against the wall." Ron was sneaking long glances at Snape, but hurried to obey. Harry lay still, flat on his back on the bed, while she hovered over him and waved her wand in a figure 8 over his body a couple times. She muttered a few spells that Harry didn't recognize, though he figured them for diagnostic spells, and then she hummed and clucked a few times, which made him nervous. "Have you been sleeping, dear?" she asked absently and tacked on, "and eating properly?" "Yes," he answered immediately, not making eye contact with Snape. She made a hum sound, which he didn't like, and shone a light from the end of her wand at his eyes, directing him to look every which way. "Depression is nothing to be ashamed of, dear. You have been through a trying ordeal." "I'm not depressed," Harry objected. She gave him a sympathetic pat on the arm and soothed. "There is no shame in consulting a mind healer." "I don't need a mind healer," he snapped and tried to sit up, which was difficult with how his arms felt like tree trunks and his legs felt like noodles. Snape's hand easily shoved him back onto his pillow, and Harry didn't dare look at the man or he'd give away his embarrassment. He was rethinking inviting Ron to stay too, though his friend looked fairly distracted trying to decide where to set down the blanket in his hands. He settled on laying it on a chair, then awkwardly shifted from one leg to another, sneaking wary glances at Professor Snape. "What about my magic?" Harry redirected the conversation. "I didn't, damage it or anything." Pomfrey gave him another reassuring pat on the arm. Professor Snape was right about that, dear. Just a bit of magical exhaustion. Some rest, and it'll be fine. Harry sank into the mattress in relief. It is your physical health that concerns me, Pomfrey tasked. You'd best stay here tonight so we can spread out some restorative potions. Yes, ma'am, he muttered. I know you've been through an ordeal, she said, placating. It's been the better part of a week, so if you feel you need a dose of potion to sleep tonight, you let me know, all right. He hoped his eagerness wasn't obvious as he nodded. He truly thought he might be able to manage without anything today. He was so exhausted, but if he could talk her into some doses for the rest of the week. At the thought, he felt like he could breathe easier. Ah, Ron spoke up. I almost forgot I'm out too. Don't suppose I could have some more? He asked with what was supposed to be a sneaky glance at Harry, and Harry nearly groaned. Could Ron be any more obvious, in front of Snape, who rarely missed a thing? He glanced at the professor out of the corner of his eye, and sure enough, while Madame Pomfrey agreed to the request, Snape was glancing suspiciously between the two boys. Harry closed his eyes. His life was over. In about 2 seconds, Snape would put 2 and 2 together, realize he'd had Ron's sneak potion for him, and in the best-case scenario, give him detentions for the rest of the year. And then he'd never see another dose of dreamless sleep potion again. Snape would see to it. The only thing that made him feel better was that he was so tired. He didn't have to dwell on it for more than the minute or two it would take for him to fall asleep. Pomfrey nudged him. Open up. Potion first, then you can sleep. He obediently drank down the potion, barely tasting whatever it was, and cracked his eyes as he felt his shoe being pulled off. He watched through heavy-lidded eyes as Snape removed the other one and pulled a blanket over him. Their eyes met for a moment, and Snape gave his arm a reassuring tap, then motioned Pomfrey toward her office to talk. You'll be back, Harry murmured. Later, Snape turned around to promise. I have some matters to attend to, but I'll be back later. Kay, he said sleepily, and heard the adults close the curtain around his bed and walk away. He'd almost forgotten Ron was still there until he heard the sound of a chair being moved and his friend saying, Harry, you still awake? What Snape and Pomfrey said about your magic. Harry forced his eyes to open a crack. Yeah. Is that what happened out there? It went wonky or something. Yeah, he murmured. Kinda complicated, tell you later. Ron nodded, biting his lip. Was wrong, Harry prodded around another yawn. I think you might have hit Snape with something. Harry blinked and tried really hard to keep his eyes open. I mean, you're kind of out of it, so maybe you didn't notice how he was acting. I mean, how he was looking at you just now, like. Or just now, when he was acting like a... Ron looked around as if checking for eavesdroppers, leaned forward and whispered, like a dad. Tired or no, Harry burst out laughing. I'm serious, Ron insisted. He's not right, and it's way creepy. I think you might have cast some sort of spell on him, like a paternal spell or an opposite personality curse. Those exist, right? Harry giggled so hard that he had to wipe away a tear. He didn't even know why it was so funny. He blamed his tired mind and the idea of what Snape might really be like as a dad. He couldn't quite picture it, but he thought the man might not be too incredibly bad at it if he could only get his head out of his. All I'm trying to say is, are you sure you should sleep yet? Maybe you should, reverse the spell first. Harry's giggles were fading, but he grinned. I didn't curse him, Ron. Ron looked skeptically at the curtains, as if he could see through them into Pomfrey's office, where she was no doubt speaking with Snape. I've got, Harry yawned, a lot to tell you about this summer. Later, promise, yeah. Ron still was skeptical, but his features softened. Yeah, go ahead and sleep. I'll be right here if you need me. He thought he murmured, thanks, but couldn't be positive, for sleep claimed him almost immediately. He dreamed. The nightmare stayed away for once, and he dreamed. He dreamed of soft pillows and of being held. He dreamed of snow and of flying on his broom and of chocolate and of magical hugs. And as he dreamed, it shifted to memory. The memory of a dream or a dream of a memory. Whatever. All he knew was that it was real. These moments that he remembered of Snape caring for him and talking to him and comforting him when he was scared. They were soothing dreams, soothing memories, and he didn't want them to end. And yet, it was glorious. This feeling of lightness that came with waking up slowly from peaceful dreams to the soft sounds of knowing that someone else was at his bedside. He could hear the barest of sounds breathing, the turning of a page, the faint scratch of a shifting body on the seat of a chair. All he'd known over the past several nights was the quick jolt of terror-fueled wakefulness. He nestled further into his covers, holding on to the last threads of peaceful sleep for as long as possible. The breathing paused and then started again, and that disruption drew him closer to alertness. Finally, he blinked his eyes open into the dim room. He was in a bed. The hospital wing, he remembered as he looked around at his half-drawn curtains and focused on Professor Snape reading a book in a bedside chair. Unnoticed, he watched the professor for several seconds. He could see even more clearly now that Snape's guard was down, the lines etched into his face that betrayed the constant pain. He was tired, and Harry wondered when the man at last had a decent night's sleep. He had only seen images in Voldemort's mind, but he knew what they meant. He knew that Voldemort had been making Snape's dark mark burn constantly ever since he'd rescued Harry. 2 weeks of constant, burning pain. It must be pure torture. It was torture. Honestly, Harry was impressed Snape hadn't murdered any students yet. He swallowed, and he was unprepared for how dry his throat was as it caused a coughing fit. He rose to his elbows to attempt to stop coughing, and he felt a glass of water press into his hand. He gratefully shifted his weight to one arm and drank greedily from the glass. The cool water felt soothing on his parched throat. As soon as it was empty, a hand plucked the glass from his hands, and another hand felt his forehead. "I'm fine," he said automatically. "Potion," was Snape's response. He held up a vial, and Harry obediently drank it, shuddering at the vile taste. He didn't even care to ask what it was, so much else was on his mind. Only he couldn't decide where to begin. He started with the easy questions. "Where's Ron?" he rasped, and cleared his throat. "In bed, if he knows what's good for him," answered Snape. "He stayed until curfew. As did Miss Granger when she found out what happened. They will return in the morning." He licked his lips. "What time is it?" "Near midnight. Your body needed the rest." He nodded. "Thanks for helping me out there. I didn't know what to do," he shuddered. Snape waved off his thanks and eyed him critically. He must have been reassured by what he saw, for he settled back into the chair. "I would have arrived sooner if I'd known. I was in my personal quarters at the time. Fortunately, your classmates encountered Professor Sinistra, who alerted me of the summons." "Oh, sorry." Snape wrinkled his brow. "What for?" "For disturbing you," Harry said in a tone that said obviously, "It's Saturday, your day off." Snape stared. "You are welcome to summon me whenever you have need. I believe I already told you that." "Yeah," Harry looked away. He might have told him that, and Harry knew he meant it, but he wasn't positive he'd really wanted Harry to have to take him up on it. His emotions must have been plain on his face. "I left the ring with you for a reason, Potter," Snape said slowly, as if talking to a child. "You may call me any time you have need." Harry clapped a hand to his forehead and moaned, "The ring. I forgot about the ring. Professor, I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about using it out there." Snape suddenly snapped, "For Merlin's sake, stop apologizing," which surprised Harry into silence. The man got up from his chair and began to pace. "You do it entirely too much, and very often for things that are not in the least your fault. Do you have any idea how maddening it is to hear you apologize to me for things entirely outside your control, or for things that you have a completely justified excuse for doing or not doing, while I know full well that I am currently committing wrongs against you?" he ranted. His eyes were jet black, and he waved his hands in a frustrated gesture. And I know that you know that. You are quite intelligent, perhaps more intelligent than I am in certain respects, and you know me well enough to know how rare an admission that is coming from me. I keep making mistakes with you, and you know that I do. So why do you persist in apologizing to me instead of condemning me? Harry didn't realize Snape wanted a response until a few seconds of silence had passed. He chewed his lip, not sure how to respond. He settled on, "Do you want me to condemn you?" "Yes," ground out Snape. "Okay," Harry shrugged and threw caution to the wind. "You're being an idiot." Snape looked taken aback, as if he hadn't truly thought Harry would accept the invitation to rip into him, and Harry took advantage of the moment to pour out everything he'd been keeping bottled up over the past 2 weeks. "You're the one who told me I had to start trusting adults more, and I told you why I can't, that they always leave or let me down, and then what's the first thing you do? Leave and let me down." He sat up and could practically feel his eyes flashing as he got into it. It was exhilarating, finally giving vent to his feelings. "You're an idiot and a hypocrite and a stubborn ass. We were good, things between us were good, and then you go and pretend like it never happened, but it did happen. It happened, and you can't erase it. I, like you and I, want you to teach me, and I think you want to teach me too, and you know you're the best person for the job. So you're an idiot for pulling away just because it's your mo. So what if it's all you know how to do? You're at Ashwell. Learn a new skill." The professor stayed silent while he vented. Harry took a deep breath, thinking if there was anything else to add, but he thought that about covered it. He felt calmer with that off his chest, and he cocked his head. "How's that? Do you feel better now that I yelled at you?" Snape quirked his lips. "Yes, actually, you." Harry thought for a moment. "Yeah, I do." "Good," he said, and Harry thought they must be the strangest two people on the planet, because they just chewed each other out, and apparently that's all it took to break the ice these days. "You're right," Snape admitted gravely. His hands were clasped together in his lap, and Harry had an image of a penitent younger Snape waiting for the headmaster to decide punishment for some infraction. "It only took me a few days to realize I'd made a mistake in removing myself as your teacher. You had no one, something Dumbledore took great pains to remind me. Even he, who may wish to assist you, could not be available as much as you need. He has not had a spare moment between the Order and the war and all that he must see to." Snape cleared his throat. "And I began to think, perhaps, even with all my failings, I could at least be better than no one. But by then," he hesitated. "The mark," Harry filled in, guessing. "It was getting worse." "Yes," Snape heaved a resigned sigh. "I will be of no use to you in learning the mental arts whilst my attention is diverted to keeping myself both alive and sane." "I can help," Harry said quietly. "I meant it before. I want to help." Snape shook his head. "There is nothing you can do." "It's because of whose increased power, right?" Harry pressed. "He couldn't keep it up this long before, when he was just a normal wizard, could he? If I try to legitimize him again and take away more of his powers. And now you see another one of my reasons for not wanting to involve you," scowled Snape. "That is not an option. I told you how dangerous such an endeavor can be." He leaned forward, excited. "Yeah, but that was before I did it. I already legitimized him today. All I have to do is try it again, and—" "No," barked Snape with a glare to match. "Fine," Harry crossed his arms. "A compromise. We go to Dumbledore. Let me make my case, and we'll let him decide if he thinks I can do it." Snape kept right on glaring, and Harry stared back until the man looked about ready to start growling, and he thought it best to change the subject. "What did you mean about the headmaster, letting you make medical decisions for me?" It was an effective transition, even if Snape's look said his decision on the previous matter was unchanged. Still, he answered frankly, "You have no family to speak of, and the headmaster is frequently unavailable." He thought it best to officially entrust a member of the staff with such authority. "I am one of the few people aware of your unique needs. Hence, he gestured to himself. And you're okay with that? Yes, Snape said immediately. Especially now that I can see you've gone and turned yourself into a potions addict. At that, Harry blanched and stuttered out a denial, but Snape set his jaw and pointed a finger straight at him. Acute observation to physical symptoms of multi-day withdrawal is not an area in which your intelligence exceeds mine. Harry snapped his jaw shut and looked down in shame. I only took it for a week, he mumbled. A week and a half, Snape corrected, and probably on a higher dose for half that time. I feel fine now, he protested. Because I gave you a temporary symptom-suppressing potion to aid in easing your withdrawal, countered Snape. Yes, oh, Snape at least sounded relieved when he said, it obviously hasn't gone too far yet. You are still in the beginning stages of over-reliance. However, you may not have lost control over your magic at all today had you been in possession of all your faculties. I will therefore from now on be overseeing any and all potions that you have access to. You will be in possession of only one vial at any given time, and you will be consuming them in my presence. What but? Oh, please do argue, interrupted Snape dryly. I hardly have a reputation of bending to the whims of my students. He faltered but protested. What about bedtime? I can't go down to your office, drink potion, and make it to my dorm in 10 seconds. We will find alternative ways to deal with your nighttime ailments, and should you necessitate a bedtime draft, I will personally deliver it to your bedside. Harry gaped, torn between worry at what was meant by alternative ways, and being appalled at the thought of his dorm mates' reactions to Snape in their bedroom. You can't. I can and I will. He shut down Harry's next argument with a stern look. As you have chosen to apply your aptitude for cunning to a less than ideal pursuit, I will also be informed by Madame Pomfrey of any and all potions being given to your friends and dorm mates. You do not want to know what will happen if you attempt to circumvent these safeguards. Harry looked away, trying to hide his rapid blinking. He felt too much all of a sudden, hopeless, ashamed, embarrassed, afraid. He had always had nightmares, but they became worse every year. How could he face them every single night? Even when he'd known he couldn't keep up his nightly doses, he'd hoped he could look forward to the occasional dreamless night. And here he didn't like his weaknesses being out on open display in front of Snape. He felt naked and exposed. He sensed Snape stand, and his hand rested on the bed next to Harry. I am not unaware of the trials you have faced over the past year alone, Snape said quietly. The Dark Lord has attacked you multiple times, tricked you, possessed you, kidnapped you, tortured you, murdered people close to you. Harry swallowed hard and stared at the wall. You have shown yourself able to be astute and cautious in the past. I therefore know that you are not unaware of the danger you have been courting. I do not fault you for finally succumbing to the temptation to block it all out with a potion, addictive or no. I have done so myself. Snape's eyes were averted when Harry glanced over at that admission. I do not fault you, he repeated. I fault myself. Harry frowned in confusion. Why? Because Ichnu, Snape said in a self-berating tone. I knew that you would have a difficult time adjusting in the aftermath, and I did nothing, assuming that someone, anyone else, would aid you. It is I who should apologize, he said stiffly. Harry couldn't help but notice how, despite Snape's discomfort, the words came easier than the first time they'd exchanged apologies to each other. He looked down to hide a small smile at the thought that Snape was getting better at this. So, he swallowed past a lump in his throat. Does all this mean you're going to start talking to me again? Snape looked chagrined as he answered, My avoidy approach does not appear to have been very effective, does it? That drew another small smile from Harry. No, it was a sucky approach. He looked up and pointed a finger. And that one is a word. Look it up in the dictionary. Snape huffed a laugh and reached out to give Harry a gentle shove back onto the mattress. Time to rest. You may not feel tired, but your magical core is still exhausted from today's strain. You will feel it tomorrow if you do not sleep as much as possible tonight." Harry nodded obediently. "You'll stay." "I'll stay," Snape answered softly. He settled into his chair and pulled out his book, dimming the light for Harry, but hovering a light in front of his book to read by. It illuminated Snape's face, and Harry watched him for a long time before drifting off to sleep. He marveled that he could feel so raw and nervous and happy at the same time. Things might get rough, what with the nightmares and Snape's new commitment to monitoring Harry's every move near potions, but he thought that maybe things would be better too. He was lulled by the sound of turning pages and fascinated by the man's concentration to his task, especially when the flickers of pain crossed his face, though he was obviously trying to keep the pain from showing. Once more, Harry was awed by Snape's courage, as well as by his ability to hide certain aspects of himself when he wished to. He had almost forgotten, while they talked, that Snape's arm was practically being burned from the inside out, and yet the man had managed to pretend the entire time as if he weren't in pain. He was going to help, he decided. He only had to get Dumbledore on his side, and then he was going to figure out how to alleviate Snape's pain. That decided, he smiled as he drifted off to sleep, dreaming of warm blankets and comforting arms and humming and the promise of snow. Chapter 53. Security Blanket. No, absolutely not. But Harry tried in vain to interrupt. "Why are you still speaking?" I said no. Harry had a strong feeling of déjà vu, sitting on a chair next to Dumbledore while Snape paced the headmaster's office. Of course, the last time they had all three been together like this, with the professor adamantly rejecting Harry's latest idea, had been back at Grimmauld Place. Harry hadn't been quite so certain of himself that time. He also hadn't been quite so certain that he could trust Snape. He held in a grin at the thought of how completely things had changed. It occurred to him that he shouldn't feel so light and happy in the midst of an argument, not to mention in the midst of a wicked withdrawal headache. But he couldn't help himself. From the time he'd woken up that morning, Snape had made it clear that he wasn't going anywhere this time. He'd been there with a nutritive potion, made certain Harry ate all his breakfast, and given him precisely 20 minutes, Potter, to chat with his friends before he and Snape were expected in the headmaster's office. Harry supposed if he were in a worse mood, Snape's hovering might feel overbearing, but today it simply felt nice to be noticed again. Unfortunately, the professor's own mood was taking a downturn. Harry knew that Snape had already told Dumbledore about Harry's idea to help with the Dark Mark. He knew because Snape had been nearly smug when he'd accompanied Harry here. It was apparent that this was meant to be an intervention of sorts. Snape knew Harry well enough by now to know that once he got an idea into his head, he wouldn't simply let it go because he was told to. So Dumbledore, it seemed, was to be the one to tell him in no uncertain terms that purposely trying to legitimize Voldemort was off the table. Which he did, sort of, but not really. You must build up to something like that, Harry. Didn't seem to be quite what Snape had in mind. He took it as the headmaster's tacit agreement that Harry could do it if only he practiced first, and he had immediately ranted on about it being too dangerous, about Harry not having the control needed to do something like that, about what would happen if the Dark Lord realized what he was trying, and on and on. Harry hadn't been able to get a word in edgewise, and Dumbledore hadn't even tried. "Really, Professor Snape, do sit," said Dumbledore calmly when Snape finally paused for breath. He held out a bowl of lemon drops to Harry, who took one out of politeness. Snape glared at them both. "I think I have the right to." "Sit, Severus," ordered Dumbledore, that time with authority. Snape sat. He was definitely pouting in his own way, with his lips pinched together and his arms crossed, but he sat. His eye was twitching as well, but Harry was fairly certain that was due to the pain from his arm, as his eye had been twitching all morning. "Now that we can speak calmly," Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. "I am in no way suggesting that Harry attempt something so dangerous right away. You should not be suggesting that he'd do it at all, Snape snapped. Yes, well, Dumbledore took a sip of tea. Would that we lived in a perfect world. Snape glared at him as if personally betrayed, which Harry thought might not be too far from the truth, since they had to have spoken about this beforehand, however briefly, and Snape had thought he knew the probable outcome going into the meeting. Dumbledore sighed. Harry noted that he still looked as worn as he had the last time they spoke, but there was a new light in his eyes. It looked like hope. Let us examine the facts of the matter. The headmaster held up his fingers as he counted. 1. Harry has more access to power than he did before, and furthermore, that power may grow. There is no indication that he is currently at his fullest possible strength. 2. He will not, sitting idly by while this war is fought. A prophecy and the connection marked by his scar are evidence enough that he will actively participate, regardless what you or I might wish for him. 3. His voice grew soft. I have a personal desire to see you live, Severus. Me too, Harry chimed in, raising his hand a little. There, you see, Dumbledore gestured at Harry with a smile. There are plenty who would miss you, and you owe it to them to explore every avenue available to liberate yourself from the Mark's hold. Harry hardly thought that the two of them equated top-plenty, and apparently Snape agreed, for his glare turned to exasperation. Not that I disagree with your assertion that I would be missed, Snape said in a dry tone that made it very clear he was disagreeing with that assertion. But if one's life is measured by those who will mourn him, then I hardly think that sacrificing the boy who lived for the sake of a Death Eater spy will win you points with the masses. I'm not going to be sacrificed, Harry said with a slight eye roll. Geez, Snape was so dramatic sometimes. I just want to try something I've already done before, only on purpose this time. Oh, that simple, is it? Growled Snape. Probably not, Harry admitted, then added with a smile, that's why I've got you to teach me. Snape shook his head. To teach the mental arts requires a disciplined and controlled mind. Until I can ascertain a method for easing the physical and mental strain that I am currently under, I am entirely unfit to attempt to guide your mind through any process whatsoever, much less one that could result in your mind being turned to mush. Harry's grin fell, even as he tried to hide his disappointment at Snape's words. He'd assumed Snape would start to teach him again, but did that mean he wouldn't, or couldn't? The man hadn't outright said that he'd teach him. After all, Harry had simply assumed. Rather than dwell on that, he asked softly, is the pain from the dark mark really that bad? Snape watched him for a moment and said gruffly, if I tell you no, will you desist in this foolish quest? No, he answered honestly, not as long as you know who can do this to you. Snape slumped back into his chair and tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. He looked at Dumbledore, then back to Harry, sighed heavily, and said, at least promise me that you will not rush headlong into this, as is your tendency. Build your mental strength, practice your occlumency and legilimency skills, and do not so much as think of attempting to breach the Dark Lord's mind until the headmaster and I deem you ready. Harry pursed his lips, considering. He was certain that Snape, knowing he couldn't win the argument now, was merely trying to put it off until never. But at Snape's stern look, he figured he had little choice but to agree. He nodded slowly. I promise. There now, said Dumbledore. That wasn't so difficult, was it? Lemon drop. He offered the bowl to Snape, who looked at it and scowled. The headmaster smiled pleasantly and placed the bowl back on the desk. Turning to Harry, he said, Professor McGonagall tells me that you have been progressing well in catching up to your classmates. Harry nodded slowly, caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. I still have a bit to go. I got a little distracted this weekend, for obvious reasons, but I'm almost there. He almost asked how McGonagall knew. She had only checked in with him once the first week he'd been back, then she had simply trusted Hermione to keep him on track with his schoolwork. Not that he was complaining. It was nice to not be badgered by his head of house, on top of everything else, even if he'd felt more alone for it. But again, He wasn't complaining. Very good, very good. Dumbledore smiled and sipped his tea. Perhaps it is time then to resume your occlumency lessons in earnest. Harry nodded and darted a glance at Snape, who shifted but made no move to speak. He shot a questioning look at Dumbledore, who winked at him over the rim of his teacup. He almost laughed at the headmaster's unsubtle hint that the ball was in his court. Apparently, and with Dumbledore's blessing, he was going to have to talk Snape into it. So are you going to teach me again, Professor? He looked at Snape, trying not to let show quite how hopeful he was. Snape returned his gaze for a few seconds, his fingers tapping on the arm of his chair before he said hesitantly, I do not think. We don't have to mind meld or anything like that, not if you're not feeling well, he said quickly. Just maybe you could tell me what to do, guide me through it, that sort of thing. I won't be much trouble, and I'll practice as much as you tell me to. Promise. Snape's fingers tapped out a cadence on the chair of his arm. The headmaster really would be more equipped to teach you. Harry couldn't tell what he was thinking, if he was trying to get out of it because he didn't want to or because he wasn't sure it was best for Harry. He took a chance on the latter and said, He's so busy, though, with the order and all. He turned to Dumbledore. Do you really think you'll have time? He looked at the headmaster expectantly and was met with an eye twinkle. I'm afraid young Harry is not wrong, Dumbledore said easily. I cannot fit in an occlumency lesson until, third week of October. Snape gave Dumbledore a look of exasperation at the obvious lie, but he either didn't care for the odds of arguing two against one, or he wasn't all that set against it. He cleared his throat and met Harry's gaze. Tuesday, 7 o'clock, my office, don't be late. Harry nodded eagerly, trying not to grin like an idiot. Snape gave a short nod and stood. With your permission, I will be taking my leave of you, headmaster. I have several potions to brew and lessons to plan before tomorrow. Dumbledore gave a polite nod. Of course. Me too. Harry looked between the professors and perched on the edge of his chair. Now that Snape was talking to him again, he wasn't quite ready to say goodbye. A few more minutes, if you don't mind, Harry. Dumbledore poured some more tea into both their cups. Harry sank back down and watched as Snape's robes billowed behind him as he left. He felt like he'd lose something important if he let Snape out of his sight for too long, and he wondered if that meant there was maybe something wrong with him. It was okay for a little kid to need a security blanket. It wasn't okay for a teenager to need security blanket in the form of a cantankerous teacher. Was Madame Pomfrey right? Did he need a mind healer or something? He shook his head and reached for his cup of tea to distract from that depressing thought. I am happy to see you and Professor Snape getting along so well, said Dumbledore conversationally. Harry looked askance at the headmaster. You saw that we were arguing almost the whole time we were here, right? Dumbledore smiled. Even close friends and family argue, Harry. Adversaries do not have a corner on the market. I do, however, find a marked difference in the way I approach arguments with those with whom I share a certain level of closeness. Do you not? Harry frowned in thought. Yes, he could see that. He'd argued with Ron loads of times. It hurt worse to fight with Ron than with, say, Draco, because in the end, he still cared deeply about Ron. Yet they also bickered a lot over little things because they knew their friendship was strong enough to weather it. Sometime over the course of the summer, he had grown more comfortable with arguing and bickering with Snape in a way that didn't make him want to run for cover. The contempt that had driven their arguments in previous years had given way to a grudging respect, and maybe it wasn't even quite so grudging anymore. He found that he quite liked that thought. He sipped his tea and asked, Professor, you were upset about something when we spoke last week. Was it about Snape? When you said he couldn't teach me, was it because of the dark mark? The familiar sadness flickered in Dumbledore's eyes as he nodded. It is perhaps slightly more complicated than that, he said gently. But yes, I was deeply grieved by Professor Snape's situation. As for his instructing you, suffice it to say, When someone we care for is in pain, particularly a pain for which there is no known end or cure, it does not do to push them toward a path that may only lead to more pain. Harry frowned. You think I'd hurt him? Dumbledore said gently. My concern was rather the other way around. My dear boy, said Dumbledore, leaning forward in his chair. You know Professor Snape well enough by now for me to have some latitude in speaking plainly. He does not require someone else to hurt him. He is perfectly capable of doing so to himself, and also of transferring his pain to those around him. Harry nodded. He did know that. You're not still worried about him teaching me? Oh, I worry about a great many things, said Dumbledore. In this instance, however, I am satisfied. You're sure? Because I want him to teach me, but I guess it's selfish, isn't it, if he's not feeling up to it? Maybe I should. Dumbledore stopped him with a hand on his arm. Do not underestimate the power of purpose, Harry. There is much outside Professor Snape's control at the moment, and in the midst of that, he has made the conscious choice to come to your aid. That choice gives him purpose. I have seen a marked improvement in his demeanor over the weekend, and I am not so blind as to think that has little to do with you. You help him in allowing him to help you. Do not lose sight of that, and do not confuse having your needs met with selfishness. Harry bit his lip. His dream self had said something similar to him once, something about Snape needing to find purpose and hope again. He felt humbled at the thought that he could be a part of Snape's rediscovering his purpose, though he didn't really understand how teaching Harry could help Snape all that much. Dumbledore squeezed his arm and let go. I merely ask that you be cognizant of his current limitations. Regardless how unaffected, he is determined to appear in your presence, highs in pain. He may require more patience or understanding from you than is usual. And if what he requires is time or space, I request that you give it to him. Yes, sir, he nodded gravely. Thank you, Harry. Dumbledore smiled fondly at him, and Harry basked in the attention. He hadn't wondered in a long while what it would have been like to have a grandparent, though as a child he'd imagined all sorts of alternate lives he could be living, complete with loving parents, siblings, and grandparents. But he thought that if he had had a grandfather, he might not have minded if he'd been a little bit like Dumbledore. Maybe not completely like him. His ideal grandfather would be less secretive, perhaps with a touch more Hufflepuff and a touch less Slytherin in him. But Dumbledore made for a nice grandparent template to start out with, which led him to wonder if Snape had ever met Harry's real grandparents when he was friends with Lily. And since he couldn't ask all of his questions right away without overwhelming Snape with his curiosity, he decided he had better write down all his questions for Snape in a notebook. He might even get through a small fraction of them by the time he graduated Hogwarts. Let me get this straight. Ron's eyebrows squished together. Snape was annoying at first, but not as annoying as you thought he'd be, and he made you work in his lab, but you didn't kill each other. And then he, agreed to teach you, without being forced. And it went. He wrinkled his nose to show his skepticism. Not horrible. Harry nodded patiently, even though they'd been over this several times already. He adjusted himself on his cushion on the floor of the room of requirement, where he and his friends had gone in order to avoid being overheard. And then you got captured, and so did he. Because he was trying to save me. Yeah, and then you got out. Because he saved me. Okay, Ron scratched his nose. And now you think he's, not horrible, and he doesn't, He doesn't hate me anymore either, filled in Harry, because that's where Ron kept getting tripped up. He really was friends with your mum? Asked Hermione excitedly. Harry nodded with a grin. That was something he'd decided Snape would be okay with him sharing with his friends. It wasn't an order secret, after all, or something Snape had to be ashamed of. If they asked any of Snape's and Lily's past schoolmates who their friends had been, they'd find out easily enough. But don't tell anyone else, okay? He added, certain that Snape would mind if it became Hogwarts gossip. I mean it. No one else. He's really private about his past. He'd hate being asked about it, or thinking everybody was talking about it. Not a word, promise, said Ginny with a reassuring smile, and he was glad he'd invited her to join them. She'd been there, at Grimmauld Place and at Nida's, and she'd seen what things were like between Harry and Snape before school started. He figured it might help Ron to believe him if he heard it from his own sister, even if so far Ron was looking at all three of them as if they were pod people. "Did Professor Snape tell you about her?" asked Hermione. "A little, not much," he admitted, "but some. He almost told them about the stone and the letter, but they seemed too personal to Snape. Besides, he no longer had the stone. He felt a familiar pang of loss at the thought. "Yeah, but back to the, not hating you part," said Ron with a shake of his head. "Your opposite of Snape isn't under a spell." "Ron," scolded Hermione. They'd also been over this several times already. "I'm just saying," Ron held out his hands. "Or he could have a twin. Everybody has an evil twin, right? Well, maybe Snape was the evil twin, and now he's been replaced by the, less evil twin." "Snape doesn't have a twin," said Harry, and at the same time Ginny pointed out that, well, Snape's still iceful in class. Ron looked them over, as if considering their arguments. "You know, he saved you too," Harry pointed out. "When I found out what curses were used against you, and I told Snape, he didn't have to get a message to Dumbledore, but he did, right away. And then Nida was able to figure out the counter-curse, all because of Snape." Ron pulled a face. "Great, that's all I need, being in the big git's debt." "He won't collect on it," Harry snapped, and then took a slow breath. He'd promised himself he wouldn't be irritated at Ron. After all, his friend hadn't been there, day after day, as he and Snape had had to learn to get along and to rely on each other. He'd have reacted the same way, he knew, if Ron had come to him last year with a tale like this. More kindly, he said, "Snape can still be a git sometimes, all right. I know that. I'm not saying he's a saint now. I'm only saying that we've managed to patch things up. Bury the hatchet. Start over. That sort of thing. And that you," Ron pulled his "I can't believe I'm about to say this" face. "You trust him." Ron was quiet for several minutes, which was not at all like Ron, and the girls seemed content to stay in the background of this part of the conversation. Harry shifted nervously. "I'm not saying you have to like him too, he rushed to fill the silence, "or that you have to trust him. Just trust me. Trust that I'm not nutters and that I know what I'm doing. Him teaching me helped, like really, really helped." "Which you think you need," Ron said slowly, "because you're like Merlin-level powerful now." "I'm not. I don't really know how powerful I am," Harry admitted. They talked about his magic too, though he wasn't sure he had explained it very well. "It's new. I'm not really sure what I can do yet or how." "But you think you need Snape to help?" Ron was still eyeing him skeptically, but Harry was gratified to note that he was no longer looking at him like a head case they needed to immediately transport to the mental ward at St. Mungo's. "Yeah, I do. Why not McGonagall or Dumbledore? Or anybody else but Snape?" "Snape's smart, Ron-like, genius-level smart. He knows strategy, and he knows all about Voldemort, and he's probably the best Clumens Dumbledore even knows. If he can't help me figure out how to navigate this connection with Voldemort or to keep my magic under control, nobody can." "But you still think he's a git," he said, as if holding on to some reason to believe Harry hadn't completely lost it. Harry sighed. "Sometimes, yeah. It's not like Snape needed him to defend him as if he were some white knight hero. Snape would probably cart him off to St. Mungo's himself if he tried to paint him like that." Ron made a noise halfway between a grunt and a hum, probably getting caught up on the sometimes qualification. He shook his head as if to clear it and said, "Well, as long as you still think he's a git." "You're okay with it," Harry perked up. Ron's face gave a pained expression. "Course not. He's a git." "I didn't catch that," said Ginny with a roll of her eyes. "What is he again? One more time, Ron." "He is," Ron insisted. Harry rubbed his temples. He'd had a headache all day, and he was started to feel chills coming on. But there wasn't anything to be done. Snape had told him he'd have to deal with it. Now that his magic was stable, his punishment was apparently to be in pain. Okay, so Snape had called it a natural consequence for abusing a potion, and hopefully you will think twice about doing it again. But Harry thought that was the same thing as a punishment. "You okay, Harry?" Ron asked, and he looked up to see his friend eyeing him with concern. He'd been watching him all day as if he were about to explode, and Harry couldn't blame him. It must have been pretty frightening to be on the Quidditch pitch when Harry had almost lost control like that. "I'm fine," he huffed. "Look, I'm going to have lessons with Snape. Don't know how often yet, but I'm doing it. Just don't hate me for it, all right?" "It's not you I hate," growled Ron. "Yeah, I know," he sighed. "Just, if you could pretend around me like you hate him a little bit less than you do, that would be nice." Ron pursed his lips, but finally nodded, and Harry answered with a relieved smile. He knew he hadn't changed Ron's mind about Snape, but he felt loads better having at least told him about his changed relationship with his teacher. Even though Ron would probably still have to be reined in if Snape so much as sneered at him or his friends, it was a huge step in the right direction that he wasn't ranting and raving about it right at this moment. And even if he did at some later time, they were friends, like brothers, really. They were strong enough to weather it. Tuesday evening was only 2 days away, but it took ages to arrive. Maybe Harry's headaches had something to do with it, which probably weren't even due to withdrawal from the potion any more so much as his determination to get through long, sleepless nights without any help. Or maybe the weather had something to do with it, as it had rained almost non-stop since Sunday afternoon. Come to think of it, the rain matched his mood. Dark, drowsy, nervous, with a side of hope for the possibility of a sunny day. And now he was so tired that he was waxing poetic. Great, just great. He groaned and pillowed his head into his crossed arms on the dinner table. The light was killing his eyes. "I hear you," said Ron. "Herbology was brutal, which is ridiculous, yeah. Herbology is supposed to be this nice, easy subject, and then Professor Sprout decides to go and grade us on our ability to catch man-eating plants before they make plant food out of us." "Herbology isn't supposed to be," corrected Hermione's voice from across the table. She must have just arrived, as she hadn't been there when Harry buried his head in his arms less than a minute ago. To be a true proficient in the study of herbology requires years of advanced study. And leaping toadstools are hardly carnivorous, Ron. "No, but bloody annoying they are," groused Ron. After another second he asked quietly, "All right, mate?" "Yeah, fine," Harry mumbled into his sleeve, ignoring that his friends had been asking that a lot lately. "Never better." He peeked out from the crook of his arm long enough to verify that Snape still wasn't at the head table before burrowing back down. He'd had a couple days to look forward to resuming lessons with Snape, and he had already thought of so many things to add to his questions for Snape list. He wanted to know more about legilimency and the Death Eaters and Snape himself, and he really, really wanted to know more about his mum. The main question he kept coming back to, however, was one that he wasn't about to ask out loud. Was Snape back for good this time, or only until Harry screwed up again? Because Harry screwing up was basically inevitable. He was a teenager, and not only was his impulse control not always at full operational capacity, sometimes he did or said things that he didn't even know would get him into trouble until after they were done or said. He decided to blame the Dursleys for that, at least in part. How was he supposed to know every possible way in which he could mess this up when nobody had bothered to sit him down as a child and teach him how to be a normal human being? And then there was his stubborn self-reliance, another gift from the Dursleys, that got him into trouble almost as often as it helped him. This time, he and his stubborn self-reliance decided that Snape would be far more likely to stick around if Harry kept the complaints about his nightmares to a minimum. Sure, Snape had said he'd help, had even asked him during each of the past 2 days if he needed help, but what did that really mean? A potion was out of the question, and the professor couldn't wish the dreams away. The way Harry saw it, whining about things like being scared of the dark, would only serve to make the man tire of him more quickly than he otherwise would. He already was pretty sure he was about to be lulled into a false sense of security, and that Snape would decide after a month or two that Harry was too tiresome to have around any longer. So he at the very least was going to do all he could to drag out this thing with Snape for as long as possible. Step 1, don't be an annoying, whiny little kid. That was as far as he'd got in his plan to keep Snape around. It seemed like a good start. He felt something small and cool press against his arm, and he raised his head. Hermione was holding out a small potion vial. Headache draft, she explained at the question in his face. Never leave home without it, she added with a smile that didn't quite hide her concern. Thanks, Hermione, he murmured as he took another peek at the head table. Still no Snape. He wasn't sure how serious the professor had been about monitoring every potion Harry consumed, so he wasn't about to blatantly take one in his presence. He downed the potion and felt its effects immediately. He still felt tired, but the light wasn't so bright now, and the pounding in his head dulled to a faint ache. Wish I could leave the castle, Ron moaned. If this rain doesn't let up by tomorrow, I'm going to fly my broom through the hallways, just see if I don't. You can't, said Harry as he reached for a dinner roll. Now that his head wasn't pounding, he realized he was starving. If you get in trouble, we don't have a decent backup keeper this year. His friend frowned. Too right, Harry. I suppose I can wait another day, see if it clears up. Hermione shook her head good-naturedly, and they soon were eating their fill and talking of rain and Quidditch and their upcoming Transfiguration assignment. Before he knew it, it was almost 7 o'clock, and Ron was giving him a pinched look as he headed for his occlumency lesson. The occlumency lesson went well. Snape didn't introduce anything new, simply reviewed what Harry had learned over the summer and told him to sit down and practice while the professor set to work brewing a potion on a desk nearby. That was all right with Harry. Practicing occlumency with his professor nearby was more calming than when he practiced in his dorm, where he was often only a few minutes away from being interrupted by one of his friends. It was a little difficult to concentrate at first, as it was evening and bedtime was drawing nearer. He really hated bedtime these days, but it was an improvement over his most recent attempts. Before he knew it, Snape's voice was breaking through his concentration. That will do for tonight. Did you manage to construct a shield and hold it? Harry breathed deeply like Snape had taught him, slowly disengaging his mind from the exercise. After almost a full minute, he opened his eyes and grinned. Yep, I think it's getting stronger. Snape nodded once. Good. Next time we will work on fortifying your mind against external distraction. When will we move on to legilimency? He asked. Snape's face tightened, but Harry couldn't regret asking. The dark mark wasn't going anywhere. The sooner Harry learned, the better. Legilimency requires more focus, Snape answered sharply, as well as the ability to direct the threads of your mind in multiple directions. We will work on those skills through occlumency first. Once you have managed to display an appropriate level of control, we will progress to the study of legilimency. Harry pursed his lips. That sounded like an excuse to keep him studying occlumency for forever, not ever moving on to legilimency, but he wouldn't argue. Not yet. First, he'd work hard and try to show Snape that he could do it. You have a full hour until curfew, Snape dismissed him. Best head back to your dorm and get to work on your remaining schoolwork. Harry scrunched up his face. You know there are these things called fun and friends, too, right? Life doesn't revolve around school. Snape shot him a mild glare. You Ariatul. Whatever fun and friends you may engage in on the side, your life docent should revolve around your studies. Harry silently disagreed, but he merely harumphed and swung his legs, making no move to get up. Do you need help? You are quite attached to the concept of helping, aren't you? Snape added a pinch of something powdery to his cauldron. Harry shrugged. I can chop ingredients. My ingredients are already prepared. Were you, or were you not obsessing only seconds ago about having fun with your friends? Staying here is fun too. He made his way over and peered into the cauldron. Is it supposed to be so bubbly? Snape gave him a look that fully communicated that he was a potions master for Merlin's sake, so of course it was supposed to be bubbly, which made Harry grin. Why did you decide to become a potions master anyway? He asked curiously. Was it because it came so easily to you, or did you look at a book of wizard careers and think, oh hey, potions master sounds fun? Snape snorted as he added several drops of a bright pink liquid and then stirred the potion precisely 3 times clockwise. I have always enjoyed potions. It was a natural and logical path for me to take. Did you ever regret it? Maybe wish you'd picked something else to do? I have many regrets, said Snape without looking up. Mastering potions is not one of them. So what do you? If you are so desperate to help, Snape speared him with a long-suffering look, you may assist me in retrieving the ingredients for my next potion. Harry grinned. What do you need? With a wave of his wand, a list appeared on the board in front of the classroom. 1 jar of each will suffice. You may retrieve them from my private stores. The door to my office is unlocked. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. Snape was trusting him to raid his office for potions ingredients. Alone. He supposed so, as Snape's attention was already back on his potion. He tried not to feel proud of the fact that Snape probably could count on one hand the number of students that he trusted to do that, and Harry had made the list. He took note of the ingredients: aconite, mint, sage, borage, firefly, salt water, and jumped up and over to the office, muttering the list over and over to himself. Aconite, mint, sage, borage, firefly, salt water. Aconite, mint, sage, borage, firefly, salt water. Thankfully, Snape's potions shelves were meticulously kept up and labeled. It only took him a few minutes to find all of the items, and then to decide that carrying them out in 2 trips was definitely preferable to dropping any from his 2 full hands. He was almost out of the office when he saw a familiar-looking name on the label of a medium-sized jar. Adder's Fork. He stopped in his tracks, the missing ingredient to brewing more dreamless sleep potion. His key to dreamless nights, headache-free days, a chance to feel rested and not jumpy. It was practically beckoning him closer, glaring out at him from its position on a nearby shelf. No, he couldn't do that, couldn't betray Snape like that. And besides, he could easily become addicted again, way worse than before, and Snape had lectured him about letting that happen. But just think no more nightmares. No, he slammed the door on his thoughts and resolutely carried the potion's ingredients to Snape's table. On the second trip into the office, he didn't even glance in the direction of the jar, though he could feel its presence as if it were a living, breathing creature waiting to pounce. No sooner had he placed the second set of bottles on the desk than Snape handed one back to him. I don't need firefly wings. Then why'd you put it on the list? Snape waved at the front of the classroom and said, I didn't. Harry frowned. Aconite, mint, sage, borage, firefly, he stressed. Salt water, see, it's there. And there wasn't any other firefly jar on the shelf, just the wings. Look closer, the professor said impatiently, and Harry scratched his head, not sure what he was missing. He examined the jar. The board, not the jar, said Snape, frowning. He looked up, squinted, and walked closer. Oh, he said, when he reached the professor's desk and read a clearly printed Flitterby. And really, whose ridiculous idea was it to name 2 potions' ingredients so similarly? Sorry, I'll get it. 1 sec. He studiously ignored the adder's fork that time too. Snape barely glanced at the small jar that he placed on the desk. Instead, he looked at Harry appraisingly. His impatience was gone, replaced by his puzzle-solving face. He pointed to his left and up 2 rows. Sit. Harry frowned in confusion. What? In your old seat. Now. He didn't appear upset, but his tone brooked no argument, so Harry obeyed, thoroughly confused. Snape followed, conjured a quill and a piece of parchment, and set them on the desk in front of Harry. He then waved his wand so that a potion recipe appeared on the board. "Stay seated and copy down those instructions. Inform me when you are done." He wordlessly began to write, though he shot a few questioning glances over at Snape as he did so. The man was paying him no mind, adding another ingredient to his bubbly potion. "Done," Harry said, after a few minutes. Snape approached his desk and snatched up the parchment. He studied it, and Harry shifted nervously. He felt as if he'd sat an exam without being told what he was supposed to study. When Snape finally lowered the parchment, he gave Harry a long, searching look with a side of accusation. "Why did you never inform me that you could not properly see the board?" He shifted nervously. I copied it out, didn't I? Seriously. Anybody could have gotten Firefly out of Flitterby." Snape set the parchment in front of Harry and pointed at each line in turn. "1/4 is not 3/4. If you added that little castor oil to this potion, it would not be nearly so potent. Chicken lips and chicken legs are not remotely the same ingredient. You may as well toss the potion in the lake for all the good the substitution will do you. Hopefully before you add 5, not 3, drops of exploding fluid, and Doxin is not even a valid ingredient. You may feel free to search my stores for such a thing, but it will be a long and fruitless search." Harry squinted at the board. "Oh, well, I got most of it right, didn't I?" "No doubt, because you have learned to compensate for your poor eyesight by a combination of sight reading and guesswork." He waved his wand, and a new set of instructions appeared on the board. "Copy." Harry fidgeted, but grasped his quill as instructed. Only the instructions made no sense. He looked at Snape in confusion. "It is a string of unrelated numbers and letters. Copy, now." He hated this. He could see well enough in general, but no matter how he squinted, he couldn't decide if that was a D or an O, or maybe a B or a C, and whose idea was it to make V and Y almost the same, or was it a T? Ah! He couldn't help but feel thoroughly frustrated that he was failing Snape's test. He scratched out one of the strings of letters and started over, and he was so annoyed by the third time he did this that the quill tore a hole in the parchment, and he threw it down on the desk. "Can I go now, since my lesson's over?" "You wish to stay," said Snape as he picked up the parchment. "So now you will stay." He looked over the nonsense words for long enough that Harry crossed his arms and sank into his seat in mortification. Having someone like Snape see his failure like that made him feel totally, unbelievably stupid. The man was quiet for far longer than it should have taken him to look over the small amount of writing. He finally set the parchment down, took a seat next to Harry, and without looking at him, asked, "Exactly how old are your glasses?" Harry shrugged. "That is not an answer." Harry let out a breath. Deciding to be honest, he admitted, "I don't remember exactly. The Dursleys had to take me to the doctor after my primary school did a physical exam. I think I was 8 or 9, maybe. And they took me once more sometime after I started Hogwarts. But after they realized nobody here was going to make them," he trailed off and shrugged again. Snape gave him a sharp look. "And other medical appointments, doctor, dentist. I didn't get sick much, and I wasn't allowed sweets anyway, so—" He swallowed at the anger in Snape's eyes, even though he was intelligent enough to know it wasn't directed at him. "I managed okay, though," he trailed off weakly. "How often does your eyesight interfere with your lessons?" "Not a lot," he insisted. "Really. I sit near the front in Transfiguration and Charms, and Hermione's great about sharing her history of magic notes. And not everybody uses the board as often as you do. So it's not a big deal," he said, wishing for the conversation to be over. "Or for the floor to swallow him up. That might work too." Snape was silent for a moment, then said, "You should have asked to sit in the front row." "Yeah, and you wouldn't have made fun of me for that at all," Harry retorted sarcastically. He supposed Snape must not be able to refute that, as he was silent for a long moment before he deflected. "Well, you should have told Hermione." Harry bristled at that, but before he could defend himself, Snape huffed and said sharply, "No, who am I kidding? Of course you wouldn't." "I was you, and certainly didn't." Harry snapped his mouth shut at that. It wasn't often that Snape mentioned his past, and he silently willed him to go on. When he didn't, Harry prodded, You didn't have glasses, did you?" "No," Snape sighed. "No, I was not being quite so literal." Oh, he wondered if Snape had had any sort of handicap to deal with as a child. He supposed his lack of social skills probably qualified, if nothing else. After a minute of silence, Harry tentatively said, You can tell me about it if you want to." At Snape's startled look, he clarified, "I mean, if you ever need somebody to talk to. I don't know all of what your childhood or your parents were like, but I bet I can understand it better than lots of people could." Snape's eyes looked haunted in the instant before he turned away. He asked woodenly, "Did your uncle drink?" Harry shook his head before he remembered Snape wasn't looking at him. "No, not really. I mean, he did a few times, but it only made him worse. I stayed out of his way." "You hid?" Harry hesitated, then admitted, "Yeah, I hid." They sat in silence for a few minutes, and Harry didn't need to be a genius to know that Snape had just confided in him that his father had been a drunk. And judging by what Harry had seen in his head during their occlumency lessons, he had been a mean drunk. But Snape didn't appear ready to say anything more about it, and Harry figured he could respect that. Snape cleared his throat and looked at Harry closely, as if he were really seeing him, and said, "You should not have been made to compensate for your poor eyesight merely because your family is cruelly neglectful and your professors are inexcusably oblivious." Harry squinted, not to see better, but to hide how the words affected him. He was still embarrassed, but at the same time it felt strange, a nice, welling up in his throat kind of strange, to be noticed, and to be told that maybe it was okay to want some things to be better. Snape stood and straightened his robes. "If you wish to stay, you may prepare the ingredients for my next potion, or you may return to your dormitory. Either choice is acceptable." He walked back to the table where his cauldron was set up and carefully stirred the lightly bubbling potion once clockwise and twice counterclockwise. Harry slowly stood and walked over to join Snape. "I'll stay," he said, watching the professor to see if that was truly okay. With a wave of Snape's wand, a parchment appeared on the desk in front of him with the instructions for the potion clearly listed. "Thanks," Harry murmured, and reached for the jar of mint. They fell into an easy silence, and when Harry broke it to tentatively ask a few of the questions he'd been storing up, like whether Snape owned any house elves, no. What he really, truly liked to read in his spare time, Dickens made the list. When was his birthday, January? And so on, Snape didn't seem to mind. He answered, and even asked a few questions of his own. It was nice, simply talking, and not about their awful families or Voldemort or what difficult task lay ahead for either one of them. If not for curfew, he'd have been content to stay in the potions classroom and crush sage all night long. It made the nightmares even more stark that night, juxtaposed against the peace of the lab. But it gave him respite too, because in between the nightmares were brief moments when the sun shined through the darkness, and he dreamed of nice things like Dickens and fireflies and soft, bubbly potions and wash-appy. Dreams were a lot like life, he figured. Happiness didn't last, so often brushed away by tragedy and pain, but that made it all the more precious to hold on to for as long as he could. Chapter 54, 3 Strikes. He couldn't move. The chains were too tight. He twisted, trying to tell somebody, but his words died in his throat. Bellatrix Lestrange's face hovered above him, too close, and he flinched. "Whittle baby, Potter," she laughed. He struggled, but the chains, no, they weren't chains. They were arms, Knott's arms. He gasped, trying to catch his breath as they constricted around him. He twisted, trying to get away from the larger man, but it was no use. "Crucio," he heard and cowered, waiting for the wave of pain to hit, but it didn't. Why would it hurt? Voldemort smiled, a dark, hungry smile from where he stood next to Bellatrix. We have not yet begun. You will know when we've begun, he laughed, and a chorus of Death Eaters joined in. Begun what? He asked, but Voldemort and his Death Eaters were gone. It was dark. He was alone, waiting. He tried to remember what he was waiting for, but he couldn't remember, couldn't think. No surprise there, came Vernon's voice, and Harry flinched into the darkness, listening for the direction of the voice. Stupid as his father, that one, not worth a lick. Should have tossed him out when we had the chance. Harry scowled, determined not to cower before his uncle, even if he couldn't be seen through the darkness. He no longer liked the dark. Not that he'd ever liked darkness exactly, but he'd never been afraid of it either. Long days in his cupboard, he'd found the darkness a respite from what awaited him outside the locked door. The spiders didn't bother him. But now, after the cell, after Voldemort, after his potion, he cursed Voldemort for making him afraid of the dark. Don't be a coward, came Snape's voice, and Harry raised his chin hopefully at the familiar voice before the words registered, and his stomach dropped. I'm not a coward, he argued pitifully. Wash a coward. Snape snorted. Afraid of the dark, afraid of nightmares. Are you afraid of the boogeyman, Potter? I'm not, he protested weakly, but Snape went on. You were afraid of me for years, and you still are, aren't you? He scoffed. Afraid of losing me, as if I were yours to lose. Tell the truth, boy, came Vernon's voice again, and he flinched. Afraid of your own family, mocked Snape. Is there anything you aren't afraid of? Harry struggled against the chains, no arms, no ropes. They started to shake. Not knowing what held him increased his frustration, his fear. I'm a Gryffindor, he said feebly through choking gasps. I'm brave. Snape snorted in derision. Yeah, Harry, you're brave, said Ron, and Harry drew in a deep breath. He was afraid, but he was brave too. He could be both. Heckud. The chains shook him again as Ron added, Harry, wake up. Choose, barked Snape. Afraid or brave, afraid or brave. Both, he gasped. I'm both. Both what? Came Ron's voice again. Wake up, it's a dream. Afraid of dreams, scoffed Snape. I'm not, Harry yelled, even though he was. The chains shook him sharply, and he opened his eyes with a startled gasp. He jerked and stared confusedly at Ron's face, lit up by the glow of a wand, before he started struggling anew. Hold it, wait, stop, rasped Ron, and he stilled. Ron slowly, tentatively reached behind him, and looking down, Harry saw that he was in bed and his blanket was twisted around his torso. Ron began undoing it. You're tangled, said his friend gently, as if he were cornering a wild animal. I'll just so and you can move. He sat back and settled on the foot of the bed, while Harry gingering scooted so that he could sit up against the headboard. He took a deep breath, and oh did that feel nice. For several long moments, he simply breathed in and out, the remnants of his dream leaving his mind, but his mess of emotions slower to fade. Harry, Ron bit his lip and gave him a probing gaze. Or are you all right? No, I mean it. He cut off Harry's automatic response. You always say you are, but Hermione and I aren't idiots, you know. You've been jumpy ever since school started, and you're tired and rubbing your head all the time, and this isn't the first time I woke you from a nightmare, and I thought Hermione was crazy when she said you weren't eating much. But then I watched you yesterday, and she was right, and, he trailed off, then said stubbornly, just don't lie. If you're gonna lie, don't bother answering. Harry nervously looked around at his bed hangings, and Ron gestured to his wand. They can't hear. I put up silencing charms, he explained, and Harry sighed. He'd forgotten to put up his own silencing charms again. He rubbed his eyes and looked anywhere but at Ron, and after a few seconds his friend sighed and muttered, Fine, okay. Whatever, and shifted to the side of the bed. I don't know, said Harry quickly to stop Ron from leaving, and the redhead paused, watching him. I mean, I'm okay, I really am, because I'm here with you guys, and I'm alive, which is huge, and Snape's teaching me again, which is also huge, and Happito be back. But he swallowed hard, and next thing he knew, everything poured out in a rush. I'm also not okay because I keep seeing them every time I close my eyes. I can't get their voices out of my head, that awful laugh that Bellatrix Lestrange. Every time she, and Nat's angry eyes, and the way Voldemort looked when he all smug and evil. And so much happened, Ron, so much. Not just Voldemort. And now I'm here and I'm supposed to pretend it didn't happen. And I think I'm pretty good at it, until I go to sleep, and then I'm not. He bit his lip to stop it from trembling, but there were too many words in his head, so he kept going. I'm scared that he's going to capture me again, but at the same time I'm not scared at all, only angry, and I want to shake my fist at him for even trying, because I'd fight Ron. I'd fight tooth and nail. I'd never cower or roll over. But what if fighting makes it worse? Or what if the fighting never ends? Or what if people get hurt in the crossfire? And now Snape's in the crossfire, and what if he dies because I put him there? He doesn't seem to blame me, but he should. You all should, because you were attacked because of me, Ron because you're friends with me. Ginny was hit by something. What if she died or been seriously hurt? You almost died, and I couldn't if I couldn't. He couldn't go on, not unless he wanted to start crying. He didn't realize he'd closed his eyes until a hand on his shoulder made him flinch. He was glad that Ron wasn't deterred by the flinch, just moved closer to put an arm around him, and the contact was soothing. He should feel embarrassed, but this was Ron. They'd already seen each other at their worst, most embarrassing moments. He rested his head on Ron's shoulder, soaking in the comfort that his friend offered, all the more precious because such displays were rare between them. They sat in silence for a few minutes while Harry steadied his breathing. Then Ron said, "I'm alive, 'cause you figured out how to save me." Harry lifted his head a bit, and And Snape, Harry could practically feel Ron rolling his eyes. Point is, it wasn't your fault some psycho murderers went after me, but then it was you who figured out how to get me out. So quit being stupid. Are you? Harry huffed a laugh as he pulled away from Ron. You're trying to make me feel better by calling me stupid. Well, it's true, said Ron. You're being stupid. I bet if you stop, you'll feel better. He laughed and shook his head. Thanks. You're welcome. Ron smiled back and then asked seriously, have you told Madame Pomfrey about the nightmares? Maybe she'd give you more potion or something. She won't give me any more, he complained, being all stingy. But you went through worse, so maybe. No, Harry shook his head, not meeting Ron's eyes. He was glad his friends didn't know all about the dreamless sleep debacle, and he'd rather keep it that way. She'd just make me see a mind healer or something. Ron pulled a face. Exactly, Harry agreed. Maybe, you should ask. Ron swallowed and couldn't hide the sour look on his face when he mumbled, You know, Snape. Harry stared, and his lips quirked up in a smile. How much did it hurt to say that? Ron slumped and let out a whoosh of air. So much. He let out a laugh. Do you mean it? You really think I ought to go to Snape with this? Ron shrugged with one shoulder. No, yes, I dunno. He's a git, but I guess I don't think he'll kill you under Dumbledore's watch. So long as he's playing at being all nice and helpful, why not make him work for it and actually fix something? He waved at Harry's head, and Harry pulled a face. Way to treat me like a head case, he griped, but he didn't mean it. It helped, knowing his friends cared, even if he didn't appreciate knowing they were talking about him behind his back. He didn't add that he didn't want Snapedo treat him like a head case either. It had been a week since they'd started occlumency lessons again, 2 per week, they'd decided, and the first 2 lessons had gone really, really well. Snape had asked about his nightmares both times and had seemed almost proud of Harry for managing fine without the dreamless sleep potion. He liked the feeling of Snape being proud of him. He didn't want to mess it up with the truth. He sighed. I've only been back a few weeks. It'll get better soon, I swear. And if not, then I'll think about it. Yeah. Ron nodded slowly, like he doubted Harry really would ask for help, but wasn't going to hop on it. Not yet, anyway, or maybe he would delegate that to Hermione. She was better at pestering him to do things. Ron preferred to sit back and suggest flying as the best therapy for any variety of ills. "It's almost morning," he said instead. "Want to get ready and head to the common room? We can beat the rest to breakfast." Harry nodded back and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, fully preparing to face the day. It's not like he could go back to sleep anyway. It was a typical Tuesday. His first and last classes of the day, charms and herbology, were fairly dull. He only wished Dada had been dull as well. "Nicely done, Mr. Potter." Brooks beamed after he demonstrated his patronus charm for the class again. He smiled, or he tried to anyway, on his way back to his desk. One or two Slytherins were scowling at him, and several students of both houses wore smirks, and he knew he'd better nip Brooks's blooming favoritism in the bud if he wanted any peace in defense this year. Did everyone see how he held his wand? Excellent form, and a fully corporeal patronus. Many grown wizards can't even manage that, but if you practice, you may someday come close. On second thought, it might already be too late. He sank in his chair, cheeks red as a few snickers reached his ears. Unfortunately, Brooks had caught on to the fact that, despite the few snickers and scowls that Harry got for his trouble, he still commanded more respect than the professor did. Nobody passed notes or disrupted the class, while Harry was up front, even Malfoy, surprisingly, and so Brooks began pulling him up more and more often. Harry hated it. The end of class couldn't come soon enough, and he bolted out the door as quickly as he could, pretending not to hear Brooks call out his name. So all in all, a typical Tuesday, but also an exhausting Tuesday. Harry and his friends joked around in between classes, and he was pretty sure even Ron thought his heart was in it. Hermione still watched him too closely, but she didn't pester him, so he considered that a win. He made as much effort to eat plenty at mealtimes as he did to ignore his near-constant headache, and by the end of the day, she was genuinely smiling in his direction. It was all so tiring that even though occlumency required a lot of effort, he was glad that evening when the time for his lesson rolled around. So much so that he arrived a full 10 minutes early. "Wand out and on the desk," directed Snape without preamble. Harry closed the door and smiled. "Hello to you too." Snape waved his hand in the air as if to say Thathalo as implied. "Today, we will work on guarding your mind from external distraction." Again, Harry made his way to the front of the classroom and deposited his wand on the professor's desk. He knew it was so that he could get used to being defenseless, but he thought it was kind of silly to give up his wand. It's not like he was going to use it against Snape, if he wasn't supposed to. Yes, again, one can only progress so far in the mental arts by clearing one's mind. Other skills must also be cultivated. Focus, inner calm, endurance, and so on. You have many skills and attributes that will serve you well, but you still lack a sufficient level of focus. "Inner calm sounds more fun to work on," he observed with a raised eyebrow. "Light some candles, play some music, zone out a bit. Can I do that instead?" Snape harumphed. "Not quite the type of inner calm that shall serve you well when faced with mental invasion. But by all means, light as many candles as you wish, so long as you do it on your own time." "Maybe you should burn some candles too," Harry suggested in an overly innocent tone. "Might help you relax." He smiled when Snape fixed him with a long-suffering stare and said, "Sit." Harry sat, and for the next hour and a half, he closed his eyes and cleared and fortified his mind while Snape's wand threw at him a variety of distractions, voices chattering, then yelling at him. A strong wind that almost blew him off his chair, the clawing and snarling of a wild animal. He did fairly well up until the last one, when he couldn't help opening his eyes wide. His heart pounded at the thought of being torn apart by a lion or tiger, even though he knew that it wasn't real, and it completely broke his concentration. Snape made him try that one over and over, wanting him to get to a point where he could effectively ignore it. Don't see why I should, he complained. It's not like I'd ignore something attacking me. If I did that for real, I'd be dead. Yes, agreed Snape, but you must be able to see to the danger while simultaneously maintaining your shields. Maintaining it here amidst distraction is the first step. Once you have mastered that, we will graduate to multitasking, and you can practice defending yourself against attack lines to your heart's content. He tried his best to do as Snape said, because he'd much rather get on to learning how to defeat the danger than practicing how to ignore it. He thought he'd done pretty well, too, if not perfectly, for when they wrapped up, Snape had that satisfied look on his face that Harry had already started looking forward to seeing at the end of each lesson. Remember to practice clearing your mind every night before sleep, Snape instructed. At least once per day. Also work on doing so in the midst of distraction. In your common room, perhaps, or while listening to some of that obnoxious music your friends listen to. Harry nodded. Or in class, he said in mock seriousness. You will not use occlumency as an excuse to not pay attention in class, clipped Snape, and Harry grinned at how easy the man was to rile up. He stood and stretched, then eyed the cauldron and a few potions vials on Snape's desk. Do you need help? Snape made his way back to desk. No, I finished earlier. Oh, he stood awkwardly. He didn't want to go, but he didn't want to admit he didn't want to go. Snape was too perceptive. Sooner or later, he'd figure out that Harry was avoiding the Gryffindor common room because he was tired of pretending everything was fine in front of his friends, and avoiding his bedroom because he was tired of being afraid what would happen when he closed his eyes. Working with Snape was nice, because the professor let him set the pace. He didn't seem to mind lately if Harry was in a talkative mood, and he also didn't seem to mind if Harry simply wanted to be silent with his own thoughts for an hour or so. This would have been a silent night, he knew. His headache was worse, and he'd have a harder time hiding it if they kept on talking. You do realize that you are under no obligation to assist me, said Snape, his head cocked to study Harry. This is not an exchange of services. I require nothing in return for teaching you occlumency. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. He shrugged. It's nice here, calm. I like it. Snape smirked. Gryffindor Tower is not the epitome of calm. I am truly shocked. Harry smiled as he made his way to the desk and pocketed his wand. No. It's calm after most people go to bed, but yeah, otherwise not so much. He made no move to leave, even though he knew he should, and Snape fixed him with a probing stare. You sure you don't need any help? He held in a cringe, hoping he didn't sound as pathetic as he thought he did. If he did sound pathetic, Snape's face didn't betray it. The professor merely waved a hand at the potions vials on his desk. If you are so desperate to be useful, you may return these to their proper places. I trust you know where each one goes. Harry nodded eagerly and gathered up a few vials. It was only on his second trip into Snape's private stores that his eyes were unavoidably drawn to the unassuming jar on the middle shelf that seemed to have developed a life of its own. He was getting used to the way his heart beat faster when he saw it, and to the images in his mind of simply pocketing it. It would be so easy, and brewing up the end to his nightmare-infested nights and tired, headache-filled days. Just one jar of Adder's Fork, and he could brew up enough dreamless sleep potion to last him at least 2 months. He knew he had double-checked the recipe. He bit his lip and shook his head. No, stealing from Snape, he couldn't recover from that. Well, unless the man never found out. He liked this, the way things were going, with Snape being proud of him for being strong and seemingly nightmare-free. He didn't want Snape to find out that Harry was a head case who couldn't get over the summer, who had developed a fear of the dark and jumped at loud noises. Snape had been through far worse, and he certainly didn't stand around flinching or complaining about nightmares. He'd only tell Pomfrey, and they'd send him to a mind healer, and everybody would know that Harry Potter was broken. He didn't realize he had reached out to touch the bottle until he heard Snape calling for him from the other room, asking if he'd gotten lost. He jumped and fumbled for the jar as it toppled off the shelf, letting out a breath as he kept it from breaking. And now it was in his hands. He breathed out in a whoosh, and in the next second, almost without thinking about it, the jar was secure in his pocket, hidden by the fabric of his robe, and he was walking quickly back into the classroom. "Find everything all right?" Snape asked with a quirk of his eyebrow, and Harry thought he had never felt so sick to his stomach in his life. He had had a burst of temporary insanity, that's what that was, and he had to put the jar back before Snape found out and decided he never wanted to speak to him again. He'd already violated the man's trust twice. He was certain they wouldn't survive a third time. What was that Muggle saying Dudley liked repeating? 3 strikes, you're out. He swallowed back a rise of panic. "Ah," he squeaked and cleared his throat. "I think I put something in the wrong place. I'll just go move it." Snape waved a hand. "Don't be ridiculous. It will wait." "I actually—" The man trailed off and fumbled with a small brown paper-covered package on the desk, as if he were nervous about something, and Harry might have wondered more about it if his life weren't currently flashing before his eyes. "This is for you. To keep," said Snape haltingly, as he awkwardly shoved the package at Harry. He took it automatically and tried to hide how his hands were shaking. Moving them to open the package seemed the best way. "No!" Snape's hand jerked up as if to stop him, then fell back to his side. He cleared his throat and busied himself with some papers on his desk. "Open it later, in your room." Harry nodded automatically, too relieved to worry about offending the man as he made a quick exit. He wasn't even sure he had remembered to say thank you before he bolted from the classroom. He barely acknowledged his friends' greetings, and he hurried through the common room, only saying enough to not worry them too much, and threw open the lid of his trunk as soon as he made it to his room. His empty room, thank Merlin. Without looking at it, he buried the offending jar in the farthest corner of his trunk under a layer of odds and ends, and then closed the trunk and sat on it. He wouldn't use it. He wouldn't. He would bring it to his next lesson hidden, of course, and he would bring it into Snape's stores with him and replace it without Snape being the wiser. Surely the man didn't use Adder's fork on a regular basis. He wouldn't notice it was gone. Because if he did, it was a very short mental leap to make to Harry, the only student with regular access to his stores, and the only one with a pressing need for a potion whose main ingredient was the ingredient that happened to be missing. He let out a shaky breath. Only 2 days until Thursday. He could do this. He could act natural and Snape wouldn't notice, and then his mistake would be fixed and Snape would never know. He didn't realize he was still holding the package from Snape until the paper crinkled in his hands. Sighing, he moved to settle on his bed and slowly unwrapped it with fingers that were still shaking. He couldn't imagine what his teacher would give him that he wouldn't want opened in front of him. The paper fell away, revealing a small rectangular box with a hinge on one side. He carefully opened it and stared at its contents. Glasses. Snape had given him glasses. Hands trembling for a different reason now, he ran his fingers reverently over the dark frame. It was almost identical to his current pair, only new and maybe a little wider. Probably meant for a teen or an adult, not the child's glasses he still wore and hoped nobody could tell. He removed his glasses and carefully placed the new pair on his nose. They went in and out of focus for a couple seconds, and then the world swam into crystal clarity. His mouth fell open. Self-adjusting glasses. He stared in awe at the numerous wrinkles in his bed hangings and the small chips in the wood of the bed frame that he could see in minute detail. They swam out of focus for a different reason now, as his eyes welled up with tears. He carefully replaced the glasses in the box, set it on his bedside table, threw himself onto his stomach on the bed, and cried himself to sleep. Snores echoed through the room, but that wasn't what woke him. His guilty conscience woke him for the 3rd time tonight. Or at least, that's what he assumed was the horrible nausea churning in his stomach, alongside the painful ache in his chest. His conscience was not very subtle. He turned over, staring at the fuzzy outline of his bed hangings in the dark. his mind reviewing what a horrible, awful, terrible, no good human being he was. He had messed everything up. Even replacing the jar wouldn't fix this, because he'd always known that he'd betrayed Snape, even if Snape himself never found out. And then Snape had to go and give him something his own relatives hadn't cared to give him, and his friends hadn't noticed he needed, and it was one of the best presents he'd ever got. And he was a horrible, awful, terrible, no good human being. He sniffed. He couldn't accept the glasses. Every time he wore them, he'd think about how Snape wouldn't have given them to him if he'd known what sort of person Harry turned out to be. If he knew, he'd kick Harry to the curb. He'd never talk to him again, just like before, except far worse because Harry would know he was back to hating him again. Because 3 strikes, you're out. He shuddered and curled up on his side. He closed his eyes but knew that this time sleep wouldn't come. It served him right, he decided. This had all started because he wanted to get rid of nightmares. Well, if he was cursed to sleepless nights for the rest of his life in penance, it was only fair. 3 strikes, you're out. He curled up tighter, but the words kept repeating over and over through his head. 3 strikes, you're out. 3 strikes, you're out. 3 strikes, you're out. He felt a tingling in his fingers, and he opened his eyes to see a spark drifting upward, then another no. He bolted upright and out of his bed, putting on his glasses hisbare, old as they were on the way to his trunk. He couldn't do this, he couldn't. He couldn't live like this until Thursday, stomach churning over whether Snape would find out, heart pounding in horrible anticipation for the man to declare he was done with Harry forever. Not to mention, worried that at any minute he was going to lose control of his magic like he was losing control of his mind. If it was over, then he had to know it was over. What was a little curfew breaking and Professor hassling to the looming demise of any trust he'd built up with his professor over the longest summer of his life. He quickly and silently emptied his book bag and filled it with the glasses case and potions jar, then grabbed his invisibility cloak. He put on shoes, but didn't bother to change out of the pajamas he had only changed into about an hour earlier. The tower was silent, and the fat lady merely yawned as he made his way out and down the maze of corridors until after an eternity, and far, far too soon, he made it to the dungeons and turned the corner to the potions hallway. He stood in front of Snape's office for another eternity while he considered his next move. He realized that he didn't know where Snape's private quarters were, and even if he did, what was the plan? To knock down the door and demand the man wake from his sleep, to hear a confession that was going to make him hate Harry again. He removed the invisibility cloak and stuffed it in the book bag, then sank down against the door, legs drawn up, bag cradled to his chest. He could wait out here until morning, he supposed. Snape was an early riser. Surely he would be the first to venture down the hallway. But what if he wasn't? He shivered. It was cold at night in the dungeons. He should have brought a coat. He hugged his knees to his chest and buried his face in the bag. But that was too uncomfortable to last, and he finally raised his head and stared at his right hand. Well, he was screwed anyway. May as well give Snape as many reasons to be angry with him as possible, he thought numbly as he pressed his thumb to the small gold ring and felt it heat up on his finger. It only took a few seconds. He heard the bang of a door slamming open, and he whipped his head to the side, watching as his professor barreled out an open door at the end of the corridor. So that was where Snape's quarters were, he thought in a strange, detached sort of way. He didn't feel quite so detached the instant after Snape saw him. Before he could brace himself, the man was upon him, and he was squinting into the bright end of a lit wand. Hands were on his face, checking his scar and his scalp for injuries, and Snape was saying something, but Harry couldn't tell what over the pounding of his heart in his ears, only that his voice sounded worried. Harry tried to say he was okay, but it came out as a sob. He shoved the hands away and pushed to his feet. Snape wouldn't want to worry over him if he knew. A frantic Harry made it through his pounding ears, and that brought him to himself. Snape called him Harry sometimes, and he liked it when he did, and that was the very worst thing for him to call him right now, when he was about to find out what a horrible, awful, terrible, no good human being Harry was. There really was no reason to put it off any longer, he knew, and he opened the bag with shaking hands and shoved the jar of adder's fork into Snape's chest. The man's hands caught it, and Harry couldn't meet his eyes, but he knew when Snape realized what it was, for his body went completely still. "I'm sorry," he choked out. "I'm sorry." He wiped his nose on his sleeve, and it occurred to him that if by some miracle Snape weren't completely disgusted by Harry's stealing, he most definitely would be at the soggy, snotty mess he was making of himself. Or that he'd lost the first gift he'd given to him, the confession poured out of his lips. "And I lost the stone, my mum's S-stone, the one you gave me." He kept his eyes focused on the man's long grey nightshirt and his hands where they gripped the jar, so when after a full minute the man's hand reached out, he flinched back. The hand paused, then reached out again. Firm fingers curled around his arm, propelling him down the hallway. He was certain he was being taken to the headmaster's office until they reached the open door at the end of the hallway, and Harry halted in his tracks. There was no way he was allowed to step foot in a professor's private quarters. "Go in," Snape said quietly, and pushed with a hand on his back, and Harry found himself in a small sitting room furnished by a worn green sofa, a reading chair, and a large bookshelf. He was shoved onto the sofa, and the man disappeared through another door. He took advantage of Snape's absence to try to stop crying, drawing in several shallow, gasping breaths. He jumped as Snape abruptly returned through the door and placed a pillow on the end of the sofa, then handed Harry a blanket. He looked up at Snape dumbly. He couldn't tell a thing the professor was thinking, his spy mask firmly in place, and he croaked out, I don't. What? "Are you injured? Hurt?" asked the professor softly, and Harry shook his head mutely. "Then sleep. We'll talk tomorrow." He then moved back to the door, and Harry bolted to his feet. No, I need. He cut himself off, because he really wasn't in a position to demand what he needed, was he? "Please," he pleaded, "just tell me now." Snape watched him with an inscrutable expression. "Tell you what?" Harry furiously wiped at his face. "You know what? I'm so sorry. I know and you're probably, and I deserve it, I know. If you want to stop teaching me, and hate me and ignore me forever," he mentally added but couldn't say out loud. He was pretty sure his miserable face said it for him. Snape breathed in deeply and let it out, and Harry counted himself fortunate that the man was at least calming himself before laying into him. He forced himself to not flinch as Snape rounded the sofa, even when he didn't stop. Before Harry quite knew what had happened, his snot-filled nose was pressed up against Snape's shoulder, and strong arms were pinning him in place. They stood still, both of them barely breathing, and Harry was positive this must feel as awkward for Snape as it did for him. He finally managed to stutter, What is this?" "A hug," said Snape stiffly. "They provide comfort." It was probably a good thing that Harry was so distraught, because under any other circumstances he might have laughed. Snape sounded like he was explaining a foreign concept, which hugs probably were to him, or like he'd stumbled upon a parenting book and decided in a purely clinical way to put one of the concepts into practice. Snape stiffened and began to pull away, and Harry quickly wrapped his arms tightly around the man's back, forcing him to stay. This was one of the most uncomfortable hugs he'd ever received, and it was one of the best, and he wasn't ready to have it taken away. He closed his eyes and buried his head in the grey fabric covering his professor's shoulder, not caring that his glasses were digging into his skin. He was crying again, but it was the quiet, shuddering kind, and Snape relaxed into the hug instead of pulling away, and it was more comfortable now, so Harry held on. He still felt awful, but he felt a deep relief too, because surely Snape wouldn't bother to comfort him if he were getting ready to kick him to the curb. He had hoped now that maybe he hadn't ruined everything after all, and he clutched at the man even tighter. Only when he was no longer crying, and his shudders were few and far between, did he realize that Snape was going to wait for him to pull away, and he reluctantly let go and stepped back, wiping his face as he did so. He glanced at Snape, but the man didn't give him time to be embarrassed. He pushed him gently onto the sofa and covered him with the blanket. "Sleep," he repeated in a low voice. "We'll talk about it in the morning." He plucked off Harry's glasses and barely touched his fringe, then dimmed the light on his way out. Harry curled up, towing off his shoes as he hiccuped and breathed in the scent of potions and books that lingered in the air. His eyes fluttered closed, and he had the brief thought that all that crying was good for something, as he drifted off to sleep almost immediately. Chapter 55. Home Sweet Home. He was drowning. He had no idea how he came to be into the lake, only that he was drowning and there were faces on the shore, but no matter how many times he called out to them, they wouldn't move to help him. He saw Ron and waved, trying to get his attention, and his friend turned and... He froze. It wasn't Ron. It was Wormtail. The short man's grubby face sneered at him, and he recoiled, falling below the surface. He flailed, trying to stay upright, trying to keep his head above water. The water was red. Blood. He gasped, tried to get out without swallowing any, and he sputtered, feeling ill when he tried to figure out why the lake was filled with blood. A hand encircled his arm, and he grabbed at it, making a choking noise that he hoped conveyed that he needed help, needed to be taken to shore, before it tightened, and he realized it was trying to pull him under. He tried to get away, but it wouldn't let go, and he was drowning and panicking, and... "Be okay, Harry," said Snape, and he took a gasping breath and searched the faces on the shore, but he couldn't find his professor, and he was sinking again, and he scrabbled at the hand, breath coming in pants before Snape's voice murmured, "Somnium pace," and he had enough time to wonder if it was a curse, if he was going to die under the water. The next time he came to any sort of awareness, it was to a pleasant warmth and a low crackling of fire. He stretched and yawned, lingering in the fuzzy almost awareness of a peaceful night's sleep. He felt rested, and he hardly ever felt rested these days, and he burrowed deeper under his blanket, trying to hold on to the nice feeling for as long as possible. Despite his best efforts, his mind drifted further and further toward alertness until he had little choice but to blink his eyes open into the quiet room. Why was it so quiet? Had he overslept? He was still wondering why Ron had left for breakfast without him when he registered the barely familiar room in which he found himself. He bolted upright as the events of last night came to him all at once. A quick survey of the room confirmed that he was alone, and he dropped his face into his hands, groaning at the memories. Snape must be livid. Sure, he hadn't seemed angry last night, but now that he'd had time to process, time to think through what Harry had done, there was no way everything could go back to how they'd been before, was there? Snape had trusted him. In his private stores, something he trusted almost no one to access alone, and he had trusted Harry. And then Harry had disturbed his sleep, only to leak tears and snot all over his nightshirt. He took a bracing breath and looked around the room to distract from his depressing thoughts. The room was quite small and even cozy, and yet managed to be very Snape. The green sofa he sat upon was opposite a worn brown reading chair. A low table sat between them, and several books were piled atop a smaller table next to the chair. There was no decor on the walls, save for a clock that Harry was certain told perfect time. Surely Snape wouldn't allow a clock to be so much as 1 second fast in his quarters, which hung over a small stone fireplace. The fire, a pair of dim mismatched lamps, and the colorful spines of the books on a pair of overflowing bookshelves provided the only bit of brightness in the room. His attention was caught by a piece of paper on the table between the chair and sofa. He leaned forward and, seeing that it was addressed to him, grasped it nervously. "I am in class. Wait for my return. Confine yourself to the sitting room and the facilities, first door on the right. You will find a toothbrush and a change of clothes and may shower if you wish. Call a house elf to provide breakfast. I believe your Derby is in residence. You have been excused from herbology. Sincerely, Professor S. Snape. That wasn't so bad, he thought, even as he tried to calm himself at the thought of the conversation they'd be having once Snape returned. He traced his finger over the Harry. Snape had called him by his given name a few times, but he'd never before put it into writing. There was something about seeing it on the top of the letter that felt so deliberate. Not like a casual slip of the tongue, but like it meant something. Like Snape knew it meant something. Surely Snape wouldn't have addressed the note so casually if he were furious. He set down the note, slightly reassured, and carefully straightened the sofa and folded the blanket. He found the loo no problem, and though it was modest in size, he was fascinated by every detail, from the large porcelain bathtub to the fact that Snape's toothbrush was red. It was such an inconsequential detail, and yet knowing that Snape used a Gryffindor-colored toothbrush made him itch to give him a hard time about it. But he wouldn't. He wouldn't overstep again. He resisted the urge to glance into the cabinet or to even look around longer than he already had. Snape, for some unknown reason, was trusting him in his personal, private quarters after finding out only hours ago that Harry hadn't been at all trustworthy in his office. He showered as quickly as possible and changed into a shirt, a pair of tan trousers, and a red jumper that had been neatly folded alongside a towel next to the sink. He wasn't sure he wanted to know how Snape had managed to retrieve his clothes, down to a pair of socks and pants, so he decided to not think about it. He nervously shifted from one foot to the other when he returned to the sitting room. Snape was teaching sixth-year potions right now. Harry knew, because he and Ron had a free period on Wednesday mornings before herbology, and Hermione was always happy for the brightness and fresh air of the herbology classroom after having spent her previous class in the dungeons. Snape wouldn't be back for at least 20 minutes, and now that he was faced with talking to his teacher in the light of day, figuratively, of course, as there were no windows, he wasn't so thrilled to be excused from herbology. Having to go to class would be a rather convenient excuse to put off any discussion of what Harry's punishment might be. He sat on the sofa and tapped his fingers against his legs. He didn't think he could eat, but Snape had told him to summon a house elf. He might be angry if Harry didn't do as he was told, and Harry didn't want to do anything that might make him angry more angry. "Darby," he called, hopeful that the familiar face might at least distract him from the terrible waiting. The little house elf appeared with a pop, and he immediately jumped, squeaked, and cast adoring eyes on Harry. Harry Potter. Darby is happy to see Harry Potter again. Darby is hearing terrible things. His ears drooped, even under a small tower of hats, and he said mournfully, "Darby hears how Harry Potter was disappearing, sir, and taken by evil wizards. But," the house elf perked up, "he is back and not sick, and Darby is so happy, sir." Harry grinned. "Thanks, Darby." "Darby should bring food?" asked Darby hopefully. "Professor Snape is telling Darby to feed Harry Potter, sir." Harry scrunched up his nose, but he figured he'd better eat something, and within minutes of being sent for food, Darby had returned with a plate piled high with eggs, sausage, bacon, potatoes, beans, fruit, and toast. It made his stomach turn, to be honest, but he settled on the floor next to the table and shoveled some eggs into his mouth. He wondered if Snape had broken some rule by letting him stay, and he wondered if his friends were worried about him. He had too many questions, and he wasn't sure they really even mattered right now. "So you left Grimmauld Place?" he asked Darby, who was happily delivering a glass of pumpkin juice. Darby nodded his head so fast that one hat fell from the top, but the little elf deftly picked it up and held it in his hands. "Darby is wanting to live where Harry Potter lives. He is a hero who is freeing Darby and punishing bad wizards." Harry flushed, still caught off guard sometimes by the house elf's hero worship. Okay. So," he sipped his juice and took another quick look around. "Have you been to Professor Snape's quarters before?" Darby nodded. "The house elves is happy to clean for Professor Snape. He is never leaving socks on the floor." Harry snorted. He believed it. The professor was so exacting, he probably had a strict sorting system for his laundry. On the other hand, he considered, the bookshelves were overflowing, with books stacked on the floor in crooked piles. So maybe Snape wasn't meticulous in every area. Now that he was in his professor's private quarters, he found himself more curious than ever about the man. But as curiosity sounded like just the thing to get him into trouble, he studiously focused on chewing a bite of sausage. Fortunately, Darby was happy to chat with him about anything he could think of asking, until far too soon they were interrupted by the click of an opening door. Harry stiffened and took another sip of pumpkin juice to have an excuse to not look up. "You ate. Good," was all that Snape said as he entered the room. He could feel the man's gaze, so he reluctantly set down the glass and glanced up. The professor eyed him with an unreadable look, but Harry couldn't hold his gaze. His eyes dropped to his plate, and he nervously nibbled at a piece of toast. Snape didn't comment, only said dismissively, "Darby, you may go," and removed his teaching robes, hanging them on a hook Harry hadn't noticed on the wall by the door, then sat in the chair opposite Harry. Darby cast a furtive glance at Snape and quickly threw himself at Harry. Squeezing his arms around his body in a parting hug, Harry gave the elf a wobbly smile before he apparated away. The room was silent for several minutes, and as nervous as Harry was, he wasn't about to be the one to break it. He continued to nibble on his food and tried to hide the tremor in his fingers. He jumped when Snape finally cleared his throat and said, "I see you found the facilities." He nodded. "Good." Another minute went by, and Snape abruptly motioned at Harry's hand. "The ring, if I may." It took him a moment to register the request, but when Harry did, a chill swept through him. Snape wanted the ring back. Of course he did. He wouldn't want Harry to keep it now, would he? Not when he couldn't trust him. 3 strikes, you're out. He woodenly removed the ring from his finger and handed it over. He watched as the professor aimed his wand at it and muttered a few spells under his breath, removing the charms that tied it to Harry, no doubt. He swallowed hard and studied his plate. Sausages were disgusting, he decided, as were toast and eggs. How he had managed to eat any of it mere minutes ago, he didn't know. Without looking up from the ring, Snape cleared his throat and asked evenly, "Is there anything you wish to add to your confession of last night, before we begin?" Harry gulped. "Before we begin" sounded so ominous, and the way Snape outright asked for a confession made him feel like a spotlight had come out of the ceiling and fixed on him, and he wondered what else the man thought he might have done. It hadn't occurred to him that Snape might think that stealing the adder's fork was only the tip of the iceberg, and he felt a sinking, feeling that the professor would be quite justified in thinking it. He tossed the remnants of his toast on the plate and mutely shook his head. He couldn't stomach even trying to pretend interest in food anymore. He felt like a criminal. "I've spoken with the headmaster." "He knows," Harry squeaked, looking up in alarm. "Of course," answered Snape with a lift of his eyebrows. "He is responsible for the well-being of all Hogwarts students and has a particular interest in seeing to your safety." Harry didn't bother to hide his mortification. It was surely written all over his face as Snape went on. "Madame Pomfrey will make arrangements for a mind healer. You will be informed of the time." Harry froze. He didn't want to go to a mind healer, obviously, but even more than that, he didn't want to be shoved off on one so that Snape wouldn't have to deal with him. Not that he blamed the man for not wanting anything to do with him, but the thought made him feel empty inside. No, not empty. Hollowed out like a pumpkin right before Halloween, and not the funny or happy-looking kind. The droopy, sad-looking, about-to-be-tossed-out kind. Snape was still talking, and Harry tuned in mid-sentence. "Be served with Professor McGonagall." "Ha," he croaked, finally interrupting. "Sorry, serve what?" "Your detention. I believe a consequence is appropriate, despite the circumstances, albeit a minimal one." Of course, he should be happy to only be escaping with a detention, not expulsion. Well, detention and being offloaded off by Snape onto McGonagall and a mind healer. He felt sick. He knew he shouldn't have eaten the eggs. He hadn't even been hungry for the stupid eggs. His mind barely registered Snape's moving toward him before he flinched violently, hitting his ankle against the leg of the table, and Merlin did that hurt. Snape drew back, and Harry registered his face like he had been slapped. At the same time that he realized the professor had been reaching for Harry's empty plate, he jumped to his feet, pausing only to rub his aching ankle. "Sorry," he blurted. "It's not like I thought you. I mean, you wouldn't." It's just," he gave up and repeated, "sorry." He hadn't meant to flinch, certainly didn't expect Snape to do anything to him, not even after last night, but his mind was filled with uncertainty, which was making him jumpy and, "Can I go?" Maybe he could still make the last half of herbology. Or not. Not, probably. The room of requirement was sounding like a better place to spend the rest of his morning, or the rest of his life. Between the room's magic and Darby's help, he could probably create a comfortable little home for himself. Snape slowly stood, eyeing him uncertainly. "Do you not wish to talk?" Mind healer, detention. I got it. I won't do it again, I promise. And then I'll stay out of your hair." He picked up his bag and began inching toward the door, 100% regretting confessing to Snape last night. No, that was a lie. He was only about 90% regretting it. He knew it would have only continued to weigh on him if he hadn't. It had seemed so important, something that couldn't wait, and now he wanted to be anywhere other than here. "Stop," said Snape softly, pointing at the sofa. "Sit." "I really—" "Sit." Snape's tone was gentle but firm, and seeing no way out of it, he sat, unable to drum up the effort to keep his misery off his face. Snape collapsed into his own chair and drew a hand across his face. Whatever shields he'd had up before seemed to crumble, and Harry could see the tiredness in his eyes. "I am making a mess of this, aren't I?" he asked, though it was obviously meant as a rhetorical question, as he didn't wait for a response. "I don't know how to do this, you know." He threw out his hands, frustration in the lines of his face. "I know how to brew, how to teach, and to discipline. I know how to maneuver as a spy, and how to uncover relevant information. I do not know how Tohelper traumatized 16-year-old boy." He leaned back with a huff and brought a hand up to rub at his temples. Harry swallowed, and his hands fidgeted in his lap. He wanted to ask what sort of help Snape was talking about wanting to give, but he wasn't sure he wanted to speak at all. Maybe if he stayed silent, sank back into the sofa cushions, Snape would eventually forget he was there, like a ghost. "I don't suppose you'd be able to assist me here," Snape said with a huffed laugh that didn't sound like a laugh at all, and glanced up at Harry with a wry look. "Tell me what you need from me." Harry bit his lip. "You don't have to." "Iwanto, I believe we've established that." He shook his head and stood, beginning to pace. "You weren't supposed to get under my skin, not like this, but you have," he barked, almost accusingly but at the same time not. "You're not Merilipator anymore, and not only Hisson. Hers, yes, but not only hers either. You're more." He gestured with agitated hands. "You're Uriah, and I wasn't supposed to or to care to this extent, about anything really, but especially not about you. Do you have any idea what it is to worry? To finally understand the concept of a child, having the capacity to turn one's hair grey merely by existing in a less than safe world?" He paused as if for an answer, so Harry obediently shook his head no, watching his professor with wide eyes. "Well, I do." Snape threw up his hands and sagged against the wall. "I do now," he repeated more quietly and met Harry's gaze. He stared for several breaths before saying, "I will not abandon you. I should have led with that." Or discussed my plans for expanded lessons to include evening occlumency techniques as well as non-addictive sleep aids that you can try. Perhaps assured you that I am not angry. That would have been preferable. Put you at ease. Harry opened his mouth but couldn't think what to say. Snape was asking him for advice in how to talk to him. He didn't think an adult had ever asked him such a thing. But that pit in his stomach wasn't quite so heavy anymore, and his chest felt lighter. It was easier to breathe. He let out a breath as if to test it out and nodded. Yeah, that's good. All of it. Do that next time." His heart skipped a beat, and he added quickly, "Not that I'm planning a next time. I'm not, I swear." "I know," said Snape, not looking away. He seemed calmer now, less agitated. "I know you, better than before at any rate. You do not always exercise perfect judgment, but you are not cruel or self-serving. You are suffering, desperate. Believe it or not, I am familiar with both concepts." Harry swallowed at the unexpected understanding in Snape's gaze, and he averted his eyes to blink away a rush of almost tears. Out of the corner of his eye, he tracked Snape as the man came closer and held out the ring to him. He took it automatically and looked at it questioningly. "I have altered the charm. Press the ring for 3 continuous seconds if you are in danger. Tap it 3 times should you require assistance but are not in mortal peril. I may live longer if we can keep the heart attacks to a minimum." That might have been Snape's attempt at lightening the mood, he thought, but he was too busy rolling the ring over between his fingers to respond. He didn't know when exactly he had started to feel safer with the ring on his finger, but he definitely felt its lack now. He slipped it on and twisted it around to study the small engraved vines. "Is it?" He looked up to gauge Snape's mood, whether it was okay to ask a random question, and went ahead at Snape's nod. "Is it really a family heirloom, like you know who said?" "More or less," said Snape noncommittally. "Oh," Harry said quietly, and looked away. Snape sat back in the chair and drummed his fingers on the armrest. After a moment, he relented. "Yes, my mother was descended from a pureblood family. He averted his gaze. My mother forfeited her inheritance when she married a muggle. This ring was one of the few items that belonged to her, and then to me, by birthright, regardless of inheritance law." Harry watched Snape with interest. He was always fascinated when the man volunteered more information than he had to, and it almost never happened when the topic was his own past. Are you sure you want me to hold on to it, if it's worth something?" "Keep it," said Snape without hesitation. "The charm will not be as effective on an item with less magical tie to me. And besides," he hesitated, and his cheeks flushed as he resolutely studied the fireplace, "I've no family of my own to leave it to." Harry politely looked away, twisting the ring around and around his finger. He could hear what Snape implied but left unsaid, that he was giving Harry something that would have gone to his own son if he'd had one, and the longer he dwelt on that thought, the more overwhelmed he felt. It was a good kind of overwhelmed, though, like a big warm blanket on the inside, so he tried to memorize the feeling for later, for when he was feeling down or scared and needed something pleasant to bring him out of it. "I am not angry," Snape said firmly, bringing the conversation back around. "Not at you, at any rate. I should have noticed, should have realized that you were handling it well. I was overconfident, also distracted." He ghosted a hand over his sleeve, then returned his fingers to drumming. "I do not wish to overlook such things again, and yet I know that one cannot force a confidence. Either you trust me enough to confide in me, or you do not. Perhaps a mind healer will." "I do trust you," said Harry quickly, and at Snape's grimace insisted firmly, "I do. I came here in the middle of the night, didn't I? I know I didn't come to you before, but, well, it's not because I don't trust you, okay? He hesitated, then forced himself to admit, I didn't want to disappoint you." Snape's furrowed brow betrayed his confusion, and Harry explained, "You seemed so proud of me, of my progress. I liked it." He ducked his head to hide his embarrassment. "It was nice, for once, having you, be proud of me, and I didn't want to lose it. It's dumb, I know, but I swear it wasn't that I don't trust you." After a few beats of silence, Snape murmured, "It is not dumb." He didn't say anything more and looked like maybe he was a bit overwhelmed too. About the mind healer," Harry said tentatively. "Can I not?" He could tell by Snape's expression that he wasn't going to like the man's answer, so he held up his hands. "Just hear me out. I'm not saying no, like I'll never go. I mean, maybe it's a good thing down the road, I dunno. I've been through a lot, yeah, okay. But I've also got lots of people looking out for me. Ron and Hermione both knew I wasn't doing so well, and even Ron said I should go to you. Ron. Yeah, I know, he said in agreement at Snape's highly raised eyebrows. The Quidditch team is great, and they all watch my back when I'm in the air, and my friends in Gryffindor, they have my back on the ground. And I'm pretty sure you're going to be watching me like a hawk all the time now, whether I like it or not. And my point is that I've got people. I'm not alone, and I don't feel alone. And maybe you and Dumbledore could give me a chance to see how things go with those occlumency techniques and sleeping aids you were talking about before throwing me at one more stranger who doesn't know anything about me except my name and how my parents died. He was talking fast by now, trying to get it all out, and took a breath. Just give me a chance first, please. I can do it, I swear, and if I can't, I'll tell you this time, because we saw how well it went when I didn't. He half-heartedly rolled his eyes. And down the road, if you want me to see somebody, I will. Just for now, please. He watched Snape expectantly as the man considered his words. He knew the moment he won, because Snape gave a little half-sigh and said, Your word. You come to me. And if you don't, or if I have the slightest suspicion that you are having difficulty with anything at all, and decide you need a more professional hand, you will go, without complaint. Harry nodded, then stopped to consider. Well, I can't promise the without complaint part, but I promise the rest. Snape quirked his lips. I accept your revision to the terms. He held out a hand. Harry grinned and shook it. Before letting go, Snape added, and you will still serve a detention. With you, Harry negotiated. Snape shook his head. You will be spending enough evenings in my classroom as it is. I think it better to delegate disciplinary activities so as to not further disrupt the occlumency teacher-student relationship, for the near future at least. Oh, said Harry, surprised. That's why you assigned it with Professor McGonagall. Yes, are we in agreement? Harry pursed his lips, then gave a decisive nod. Yes. Good. Snape shook his hand firmly and let go. No sooner had they both settled back into their seats than Snape waved a hand and directed, Talk. We made an agreement. You will not be compelled to see a mind healer, with the understanding that you trust me enough by now to confide in me. So talk. Talk, okay. Harry bit his lip. He had no idea what Snape wanted him to talk about, or even what he himself wanted to talk about. Snape already knew about the nightmares, already knew he was having trouble dealing with them. He really didn't think that discussing every detail of his dreams was going to help him, not that Snape would be interested in hearing every detail anyway. I saw the sparks again, he settled on, as that seemed like a big deal. The sparks, Snape repeated, prodding for more. Yeah, the magic. I think I see the magic around me whenever I'm feeling out of sorts, when I'm reaching for it without meaning to. And I've been really jumpy lately, and I'm sure it's 'cause I'm not sleeping enough, but I'm always worried about next time I see them. Maybe it'll be like the Quidditch pitch again, you know. Snape tapped a finger on his chin. Did you attempt occlumency? You seem to have success directing the magic inward. He shook his head. Not this time. I didn't need to. It didn't get that bad. We will continue to work on that in our lessons. And if you feel about to lose control again, use the ring. I will coach you through it. He nodded and tugged the corners of his mouth into a grin. The heart attack signal. Yes, Snape agreed, completely serious. Without a doubt, use the heart attack signal. They fell silent while Harry tried to think of anything else he wanted to talk about, but he thought that maybe he was all right for now. Snape was going to help him, and that right there eased plenty of his worries. He could only think of one thing. He cleared his throat. Could I wonder if I could maybe ask a favor. Snape inclined his head. A big favor, Harry added, and Snape quirked an eyebrow but said nothing. I just wondered if maybe you could take me back to Nido sometime. I never got a chance to say goodbye to Hunter. The snake, he clarified, trying to remember if he'd ever told Snape his name. It's only he was my friend, and he saw me get taken, and he tried to help, and he's probably been really worried about me, not knowing what happened. Nobody else can tell him I'm okay, you know." He shrugged, feeling silly for requesting such a thing. It seemed important, though. Hunter deserved better. "And I think it'd make me feel better, too," he added, because it had the benefit of being both true and useful in getting his way. "It's peaceful there, and it's nice talking to him." To his pleasant surprise, Snape easily agreed. "I will speak to the headmaster. I am certain we can arrange a weekend visit." Harry smiled as another weight lifted off his chest. There was really only one other thing he wanted to know. "Am I allowed to be in here?" He took in his professor's sitting room with fresh eyes, twisting around now that he was more relaxed and no longer worried about being tossed out of the man's life. Snape seemed fine with the lighter turn in conversation. "Technically, no. In general, professorial quarters are restricted from students, but I knew the headmaster would allow an exception. He has given me a considerable amount of latitude in how I choose to deal with you." Harry almost asked why. Because of the prophecy. Because Snape was teaching him occlumency. Because he'd been friends with Harry's mum. Probably all of the above and more. He supposed he already knew enough to not need to ask. Dumbledore had made it obvious that he wanted Snape and Harry to get along, and it was no secret between the three of them that the headmaster was pleased with the progress they'd made over the Summa. Harry found he was not at all surprised that Dumbledore would allow certain liberties in order to encourage them on that path. And anyway, now he was distracted by the vast number of books on the bookshelves behind the sofa and the stacks of books on the floor nearby. "Looks like you need another bookshelf," he observed. Snape smirked. "That or I need to reduce my collection. I keep intending to, and then I purchase more." He waved a hand, as if to explain that that is the way it goes. Harry grinned. Snape sounded so human, here in his living quarters with his admission to not being perfectly neat and orderly in at least this one area. He found that he quite liked seeing his professor this way, comfortable without his teaching robes, sitting in a well-worn armchair and talking to him while several books littered the small table beside him. Snape seemed comfortable here in his home in a way he hadn't at Grimmauld Place. Even in the midst of present circumstances, Harry could see a slight difference in Snape's posture, a relaxing of the lines on his face. It occurred to Harry, not quite for the first time, that Snape wasn't really all that old, was he? Old, yes, but not old. The young kind of old. Or the old kind of young. Whatever. Young enough to not worry about going grey yet, with or without Harry in the mix. "I spoke to Professor McGonagall this morning." Snape's deceptively mild voice interrupted his thoughts. "I inquired about your progress. She indicated that you were caught up in your transfiguration studies, but did not seem to know how you fared in your other classes." Well, Snape could forget about whatever scolding he had in mind, Harry thought, because he finally had some good news to share. "All caught up. I even turned in a huge herbology essay yesterday. Although, I'll need to get today's." Snape smoothly reached into his pocket and handed over a small piece of parchment. It contained a new herbology assignment, along with instructions to review his friends' notes from today's class. Harry grinned. Of course it did. Snape had probably hounded Professor Sprout for the assignment the minute he decided to excuse Harry from class. "Well, got that taken care of then." He shoved the assignment into his book bag. "While I am pleased to hear that you have caught up to your classmates," Snape crossed his arms and said in his soft, borderline dangerous voice, "you failed to inform your head of house of your progress. Why, exactly?" Harry's grin fell at the shift in mood, and he fidgeted under the professor's stare. "'Cause I didn't know I was supposed to," he asked uncertainly. Snape let out a breath of exasperation. "How else is she to monitor your progress?" Harry scratched an itchy spot on his cheek. "I didn't know she was, monitoring my progress." "Really?" he insisted when Snape gave him a look. "She only talked to me about it that first week, then she told Hermione to help me. She didn't say anything about me telling her when I'd finished, or I would have." I swear. Snape uncrossed his arms and pursed his lips like he'd eaten something sour. Once, she spoke to you about your studisance. Oh, yeah. Snape sniffed and muttered something under his breath about head of house and have words. Harry shifted, not certain if he was in trouble or if maybe he'd gotten his head of house in some sort of trouble. Not that McGonagall couldn't hold her own against Snape. She most certainly could. Before he could worry too much over it, Snape was asking, "And are you encountering any difficulties in your studies?" He added darkly, "since your head of house has apparently yet to inquire." Harry scratched his cheek again, just to have something to do with his hands while under Snape's scrutiny. UHNO. Snape sat back, crossed his arms, and waited. And okay, Harry didn't have a choice then. Snape didn't need legilimency skills in order to be able to wring confessions out of students. Ah, herbology's more challenging this year, but nothing too bad. Not Ron's favorite, but then none of our classes are really Ron's favorite. Hermione loves all, so it balances out. He cleared his throat at Snape's raised eyebrow and got back on track. Charms was the toughest to catch up on, cause Professor Flitwick didn't even have the decency to start with a review of last year, but he says I'm doing fine considering what I missed. History of magic is, well, it's boring, he shrugged, but I'm doing the work. And defense, Snape prodded after Harry fell silent. Oh, it's good. You know, he answered vaguely, I'm caught up and we're learning some new defensive spells next week. He was proud of the fact that he kept his mild annoyance with Brooks off his face, but Snape knew him too well by now. His eyes were already narrowing. Harry beat him to the punch. You know, it wasn't very nice of you to embarrass Professor Brooks in front of a student that day, he pointed out. Just because he's a new teacher and you were in a mood, you didn't have to be nasty to him. Snape gave an unamused snort. I mean it. I know he's really young, and he used to be in your class, but it's not easy being new. He's trying. Well, he was trying and sort of failing, but Harry didn't need to be the one to bring that up. So you have decided to champion your favorite professor's cause, Snape said with a pinched expression. How magnanimous. I'm not championing any causes, Harry protested, and I never said he was my favorite. He pulled a face at the thought and smoothed out his features a second too late. Snape's eyes shifted and took on a contemplative gleam. You don't like Professor Brooks, he observed, though he didn't sound upset about it. I didn't say that, Harry argued. He did like the new professor, headed, mostly. He was maybe losing respect for him, which was a whole different matter. Hummed Snape, his two knowing eyes trained on Harry. I like him, Harry insisted. I do, he's nice, and he likes me. Which was true too. He just wished the professor would like him a little bit less. But how could he possibly complain about a professor liking him too much? Especially to Snape, a professor known for hating his guts for so many years. Snape watched him, and Harry decided that Snape would indeed make an excellent interrogator, because he didn't even have to say anything to make Harry need to spill. He's Stunis, he finally burst out, throwing up his hands in annoyance. Snape stared at him for a long moment, and then blinked. I must admit that I have never heard that particular complaint about a professor before. Harry huffed a laugh and threw up his hands again. I know, I'm mental. He looked around the sitting room for a way out of this conversation, and his eyes alighted on the bookshelves. How many of those books have you actually read? I have not kept count, answered Snape smoothly. Define too nice. He groaned. Forget I said anything. Brooks is fine. He's trying, you know. The last thing he needs is for you to yell at him again. Snape hummed, fair enough. Fair enough, he repeated. It wasn't like the professor to so easily drop something that caught his attention. Yes, Snape's fingers drummed away casually on the air of his chair. Have you any other concerns in your classes? Harry narrowed his eyes. What are you going to do? He demanded. Do, Snape fixed him with an innocent look. Why, I am going to continue our discussion, listen to anything you have need to say to me, discuss a few alterations to our upcoming occlumency lessons, and then consume my lunch. In my quarters, most likely, perhaps with a book. It is an excellent way to recuperate from the stress of averting numerous potions, disasters, in yesterday's classes alone. You know what I mean. With Brooks, you're going to do something, aren't you? Just because I complained that he's nice. Seriously. Forget I said anything, please. Snape splayed his hands in a further show of innocence. What precisely do you think I am planning to do? I have no idea, Harry admitted, and that's what worries me. Snape smirked, and Harry did not like the gleam in his eyes. Okay, fine, he gave in. If he was going to feel guilty about getting Brooks into trouble, he may as well spin it in the man's favor. Maybe he could talk Snape into getting the poor man some help rather than taking it upon himself to terrorize him. He's not a bad teacher. Or at least heckled good. He knows his defense, he's just not got a lot of experience teaching, you know, and all the students know it. They walk all over him. So just, maybe you could hint at Professor Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall to give him some pointers. You doubt me ability to give pointers? Snape asked with a raised eyebrow, and Harry couldn't be sure, but he thought that maybe the man was teasing him. Snape was at least self-aware enough to know precisely why Harry thought his dealing with Brooks himself was a bad idea. I doubt his ability to survive an extended encounter with you, Harry shot back. He's nice, remember. Not a bully or a git or a murderous maniac like some of the past defense professors. He doesn't deserve whatever you've decided he deserves, simply by existing. So be nice. He supposed it was a testament to their evolving relationship that he could give Snape a direct order like that without consequence. The man merely sat back and lifted his hands in acquiescence, and Harry hoped Snape really would listen to him and not terrorize poor Brooks. Despite his failings, he really was the nicest teacher they'd had since Remus. Remus, he couldn't stop a frown at the thought and decided to ask, I don't, suppose you've heard from Remus lately. He couldn't quite manage to keep the hurt out of his voice, but there wasn't much to be done about that, was there? Hewshirt by Remus's silence. No, Snape answered simply, studying him for a long moment, but didn't say anything more about it, for which Harry was grateful. Oh, okay, he shrugged, but his shoulders were too heavy to make his show at nonchalance convincing, and he didn't care to anyway. He was tired of pretending he was fine all the time. If it showed through that he was hurt or annoyed by Remus's absence, then so be it. Not that he wanted to dwell on it, so he changed the topic. What changes are you making to our occlumency lessons? Snape's fingers tapped out a beat on the chair. I have researched a few techniques that may aid in filtering out excess thoughts and emotions prior to sleep. I thought we would add that to our lessons, assess their benefit to your evening routine. Harry squished his eyebrows together. When did you have time to do research? Do you ever sleep? Not as much as I used to, Snape said dryly. My own sleeping habits aside, the techniques have merit. I should have looked into them before, truthfully, the moment I realized you had begun to over-rely on the potion. Well, no use looking back. We are where we are. Yes, they were, weren't they? He leaned back into the sofa, appreciating that despite it being old and worn, it was quite comfortable. He felt quite comfortable. It was like a breath of fresh air had run through his body, and he felt exponentially better. Better than he had any right to feel after having stolen from Snape. But then, Snape wasn't angry. He'd been forgiven, even if Snape hadn't said those words exactly. He felt such relief, such a sense of hope for the future that he could cry. Not that he would, he decided resolutely. He'd already cried plenty last night. He wasn't expecting Snape to ask, were the glasses not to your liking? And his gaze shot up in surprise. Snape was composed, but he knew he wasn't imagining the nervousness in his voice when he added, You are not obligated to use them, of course. I did not. It was not my intent to. You needn't use them, he concluded quickly. If they are not to your liking, there are other options. Harry stared for a long moment before remembering his manners. He grabbed for his bag and fished out the glasses case. He set it on the table while he tried to think what to say. Snape reached for the case. "There are others. I have a catalogue, you can." "No," Harry slapped both hands down on the case, visibly startling Snape in the process. "No, that's not, I mean, I love them," he said honestly. "No one's ever, and it's great, it's really great, and thank you, they're perfect. He broke off, frustrated at his own inability to come up with the right words. "I only mean, you don't have to. If you didn't want to any more, if you want them back, I'd understand." Snape seemed relieved and even pleased as he leaned back in his chair. "Do not be ridiculous. A gift does not come with a return policy." Any remaining bit of tension he'd held in his shoulders seeped away at that. He bit his lip against a smile at the thought that he could keep the glasses. Snape knew about what he'd done, and he still wanted Harry to have them. It occurred to him to offer to pay him back. After all, he could have purchased them himself long ago if he had thought of it or known anything about self-adjusting glasses. But his gut told him that offering payment was the wrong thing to do. Snape wanted to buy them for him, and Harry liked knowing that he wanted to. So he kept silent, and he carefully opened the case and switched out his old glasses for the new. Again, he marveled at the tiny details that were clearer than before. He could see a piece of lint on the rug, and the fire was so crisp. It was nice, really nice. He sat back in the sofa, fully at ease. "Speaking of gifts," Snape watched him closely, "you needn't concern yourself about the stone. I assume it was lost during our recent calamity." He paused long enough for Harry to nod apologetically. "It was only a stone." "You kept it for more than 20 years, Harry pointed out skeptically. "And I realized in gifting it to you that it had served its purpose in my life," said Snape easily. "It was yours. If you can come to terms with its loss, you need not worry about its impact on me." Harry bit his lip. That was a relief, but he still missed it. "Your mother's memory was not encapsulated in a piece of rock," said Snape softly. "It took me many years to realize that. You can remember her without a physical object that she surely forgot about soon after she sent it to me." Harry's mind caught on Snape's admission that the letter and stone had indeed been intended for him, and a smile ghosted across his lips. I know," he agreed. "I only wish I had something else of hers. That was it, you know." He shrugged heavily. "I have something of my dad's, but that was the only thing of hers I ever had. It really did mean a lot to me, that you gave it to me. I don't know if you knew how much, so, thank you." Snape looked away. "You are welcome," he said so quietly that Harry almost missed it. They sat in silence for a few minutes, and then Snape stood abruptly. "Excuse me for a moment," he said, already on his way out. A few minutes later, he returned and held out a hand, gesturing for Harry to hold out his own. Something light and smooth was dropped into his hand, and it took a moment for him to recognize it as a small silver charm in the shape of a flower. The small circle that should have attached it to a chain for a necklace or a bracelet was broken. He looked up in surprise. "It's a lily," said Snape softly, and Harry pretended not to notice how his voice broke around the word. "The bracelet was a gift from her grandmother, your great-grandmother. She was upset when she discovered the charm missing. I searched for it, found and intended to return it, and then," he gestured, and Harry knew by the pain on his face that he was referring to the end of their friendship. Snape's jaw clenched, then he let out a long, deliberate breath. "It can be repaired. If you wish to put it on a chain to secure it against loss, I can help you to do that." Harry closed his hand around it. "Yeah," he breathed. "I'd like that, thank you." His voice was rough, but Snape returned the favor by pretending not to notice, only dipped his head in acknowledgement. They fell into an easy silence then, broken only by the fire crackling in the fireplace. Snape studied the fire, lost in his own thoughts, and Harry studied Snape. He revised his earlier opinion. He was 100% glad that he had come here last night. He'd never in a million years have thought that he'd feel such gratitude and hope, and even, dare he say, affection for the professor he had so fervently hated for so many years. He almost laughed out loud at the weirdness of it all and the happiness that bubbled up inside him, but he held it in, not wishing to disturb the quiet. He liked the quiet. It was peaceful. It felt a little like home. Chapter 56. A Talent for Meddling. List 5 benefits of nonverbal spells in peaceful situations. Why would I need nonverbal spells in peaceful situations? Ron asked in between spoonfuls of pudding. No point. There is a point, said Hermione exasperatedly. She waved several sheets of study notes in front of Ron's nose. Hence the question. Ron batted them away. Yeah, well, it's a stupid question. If I'm not being attacked, I can just say the spell, out loud. Hermione raised her eyes to the ceiling and turned to Harry. It's going to be on the exam. Tell him. How's he supposed to know what's on the exam? Groused Ron without giving Harry a chance to answer. It's not like he gets advanced copies. Wait, do you? He eyed Harry with sudden interest. Harry's eyebrows shot up. What? No, how would I even do that? You're Brooks's favorite, said Ron matter-of-factly. Everyone knows that. I'm not, Harry grumbled. He shoved a bite of pudding in his mouth and looked about at the other stragglers in the great hall. Most of the students had left straight after lunch, and Harry liked the great hall like this, buzzing with conversation, but without the loud din of mealtimes. It's going to be on the exam, Hermione said emphatically. Do you know how I know? Because Professor Brooks specifically told us to study nonverbal spells because, and I quote, it will be on the exam. She turned to Harry. List 5 benefits of nonverbal spells in peaceful situations. Well, it'd be useful to use a freshening charm on the down low when I'm next to a cute girl. He shrugged. Oh, Ron perked up. That's a good point. Hermione moaned. Didither off, you study. Myoni, don't worry, Harry grinned. I'm only teasing. He listed the 5 benefits out loud, and Hermione immediately let out a breath of relief and moved on to the next question. By the time they left for Transfiguration, it was apparent that while Ron wasn't ready for tomorrow's Dada exam, Harry was, and so Hermione was at least partly satisfied. All things considered, he was having a very good Thursday. It was nice to have everything out in the open with Snape, even though it had been nerve-wracking to get there. The professor had helped him with a sleeping spell the previous night so that he would be well rested before beginning some new mental exercises tonight. Already, the sleep had done wonders for his mood. Even Ron and Hermione were smiling more in response to Harry's high spirits. When he managed to transfigure an apple core into a simple, sturdy footrest after only 3 tries, he smiled in delight. McGonagall gave him a nod of approval and moved on to assist Lavender, whose footrest had begun to growl at her chair. By the time the class was over, he was ready to cap off the day with some time by the lake with his friends. But before he could collect his things, McGonagall stopped him with a brisk wave forward. A word, Mr. Potter. He shuffled to the front of the classroom as the last of his classmates filed out. McGonagall studied him critically for a moment, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. He hadn't done anything, had he? Well, anything recently. She sat behind her desk and motioned for him to pull up a chair. It has been brought to my attention, Mr. Potter, that I have been remiss in my duties. Her pinched lips showed her disdain for that suggestion, but still she asked, How are you faring in your classes? Ooh, Snape had got to her. He wasn't sure whether to be embarrassed or amused. Good, he assured her. I'm all caught up. And you haven't had any trouble catching on to the material? She asked. No, he shook his head. Not too much, anyway. It's been a lot of work, but Hermione lent me her notes and Ron and the others studied with me. Good. Thank you, Mr. Potter, she said, with a vindicated gleam in her eye, for proving the point that my Gryffindors are perfectly capable of maintaining academic standards without incessant hand-holding. You're welcome. McGonagall gave him a satisfied nod. She seemed poised to change the subject, but first he felt the need to explain, however ineloquently, that I didn't complain. To him. About you, just so you know, he's just Snape. Professor Snape, I mean, he's him, gets an idea in his head, you know. McGonagall's lips quirked into an almost smile. Yes, I do know. She eyed him contemplatively for a few seconds. I am going to take the liberty of speaking openly about a colleague, Mr. Potter. It will not happen often, so do pay attention. Harry nodded, curious. Professor Snape possesses an intensity of focus that has served him well in becoming one of the youngest and possibly the most accomplished potions master of his generation. I admire that level of dedication, even if I do not always approve of what he chooses to focus his energies on. This time, I must say that I approve, however inconvenient I foresee that it may be for me an occasion, she said with a wry twist to her lips. Only, please do be aware that when Professor Snape commits to a flight path, he occasionally forgets to pull up on the broom. Oh, okay. Harry scratched his chin, puzzling out that last bit. She leaned forward and explained, he meddles because he cares, Mr. Potter, and it is very rare for him to care enough to meddle for the benefit of a student. When you inevitably chafe under that singular focus of his, remember that he means well. Generally. In your case, at the very least. So it appears. Yes, ma'am, he answered and grinned. Now, she said briskly, all business. Professor Snape has informed me that you have a detention to serve. Is that correct? He flushed and nodded. Very well. You will report to my office tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. Understood? Yes, Professor. Good, she stood and handed him a small, folded piece of paper. Opening it, he read Flaming Frisbees written in a familiar pen. He looked up. The headmaster. She nodded. He wishes to see you directly. By the time he gathered his books and headed for the headmaster's office, his friends were nowhere to be found. They had probably waited for a few minutes, but by now they would be back in the tower. By the time he rapped his knuckles on the door to Dumbledore's office, his mind was on the game of wizards chess he and Ron had left unfinished that morning. He hoped Dumbledore didn't plan on keeping him long. He'd like to finish the game before dinner, because he'd be with Snape most of the evening. Enter, he heard, and it didn't occur to him to wonder why it wasn't Dumbledore's voice speaking until he'd opened the door and come face to face with Remus. He stopped in his tracks. The headmaster was nowhere to be seen. Remus was sitting in one of the chairs in front of the desk, turned to face Harry, smiling a nervous smile and tapping a beat on the floor with the toe of his shoe. He had an immediate, selfish impulse to slam the door in the man's face. See how liked being ignored. Instead, he carefully closed it behind him and waited for Remus to say something. It didn't take long. Hello, Harry, he said simply. How are you? Did Dumbledore make you come here? It was rude. He couldn't bring himself to care. No, Remus answered, but Harry could tell by the man's chagrined look that he was on the right track. Snape, then, he said knowingly, and an answering wince told him that he was right. Remus stood. Harry, listen. Oh, that's right. You get to show up whenever you want me to listen, never mind about when you want to talk, he said bitterly. He sounded like a bratty child, he knew, but he couldn't quite stop himself. Remus held up a placating hand. I know you're angry. You have every right to be. It shames me every day what I did to you that day. Please believe that I wasn't myself. Harry scrunched up his face. Are you talking about Gnidos? He asked incredulously. Of course. Harry's anger reached a tipping point, and he took 2 deep breaths to stave off the impulse to yell. It didn't work. I'm not angry about Nido's, Remus, he yelled. I'm not an idiot. I didn't blame you for what happened for 1 second. I knew the instant you cursed me that you weren't you. I'm angry because you took off and avoided me, because you were too much of a coward to come talk to me about it after. Harry, sadness was clear in Remus's voice, which made Harry even more angry, because it reminded him how much he had missed him, and how fragile his anger was, and how quickly it could dissipate. and he would forgive Remus. And yes, he knew how unreasonable it was to be angry that he couldn't be angry, but such was life as a teenager, he supposed. He walked around to the side of Dumbledore's office, where he could pace without getting too close. He was too afraid he'd ruin his show of temper by accidentally hugging the idiot. "Did you even think about coming to see me on your own?" he asked, mortified when his voice broke. "Did Snape have to threaten you to get you here? Probably brought you by wand point, didn't he? Or maybe he just sneered at you. You've always stood up to him pretty well, but I know how intimidating he can be. I always used to think you were the brave one, and he was the coward, you know. Turns out I was wrong about both of you," he spat. The room fell silent. "I didn't mean that," he admitted after a minute, not looking at Remus. Remus sighed. "Yes, you did, and I can't say that I blame you." Harry eyed the man through his fringe. "Please sit," Remus said gently as he took his own seat. "I realize that I am late, but I hope that I am not late." Harry inched his way over and perched stiffly on the edge of the offered chair. Remus sighed. "I really do apologize." "For which part?" challenged Harry. "For the running away like a coward and not talking to you part. It was very ill done of me." And just like that, Harry deflated. Perhaps he had gotten too used to dealing with Snape, with his mental walls and that emotional cold front that he had to work hard to chip away at. Not that it wasn't worth chipping away at, but still. He'd forgotten how easy Remus was to talk to, how easy it was to get him to understand. Not so easy to get him within a mile of Harry when he really needed him, sure, but once he was there, it was easy to get him to listen. "I never blamed you for what happened that day," Harry insisted, pleading with his eyes, for Remus touched it. "Really. But I wanted to know how you were. It must have been awful, being controlled by Voldemort like that, and I only wanted to find out if you were okay, and you didn't let me. You left. Again, like you always do. Why do you keep doing that?" I don't know." Remus swallowed and looked away. "I suppose you are right. I'm a coward in many respects. I learned early on as someone who was different that it was easier to make my own way, not depend on anyone, and not have anyone depend on me. Avoidance became my default. Then you came along, and then Sirius returned to me." He looked at Harry with a sad smile. "I saw how close you and Sirius became. When he died, and I mourned him all over again, and I saw how much you missed him, that we had that in common for the first time, I had the thought that I could be there for someone, like Sirius had been for you. Perhaps we could form as close to a family as either one of us might have otherwise." He shook his head in self-reproach. "I was naive." "'Cause you didn't know how?" Harry asked softly. "Yes," agreed Remus. "In part," he hesitated. "And because you didn't really want to," added Harry. He cut off the man's weak protest. "It's okay, Remus. I love you, you know I do, but I didn't want to either. Still don't." Remus huffed a laugh. "I suppose I should be offended by that." "It's okay," Harry smiled. "I'm not offended either." Remus returned his smile before he quickly sobered up. "But I wish to clarify one point, Harry. You are not unimportant to me. My avoidance is not correlated to anything you've done. It's not me, it's you," Harry cut in with a raised eyebrow. "You're really going there." Remus cringed. "Well, yes," he laughed dryly and rubbed a hand over his eyes. "You see, this is one reason I am ill-equipped to be what you need. You see through me, Harry, into every line, every insincerity that I don't even know I possess until you point it out. You see it all. And you never hesitate to call me out on it." "Sorry," he said automatically, not sure if he meant it or not. "Don't be," smiled Remus. "It's good for me, forces me to cut the bullsh, I mean." "Remus, I'm 16. He rolled his eyes. "You can curse in front of me." Remus laughed. "You see, you Harry Potter are a straight shooter. You are unflinchingly honest in the best way. You deserve such honesty in return." He shook his head in self-reproach. "And I have made a habit of lying to even myself." I tell myself that I can do something, that I will be better, and at the first sign of trouble, I retreat to my old ways. You could better, nudged Harry gently, if you really wanted to. Yes, he answered with a sad smile, but I think that I need to do so for myself first, not for you or for anyone else. Yeah, agreed Harry slowly. Yeah, that's a good idea, I think. And besides, I am pleased to know that you have plenty of people looking out for you. Harry nodded. He couldn't argue with that. He had amazing friends and some pretty decent teachers, too. How did Snape get you here? He felt comfortable enough to ask. Please don't tell me he threatened you. No, Remus rubbed at the back of his neck and admitted, perhaps a little. However, I highly doubt he would have truly discontinued my wolfsbane potion or spelled poison into my tea. Harry raised an eyebrow. I dunno about that. How many years have you known him? Remus quirked his lips into a smile. Long enough to know that the poison would not be deadly. Nevertheless, he won his case with an appeal to my better nature. Didn't know he had it in him, to be honest. Told me I was doing a disservice to you. That you had gone through a lot this summer, and my ignoring the situation was only standing in the way of your dealing with the trauma. Is that true? He asked, sincerity in his eyes. Are you coping all right? Harry hesitated, not only because he wasn't sure of the answer. He both wasn't coping well, but also because he wasn't sure he wanted to confide in Remus about it. He'd rather discuss it with Snape. Snape was the one who understood and who had solutions. He was the one Harry trusted to be there for him when the going got tough. Remus, well, he was a friend. Even if Harry only saw him one day out of the year, he would always be a friend. But that was all. I'm doing okay, he said with a smile. That was all, and it was enough for the both of them. It was difficult to wait until evening to see Snape, and in the end, he knocked at the door to the potions classroom a full 20 minutes early for their lesson. Eager today, are we? Came a voice from down the hallway, and he swiveled toward it, startled. Snape was walking toward him, robes billowing behind him from the direction of his personal quarters. He swept his eyes over the classroom door and back to the professor. Sorry, you weren't at dinner, and I know you said you professors don't live in your classrooms, but I keep, forgetting. I suppose that is somewhat understandable. Snape gave a sardonic twist to his lips as he opened the classroom door and gestured for Harry to follow him in. Sometimes I forget, I don't live here. He hesitated in the doorway. I can come back, if you're busy. I have no objection to your company, so long as you have no objection to my getting a few things in order before we begin. Snape gestured to a chair in front of his desk, then took a seat behind it. He busied himself straightening a stack of essays, while Harry entered and closed the door behind him. It was funny, he reflected as he made his way to the chair, how different the classroom felt now than it did in years past. He had always before felt dread and irritation when he stepped foot here. Now he felt comfort and familiarity. The cold that had once felt so oppressive now felt refreshing. If anything, it invigorated him for his lesson. And then there was Snape. He didn't know precisely when he'd stopped seeing that hooked nose and those crooked teeth as ugly. He hardly even noticed the greasy hair anymore. He even considered that maybe it wasn't quite as bad as he'd always imagined. Snape certainly didn't smell like he didn't know how to use shampoo. Too much time spent among steaming cauldrons, perhaps. Whatever the reason for that particular flaw, Snape was no longer ugly. He could not be characterized as a handsome man, perhaps, but his face was pleasant in its familiarity. Harry knew the lines on his forehead like the back of his own hand. He didn't yet know how to decipher all of the emotions behind his eyes, some of which he had never seen before these past few weeks, but he would learn. He already knew so many of his gestures, and all the different ways he could communicate without speaking. Like now, how his eyes were pinched, like he was in pain but was trying not to let on. And how he was watching him, with his head barely cocked to the side, clearly communicating that he knew Harry had something on his mind and was waiting for him to come out with it. Your dark mark is worse. He didn't have to ask. He could tell by the very fact that Snape was getting worse at hiding it. Snape only hesitated a beat before saying, "It is nothing I cannot handle." "How are you handling it?" "I don't see how that is your concern." Harry slumped back into his seat and wrinkled his nose. "Not my concern, really, after everything. I know you don't want me Tohelfelp, but I'd still like to help if I can, or at least share the burden, something. I don't like seeing people I care about in pain." He bit his lip and ducked his head. Perhaps he shouldn't be embarrassed after all they'd been through together. He hadn't kept it a secret lately that he cared about Snape, after all. But he hadn't meant for the words to come tumbling out like that. After a few seconds of silence, Snape relented, his voice soft. "I have a salve." "A salve?" He peeked up through his fringe. Snape nodded. "Those first weeks after our return, I spent every spare moment researching remedies and brewing potions. None were at all advantageous. It was frustrating, to say the least. I finally developed a salve that takes the edge off, albeit minimally. But I must use it intermittently, or else it loses its efficacy." "Does the mark hurt all the time?" "Yes." The way he said it made it clear that he didn't want pity, so Harry did his best not to show any. Only, he felt bad that he was taking up Snape's time and energies with his problems when Snape had problems of his own. He should probably let Snape off the hook, tell him he didn't have to do these lessons. Not that that was an option that he wanted to consider. He needed Snape's help. He only hated thinking it might be causing Snape more pain and less rest. "Stop," Snape snapped. "Huh, I wasn't doing anything." "You were doing that thing you do." Snape waved his hand in a wide circle in Harry's direction. "Where you blame yourself for something that isn't your fault. Stop. It's a ridiculous habit." Harry started to deny it but stopped at Snape's knowing look. "Fine. Well, but, I mean, it's not like any of it is my fault," he argued. "You got found out because of me, and you know who is more angry and more powerful because of me." And he faltered as he thought of something. "Does it matter if I say his name now? Would it cause more pain, or would it not matter? Cause the mark already, I dunno, activated or whatever?" Snape looked thrown, like he didn't know which part to respond to first, and Harry answered his own question. "Guess it doesn't matter. I won't test it," and went on as if he hadn't been sidetracked. "And I really appreciate you helping me and all, but it's causing a lot of extra work for you. So maybe I am blaming myself a bit, and of course it's not all my fault, but you can't say any of it's my fault, can you? Objectively," he tacked on, because Snape loved objective facts. "I most certainly can," argued Snape right back. "But I am not going to sit here and list again all the ways that the Dark Lord's murderous intentions are not the fault of an innocent boy he's targeted since before his birth. You are intelligent enough to know better," he scolded, and then muttered, "even if your propensity toward self-flagellation is so ingrained. So in lieu of all that, allow me to state unequivocally that I am here because I want to be. While tutoring you may require additional work on my part, I welcome the challenging distraction. Let us consider the matter closed." Harry nodded, too relieved to feel chastised. Snape sat back and examined him until he appeared satisfied. "How are you feeling today? Rested? Tonight we will work entirely on exercises to promote a restful pre-sleep state, but your mind should be alert enough to properly focus." "Yeah, I'm good, really," he added at Snape's probing look. "But he hesitated, "could we talk more first?" "Something is the matter," Snape frowned. "No, no, nothing. I just like to talk." "Certainly." The professor nodded his head, steepled his fingers, and waited for Harry to talk. Which no pressure or anything, he looked around. Not about anything in particular. He just, well, wanted to talk with Snape because he could, because something about talking with him after a long day of school relaxed him. "Ah," Snape unsteepled his fingers and tapped out a rhythm on the desk. "Well then, I had something giwish to discuss with you." "Yeah," Harry sat up, curious. I do realize that it is short notice, but if you are agreeable, I thought that we might take a portkey to Nida's Point in the morning. Harry grinned. Really? Snape inclined his head. Mr. Nida is amenable to company. That's great. I mean, yes. Yes, I'm agreeable. Good. We will leave after breakfast and return mid-afternoon. He managed to keep himself from bouncing in his seat, but only barely. It wasn't very often that he got to go on a trip of his choosing. Even if it was only to see a snake and have a glimpse of the sea, it was exciting. Snape seemed pleased by his reaction. He then asked a little too casually, "You cleared the air with Lupin?" "Ah, yeah." He and Remus had talked for a while, and it felt good, like another weight had lifted off his chest. In many ways, their chat had been a goodbye, to each other for the foreseeable future, but also to the idea that Remus could somehow be a larger part of Harry's life. And he was fine with that. Glad, even, because now they knew what to expect from each other. It was like a release for them both. It was good to see him, to talk. "Thank you," he said earnestly, "for threatening him with poison to get him here." Snape harumphed. "Is that what he told you?" "Did he lie?" Harry asked with a knowing glance. "Far be it from me to accuse your precious Lupin of deceit," Snape sidestepped. "I suppose we'll be seeing more of him then." He couldn't contain a sneer, and Harry snickered, which earned him a mild glare. "No, he's not going to be around for a while." Snape narrowed his eyes, and before he could hatch a plot to actually poison Remus, Harry explained, "It's good, and mutual. I love Remus and all. He was a good teacher, but he's not really all that great at the substitute godfatherish type stuff, you know. He's good at the listening part, I guess just not. The dependability part, among other things. Anyway, we cleared the air, I'm glad. Maybe I'll see him next summer or something." "You are certain that is what you want?" "Yeah," he nodded. "I am." He wasn't sure Snape believed him, but the man seemed satisfied, maybe even a little too satisfied. "You could Trito get along with him, you know." "I do, in fact. I haven't killed or maimed the man, have I?" Snape raised his eyebrows to emphasize his point. "No, you've just threatened him. He deserved it." And Harry couldn't refute that exactly, because he sort of agreed that Remus had been acting like an idiot. Plus, it felt nice to know that Snape was willing to threaten people on his behalf, even if Harry wasn't a fan of threatening behavior in general. So he let it slide and reached into his pocket, pulled out a pocket watch, and handed it over. "Remember this." Snape turned it over in his hands. "Black's, yes." "Aha! The one Remus gave me for my birthday. He said he'd help me personalize it if I wanted. I decided to take him up on it. Seemed like a decent olive branch, you know. And anyway, I don't need it exactly the same as it was in order to remember Sirius. Kind of like how you talked about my mum and the stone. I can remember Sirius even if things he left behind aren't exactly the same. So after Remus and I talked, I fetched the watch and asked him to help me change it up." He watched Snape open the watch, knowing what he would see. Tiny words lined the outside of the watch's face where numbers would otherwise be. Tower, class, Great Hall, forest, grounds, detention, on holiday. He'd left those alone and added Dungeon Sandhigsmead. 3 of the 4 hands that used to contain the names of Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs now read Harry, Hermione, and Ron. He'd considered adding more hands for more names, maybe Ginny or his other Gryffindor friends. He'd even thought about adding Snape's name. But no. The man had barely let him into his life. He wouldn't want Harry to keep tabs on where he was every second of every day. He knew how to reach Snape if he needed to, and that was enough. The professor sent him a questioning glance. "You left Wormtail?" "Yeah," he nodded. "Wasn't going to, but couldn't quite bring myself to remove it. My dad and Sirius. They're dead, but he's not. He's a rat can fit into tight places. What if he tries to get into Hogwarts, and I wouldn't know except it's on the watch?" "Surely you know that the headmaster has taken precautions." Snape set down the watch and studied Harry. We were unaware that either Pettigrew or Black were animagi when they previously managed to infiltrate the school, much less that Pettigrew was alive. Should he attempt to reach you again, he will not find it so easy. He nodded. I know, just the same. It makes you feel safe, to know. Yeah, he cringed. I'm not scared, I swear I. Caution does not make you a coward, Snape cut in. Should you need reassurance of his whereabouts, you should certainly retain his name on the watch. It may even be considered prudent. Harry sat back, reassured that Snape didn't think he was a scared little kid for keeping the name. He took back the watch and studied it. I asked Remus if it would work to spell other names onto it. Could be a good idea to track Death Eaters or you-know-who, right? He said it couldn't be done. No, agreed Snape. There are ways to track people, certainly, but more complicated than on the face of a pocket watch. Such simplistic magic as this requires consent. Pettigrew presumably gave his consent long ago. Harry nodded. We, Ron and Hermione and I, had to say a spell over it after, put something of our magical signatures into it. He pocketed the watch. I like it better now. It's something that belonged to Sirius, but it's mine now too. He let go of the watch and let his fingers drift over the outline of his lily-shaped charm, where it sat against his chest under his shirt. Snape had helped him to repair it yesterday, and had located a simple chain from which to hang it. Snape scrutinized him for a few seconds, and then asked, Enough talk, perhaps. You will have no sleeping spells or potions tonight. We will instead work on preparing your mind through occlumency techniques. You will be glad to have as much time for practice as possible. Preparing my mind, how? Snape brought his chair around to the other side of his desk and motioned for Harry to face him. We will focus on reaching a state of calm prior to sleep, reducing the possibility that your sleeping mind will react to negative stimuli. As that is not foolproof, I will also introduce you to techniques to fight off dreams whilst you are caught in their snare. He frowned as he turned his chair. How can I fight off a nightmare if I don't even know I'm in one? That's the whole point of dreaming. You think it's real. We practice enough so that it is ingrained in you. Snape pulled out his wand. Your sleeping mind relies on instinct, habit. You will practice these techniques so often and in such detail that you will use them automatically, even in your sleep, which is quite the point. Well, that sounded promising. A lot of work, maybe, but worth it if it helped. He took a deep breath and nodded his readiness. In truth, though they hadn't yet begun, his mind was already loads calmer than it had been in days. It helped to be able to talk to Snape with all their cards on the table, to know that help was on its way, to not feel alone. The slight weights of the charm around his neck and the watch in his pocket were a way that his mum and his godfather could be with him even after they couldn't be any more. But more importantly, Snape could be here. Wanted to be here. Wanted, he repeated in his head. Snape wanted to be here, even after everything. Surely that thought alone was good for chasing away a nightmare or two. I told you that you should have studied, Hermione sniffed as they took their seats in the Dada classroom the following afternoon. I thought the exam was Monday, moaned Ron, shuffling frantically through his notes. How was I supposed to know it was today? Because I told you. So did Professor Brooks, about 10 times each. Friday doesn't sound in the least like Monday. We went over all the study questions though, right? Harry pointed out. You were listening. Just try to remember what we talked about and you'll be fine. Ron groaned. The only thing I remember is that non-verbal spells are useful if I've got a crush on a girl, and I don't think Brooks'll like that answer. Which is why you should have studied, said Hermione unhelpfully. She faced forward and cocked her head to the side. What is Professor Flitwick doing here? Flitwick, Harry swiveled to face the front, and sure enough, there was Flitwick talking to Brooks. He didn't seem in a hurry to leave, and the students eyed him curiously as they chattered amongst themselves. Now he understood why Malfoy and his goons weren't being as rowdy as usual. Flitwick wasn't the strictest professor at Hogwarts, but he commanded a certain level of respect. They all knew he didn't hesitate to take points or hand out detentions when students deserved it, and more than half of Brooks's class deserved it on a typical day. Whatever the shorter professor was doing there, he didn't seem in a hurry to leave. He took a seat next to the Dada professor's desk and gave Brooks a smile and a nod, as if in encouragement. "All right, class, let's settle down now," Brooks called out with a nervous smile, which then shifted to a real smile when the class immediately quieted. Usually he had to say that at least 5 times for it to have any effect. He happily snatched a stack of blank exams, called out, "Books away, quills out," and was practically beaming after everyone obeyed. Harry turned over his exam and held in a laugh when the first question asked them to list 5 benefits of non-verbal spells in peaceful situations, and he could hear Ron's low grumble from the seat next to him. If not for Flitwick's presence, he might have been tempted to whisper some hints to his friend. As it was, they were only 10 minutes into the most peaceful Dada class of the term when Professor Flitwick quietly said his goodbyes to Brooks and left. It only took 5 more minutes for the first wad of paper to fly across the room. Brooks cleared his throat, then cleared it again. "IAH, I'll thank you to not, cause disturbance in class, Mr. Malfoy." "Wasn't me," Malfoy said, in a voice dripping with false innocence. "You must have seen wrong." I know what I saw, Mr. Malfoy." Brooks cleared his throat to rid it of its wobble, then said in a rush, "Next disturbance from anyone, it'll be points." His voice rose at the end as if in a question. Most of the class ignored him, a few of the boys chortled, and another paper wad flew overhead. 5 points from Slytherin, Mr. Nott." Harry stared, and he wasn't the only one. Brooks never took points. Nott looked as surprised as the rest. He couldn't seem to decide whether to smirk or to scowl. "You can, continue your exam, or I can take more points." Brooks wiped a bit of sweat off his brow, and the poor man looked about to faint. From Nott's narrowed eyes, he knew it too. The Slytherin boy was clearly weighing his options. But as nervous as Brooks was, Nott must have decided the professor meant it, for he scowled and went back to his exam. Brooks blinked, clearly stunned that it had worked, and Harry bent his head over his exam to hide a grin. It was a step. Brooks had an uphill battle on his hands, and the Slytherins in particular wouldn't take it this easy on him next time, but it was a step in the right direction. And Harry knew exactly who was behind it. He remembered wondering once, back at Grimmauld Place, how many areas of expertise Snape had to his name. It was a valid question. The professor was highly skilled in potions, occlumency, defense, spying, and dueling, among other things. And now Harry could add one more skill to the list. Who knew Severus Snape had such a talent for meddling? Chapter 57. That Stubborn Thing You Do. "So, Flitwick, you disapprove?" Snape asked, as he scowled at the sand sticking to his shoes. They had rather inconveniently had to take a portkey to the beach, as Nida's home was not connected to the Flu network. "No," Harry shook his head with a smile. "Flitwick's perfect, actually. Wouldn't intimidate a fly, not like you or Professor McGonagall, but he manages to keep his classes in line anyway. Probably the best one to show Professor Brooks a thing or two, and without scaring him half to death, which, you know, is a plus. Can't believe I didn't think of him myself." "You are not required to think of everything yourself," Snape pointed out distractedly. He turned and made his way through the slippery sand toward Nida's home, clearly expecting Harry to keep up. He shrugged to himself as he followed. Didn't mean he wouldn't Trito think of everything himself, old habits and such. Anyway, he needs a lot of help, but I think Professor Flitwick's helping him already, so thanks. Snape inclined his head, but said no more. Harry aimed a half-exasperated, half-amused eye roll at the professor's back. The man had been in a foul mood ever since Harry had met him at his office that morning. Fortunately, now that he liked Harry, that translated to alternating between being short and silent rather than being outright nasty. He could at least tell that he wasn't the object of Snape's ire, and so he let it slide without comment. Besides, Harry was in a good enough mood for the both of them. He smiled as he breathed in the fresh salt air and felt the cool ocean breeze against his cheeks. He half wished he could stay here on the beach, take off his shoes, and squish his toes in the sand. But then he wouldn't have as much time to see Hunter, so he pushed that thought out of his mind and rushed to catch up with Snape's long strides. By the time they reached the stone path leading up to the house, Harry could see Nita seated on the front porch. The older man was sipping a cup of tea as he casually watched their progress. When they reached the porch, Harry watched closely as the men greeted each other. He was still fascinated by whatever friendship the two men had, but there were no big smiles or have-you-beens, only perfunctory hellos and familiar nods. When Nita's eyes turned to Harry, he couldn't help but fidget under the sharp gaze. The man inclined his head. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. I was quite relieved to hear of your escape. You gave us all a bit of a fright." "Sorry," he said automatically, and Snape snorted. "You'll have to forgive him, Ephraim," Snape said in a dry tone. "Mr. Potter here lacks proper discernment over which situations do or do not require an apology. We're working on it." Harry wrinkled his nose at Snape and said cheekily, "It's called being polite." Nita humored them both with a kind smile, and when his gaze next settled on Harry, it contained a warmth that he hadn't seen before. At least not when directed at him. He couldn't help himself. He did a double take, and then gave the man a small, tentative smile in return. Perhaps Nita wasn't dead set on disliking Harry after all. Whether it was because Harry'd shown himself to be likable before, or because Snape no longer disliked him now, he supposed it didn't much matter. Being the object of Nita's warm gaze was much nicer than squirming under his sharp gaze. Still, it didn't distract him from his mission. Nita invited them inside, but Snape must have caught Harry's glance at the meadow, for he motioned for him to go. "Find your friend. Stay within sight of the porch." Harry grinned and took to the meadow at a run, which turned out to be a bad idea, as he nearly tripped over a rock and had to surreptitiously look behind him to make sure his ungraceful stumble hadn't been seen. He slowed to a brisk walk after that. After having walked the length of the meadow twice, and giving the tree a wide berth, he shuddered at the memories that patch of ground raised. He sat down on a particularly large boulder in clear view of the house and waited. He figured it would only be a matter of time before Hunter smelled his scent in the air and came to find him. The first time they talked, Harry had been fascinated by Hunter's explanation of how he could differentiate between all of the humans and animals in the area by smell alone, without even looking at them. He sighed and looked up at the blue sky. Not for the first time, he wished he could talk to other animals too. Think of the things he could learn. He smiled, thinking that he sounded like Hermione. No, not quite like Hermione, he decided. He didn't want to build up a compendium of knowledge in his head. He simply wanted to know some of the cool things that animals knew that he didn't. Like what must it be like to have wings and fly anywhere one wanted to? Or to burrow down deep underground? Or to have a built-in fur coat to ward off the cold? They all sounded nice. He would have loved to have had the ability to fly or burrow away from the Dursleys, or to have built-in warmth all those times they left him with one threadbare blanket in the cold cupboard. Which brought a less pleasant question to his mind. He hadn't thought of the Dursleys overly much lately, with everything else going on. He wondered if he would have to go back there ever again. Now that Snape and Dumbledore knew what they knew, surely they wouldn't make him. It sounded like maybe they wouldn't. For the first time since the night he'd met Sirius, he had real hope that he was finally done with his relatives. For good. Maybe he still had doubts. He couldn't help himself. He'd had to put up with his relatives for 15 years, and every time he'd had a little bit of hope that either he'd be taken away from them or they would begin to be nice to him, he'd been disappointed. He'd given up on asking adults for help long ago. They never came through. But this time he had a bit more hope. Even if he couldn't give Incompletalito that hope, He thought he might have finally found somebody with the guts and motivation to come through for him. Snape hated his relatives, and not only because they were annoying muggles. Snape was familiar with the fear and self-doubt that came with being raised by spiteful people. He was no stranger to the kind of life Harry had with them, and despite their past, despite the hate that used to exist between them, he knew that Snape didn't want Harry to go back to the Dursleys. He felt unbelievably silly for so much as thinking it, but he felt almost as if he had found a champion. Snape would fight to keep him sane, would fight to help him defeat Voldemort, and he would fight to keep him from going back to the Dursleys. He smiled, and then he thought of what Snape's reaction would be to being called a champion, and his lips broke into a face-splitting grin. Snape would hesitate. He snickered, if the shoe fits, but he made a mental note to block it from his mind during future occlumency lessons. Before he could dwell any longer on that thought, his ears caught on a wisp of a sound, and he sat up straight, eyeing the direction he thought it had come from. He caught sight of a black and white length slithering through the grass, and his grin grew impossibly wider. "Hunter!" "SS Snake Wizard Human," Hunter hissed as he drew closer. Harry almost corrected him, but he supposed it didn't matter all that much if Hunter couldn't understand that he wasn't part snake. At least he was starting to get the wizard part. The snake stopped next to Harry's boulder and began to slowly coil in place. "I missed you," said Harry. He reached out, and Hunter obligingly moved his head forward so that Harry could run his fingers along the smooth scales behind his eyes. Hunter slowly bobbed his head. "SS Snake Wizard Human is not dead. I am glad." Harry let out a low laugh. "Yeah, you and me both. How has the hunting been since I left?" It felt like he'd been here only yesterday talking to Hunter, but it had been 6 weeks now since he'd been captured. 6 long weeks. The frog was delicious. Hunter bobbed his head behind him, which Harry took to mean that he had eaten only a little bit ago. "It is growing colder. Food is harder to find. I will assess sleep SS soon." "Oh," he guessed the snake meant hibernation. It occurred to him that he still didn't even know what kind of snake Hunter was, and he'd had no idea that he hibernated during the winter. Maybe if he found out how long this type of snake hibernated, he could talk Snape into taking him here to visit again soon after he was due to wake up. He could maybe even ask Snape all about Hunter. As a potions master, he probably knew a lot about different kinds of snakes. "I slept for a while too," he heard himself say before he quite knew it was on his mind. "Only for a week, but it felt longer. Well, okay, it felt like no time had passed, really, but it also felt like a long time, because somebody made me sleep. I didn't want to." He shook his head to clear it. He hadn't talked to anyone about that part of what had happened, not more than the basics, anyway. He didn't realize until now how much he needed to. "A lot happened to me while I was away," he explained, because Hunter was cocking his head in a way that said he wasn't sure what Harry was talking about, but he was willing to listen. "A bad wizard took me, and he hurt me. And I know it doesn't make sense, but even though a lot of bad stuff happened, sleeping was the worst of it. At least when the bad wizard hurt me, I knew what was happening and I could do something about it. Even if the only thing I could do was to scream or kick, at least I was in control of my own body. When he made me sleep," he swallowed hard, "I knew he could do whatever he wanted to me and I couldn't stop it, wouldn't even know. And I didn't know when or if I would wake up. It was scary." "I do not mind SS sleep," hissed Hunter. "I can teach you how to do it better." Harry smiled and let out a sigh. "Thanks. Maybe next time I see you." He'd known the snake couldn't fully understand, but it still felt nice to unload his thoughts out loud. He moved from the boulder to lie on his back in a smooth patch of ground. He stared at the sky as Hunter coiled up closer to his side and partly onto his chest. "I think maybe it's okay to not have control all the time, but it's different when you can choose to give up control, isn't it?" Hunter scooted his head under his hand, and he ran his fingers lightly back and forth over the snake's scales. "Like I didn't used to like it when my teacher made decisions for me." "Okay," he admitted with a wry grin, "I still don't. But sometimes it's nice to let somebody make the hard decisions, isn't it? Not the kind that the bad wizard makes for people, but the kind parents and teachers make for kids. Those aren't so bad, some of the time. Hunter hovered closer so that he was peering down at Harry's face. You are still in the nest, he reminded simply, as if that explained everything. Harry's lips quirked up into a grin. Yeah, still in the nest, sort of. And still without a nest, he added mentally, but no, that didn't seem quite right. Maybe Hogwarts was his nest. He didn't know how he'd have made it through this year without his friends and professors around him. Not in Teacher's Nest, said Hunter, as if still doubtful. No, Harry confirmed, not in Teacher's Nest. You left and he came. He looked for you. And you are here, Hunter explained, as if that settled something. Harry smiled. Yeah, he found me. He saved me from the bad wizard. ISS showed him your SS stick. It upset him. I was afraid, but he did not hurt me. Harry rubbed Hunter's neck comfortingly. I told you he wouldn't. He knows we're friends. He won't hurt you. Just don't make any sudden movements when you see him, okay? He might still be a little nervous around you. I did not bite him. I know, thank you. Hunter bobbed his head and confessed, I bit dog human. Harry barked a laugh at the gravity of Hunter's confession, but he sobered up quickly. I know, it's okay. He'd hate to think what could have happened if Remus hadn't been brought to a healer right away, but that wasn't Hunter's fault. All he'd known was that Remus had been the bad guy that day. Harry thought about explaining more, but it would only confuse Hunter, and it was highly unlikely Remus would ever be back here anyway. You did well to stop him, he assured the snake. Hunter seemed reassured and rested his head on Harry's chest. They lay like that until the sun was high in the sky, and he learned more about the snake's life. It had no idea how difficult it could be to catch wild mice, nor did he think he ever needed to know such a thing. But it was fun to hear Hunter tell the tale of his last hunt gone awry. He listened in turn as Harry explained more about his friends at school. He thought Hunter would rather enjoy meeting Ron, though he wasn't sure he could say the same about Ron. He knew they were no longer alone when Hunter went completely still and gazed at a point beyond Harry. Is it Teacher? Harry asked. The snake lifted his head slowly and hissed, Yes, he is SS still. Is he afraid? Harry grinned. Probably. I'm going to sit up now, okay? Hunter obligingly scooted his weight from Harry's chest and coiled himself up in the dirt, never taking his eyes away from where Snape presumably stood. I will not bite, Hunter said. I know. He lifted himself into a sitting position and turned. Sure enough, Snape had stopped several paces away and was watching them warily. You can come closer if you want, Harry called. He promised he won't bite. I bet he'll even let you touch him if you want. I think he trusts you, after you didn't hurt him before. Snape cleared his throat. As tempting as that offer is. Come on, you're not afraid, are you? Snape shot him an unimpressed glare. We are not all Gryffindors, mistaking recklessness for bravery. I am quite sensibly wary of placing myself within biting distance of a pair of venomous fangs, particularly as I have now had occasion to see the result of those fangs in action. He won't bite you, I swear. And he very well won't bite me from a distance either, Snape snapped back, his bad mood day patience obviously wearing thin. Harry sighed and muttered, Fine. I only wanted him to meet you for real is all, and pet Hunter himself. The little snake must be feeling the tension in the air and not know how to interpret it, for he was coiling up more tightly. It's okay, he assured in Parseltongue. We weren't arguing, not really. Humans can disagree, but still be friends. Hunter dipped his head under Harry's hand, almost like he was nuzzling it, which Harry was fairly certain was the most adorable thing he'd seen all year. The snake went still again at the rustling of dirt and grass, and Harry looked up in happy surprise to see Snape inching forward, a resigned but determined look on his face. Give me your word that I am not committing suicide, or so help me Merlin, My ghost will haunt you until your dying day." Harry laughed in delight. "You really want to spend your afterlife following around a Gryffindor?" Snape pulled a face, but his eyes were focused on the black and white snake as he drew closer. "Can my teacher touch you?" Harry asked the snake. "It would show him you're friendly if you would let him." "Yes," Hunter hissed, and moved his head slowly towards Snape, who froze. "It's okay," Harry insisted. "He said he won't bite." Snape hummed as if to say he didn't believe he was about to do this, and then knelt next to Harry. He cautiously held out a hand as Hunter regarded him, equally cautious. He flicked his tongue at Snape, and to the professor's credit, he didn't draw back. Of course, he didn't move his hand closer either. "He's just sniffing you out," explained Harry. "Yes," murmured Snape. "I am aware." Still, he took another deep breath before moving his hand the rest of the way. Hunter ducked a bit, allowing Snape to run his fingers lightly over his neck. Harry beamed. "See, he likes you. Or at least he doesn't dislike you." Snape hummed noncommittally and withdrew his hand. Hunter coiled up loosely next to Harry and rested his head in a crook of his own body, curiously watching Snape. "You can pet him more if you want." Snape shot him a look that spoke volumes, and Harry laughed. "Next time, then." Snape shook his head. Of all the skills you could have mastered, snake taming had to be on the list. Harry shrugged and ran his hand over Hunter's scales. "It's not taming if you can talk to the snake. It's only making friends. You don't have enough friends already. Life doesn't have a friends limit, you know. Neither is there a quota to aspire to." "Well, maybe there should be," said Harry stubbornly. "There are a lot of miserable people in the world who might be happier if only they had more friends." "And you intend to befriend them all, do you?" Snape said. And even though Harry knew the man wasn't in the best of moods, the sneer in his voice rubbed him the wrong way. "Of course not," he snapped. "But there's nothing wrong with making friends where I can. Maybe if you tried making friends once in a while, you wouldn't be so serious and grumpy all the time." He bit his lip, already regretting being so rude after Snape had helped him out so much. Snape sniffed and said, "I came to retrieve you for lunch. Mr. Neder has no doubt been required to break out the warming spells by now." "Oh, okay. Can I have a few minutes to say goodbye?" "Of course." Snape stiffly rose to his feet, and Harry caught him rubbing at his left arm as he walked away. He frowned, wondering if that was the reason for the professor's foul mood. He wished he had a way to take his pain away. In time, maybe he would. If Snape and Dumbledore would ever let him try in the meantime, maybe he shouldn't be too hard on him for being out of sorts. "Professor," he called after him, and Snape half turned to look back. "I'm sorry for saying you're serious and grumpy all the time and have no friends." Snape lifted his eyes to the sky, but the corner of his lip curled in a way that told Harry he was already forgiven. "Potter, I am serious and grumpy all the time and have no friends. It is hardly an exaggeration, and you are hardly the first to point it out." "Doesn't mean it's nice to say," Harry murmured. "And anyway, it's not really true. You're not grumpy all the time, and you have at least 3 friends." "3, Snape turned completely and folded his hands over his chest. "Pray tell who made the cut." "Dumbledore, Neder, and me," Harry listed on 3 fingers. "And before you say I can't count Dumbledore 'cause he's your boss or myself 'cause I'm a student, I beg to differ. There are all kinds of friends, and I'm putting us both on your list, like it or no." He lifted his chin. "And I still don't believe you're not friends with at least some of the other professors. Flitwick, maybe. I still dunno about McGonagall. You're probably both too hard-headed to be really good friends with each other. But maybe you chat sometimes. Or maybe, come to think of it, he still wasn't sure who else he could name. Hagrid probably drove Snape crazy, and he always treated Pomfrey with simple professional courtesy. Sprout didn't seem like the type Snape would buddy up to. I had hoped your interest in my personal life was a phase," Snape interrupted his thoughts. "It seems it is doomed to be forever in your sights." Harry shrugged, unconcerned. "I'm on your friend list now. makes me even more curious about who I'm sharing the list with. Madame Hooch, he asked doubtfully. Snape shook his head at Harry, though he didn't seem as irritated as before. The dubious concept of a friend list aside, I do not think such lists operate as exclusive clubs, wherein everyone is thereby entitled to a standing social invite to mix and mingle. Harry snorted. I know you're out of practice, but that's exactly how it works. When you have friends, you invite them together and they meet each other. It's called having a social life. Snape grimaced. I have no desire to cultivate a social life. Harry was tempted to laugh at Snape's obvious disgust with the idea, but he hid his grin with a duck of his head and another pat on Hunter's back. The snake bobbed his head, content to watch them with the occasional tongue flick. He opened his mouth to wheedle the professor for more information, but Snape cut off his attempt before he could make a sound. Finish up and come inside. If you don't take too long, he added with a long look, I may be inclined to be moderately forthcoming about someone or other inconsequential and wholly unexciting detail of my personal life. Really? Harry beamed. Really? Said Snape softly before he spun on his heel and continued on his way to the house. He turned back to Hunter. Sorry, I've been ignoring you. It is fine, Hunter replied as he slowly threaded his body under one of Harry's arms and over the other. It is peaceful to listen to you SS speak wizard language. Do you understand any of it? No, he said, and Harry ran his fingers over his back as he wove back and forth. Thank you for letting teacher touch you. I think he likes you. He decided the exaggeration was for a good cause. Hunter and Snape may never be friends, but that didn't mean they couldn't make good allies. Will I SSC teacher again? Maybe, probably. We have to leave now. I won't be back before you have to sleep, but maybe I can visit again sometime after you wake up. If I do, teacher will probably be with me. Then farewell, SS Snake Wizard Human. Hunter began to uncoil and slither away. I must prepare to SS sleep. Farewell. Harry stood, brushing pieces of dirt and grass from his clothing as he did so. He felt more relaxed than he had in a long time. It was nice to talk to someone like Hunter, who accepted him without any expectations of him as the boy who lived, and who let him talk about anything that was on his mind. He closed his eyes, breathed in deeply of the fresh, salt air, and grinned as he headed to the house. He was still grinning when he saw Snape sitting on the porch, waiting for him. Maybe he could wheedle out some small morsel of information about his professor before they headed in to lunch. He figured a good place to start was by following up on the question about Snape's relationships with his fellow teachers, since Harry had bothered him about it several times now. It couldn't take him too long to heave a long-suffering sigh and admit that Mr. Potter, Flitwick and I regularly chat over tea and crumpet sorno. Mr. Potter, Hooch and I haven't said 2 words to each other in the time that I've known her. Okay, so the last one definitely wasn't true. Harry had seen Snape speak to Madame Hooch before. But he must have something interesting for Harry. He was pretty sure his eagerness was written all over his face as he got closer, but then he got a good look at Snape, and he faltered. Something wasn't right. The man's head was bowed, and his legs were folded underneath him like he'd sat down suddenly once he'd reached the porch. Harry took the last few steps at a sprint. Professor, he dropped down next to Snape, his hands ghosting over the man's back. He was breathing heavily, obviously in pain, and his arms were shaking where they supported his weight. Correction, where his right arm supported his weight. His left was curled up close to his body. What happened? Are you okay? Never better, he said through gritted teeth. And well, Harry didn't have to be a genius to know that was a lie. It's the dark mark, isn't it? He said, unable to keep the tremble from his voice. Voldemort was upping his torture, attacking Snape's mark even more, he was certain of it. Snape dipped his head, and Harry couldn't tell if it was a nod or if it was getting harder to stay upright. Get, Nida, he grunted, and Harry didn't have to be told twice. Mr. Nida, he yelled, then cringed as the front door slammed against the wall. He'd probably worry later that he'd dinged Nida's wall and hope to Merlin that the man didn't hate him for it. He'd already destroyed his lamp the last time he'd been here. He ran for the kitchen. Mr. Nida. He nearly ran headfirst into the older man, who caught him by the shoulders as they met in the doorway to the kitchen. The man seemed surprised but alert, and Harry figured he had to be used to sudden emergencies after so many years as a mediwizard, and now as the keeper of an order-safe house. He didn't wait for Nida to ask, only gasped. Snape grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the front door. To the man's credit, he didn't hesitate or resist, only allowed Harry to pull him along. Snape had managed to move so that he was leaning against a porch railing. He was still clutching his arm to his body, and he looked pale. Too pale. Nida knelt next to him, and Harry dropped to his other side, trying to hide how much he was trembling. I think it's his dark mark, he whispered, as if now that help had arrived. Saying it any louder would give it too much power. Severus, prompted Nida as he placed a hand to his forehead and then checked both eyes. Snape squinted against the light and grunted what Harry thought was supposed to be a yes. With effort, he put out his left arm. When Nida pulled up the sleeve, Harry sucked in a sharp breath. The mark was jet black and writhing furiously on his skin, which was an angry red color and clearly inflamed. It looked so painful that Harry had to look away. Nida calmly replaced the sleeve and gently pulled Snape's arm around his own shoulder. Will you please assist me, Mr. Potter? I think Professor Snape will be more comfortable inside. Between the two of them, they managed to help Snape move to a bed in the infirmary room. If anything, that frightened Harry more, for the professor could barely help them move him. The moment they got him to the bed, he curled up slightly on his side, breathing shallowly through his mouth. Nida reached for a few potions and sat at Snape's side. How long has it been like this, Severus? Snape took a deep, shuddering breath before answering tightly, few minutes. Has been getting worse past week, never this bad. His eyes darted to the potion's vials. Those won't work. Nida was examining his arm again. Perhaps not, he agreed. But what's the harm in trying, eh? I've tried, he broke off with a grunt, then ground out, everything you can think of, old man. It won't work. He drew in a sudden breath and let it out through his teeth, and his eyes darted around the room, catching on Harry. He paled even more, which Harry hadn't thought possible. Harry fidgeted in place, moving from one foot to the other, and hesitantly stepped closer to the bed. He felt entirely useless right now, not sure what he should be doing, but he wanted to do something to help. Should I maybe get some water, or something? He asked the room in general. Go, grunted Snape. Wait outside. Go, Snape yelled, and then winced as if that had physically hurt, which it probably had. Water would be a fine idea, if you please, said Nida politely. He didn't look up as he carefully rubbed a small amount of ointment on Snape's arm. The professor flinched but didn't draw away. Leave it inside the door, then wait in the living room. I will be out shortly. He hurried to the kitchen and back quickly, and it only took one more glare from Snape to hasten his retreat to the living room. He only thought about eavesdropping for a split second before the sinking feeling in his stomach convinced him not to. Snape deserved his privacy, especially on his sickbed, and if he didn't want Harry there, well, it was hardly surprising. The man didn't like to show weakness. He'd been hiding the pain of his mark for weeks in front of Harry, even when it was so bad that he didn't do it very well. It was no surprise that he didn't want Harry to see him now, at his very worst. Despite still trembling, he couldn't sit, so he paced the room until after about 50 million minutes, Nida was there. He stopped his pacing and eyed the older man nervously. He was afraid to ask if Snape would be okay, so he stood in silence, waiting for Nida to speak first. The man watched him in return for a few seconds, his sharp eyes taking in Harry's wrecked state. You must be hungry, he finally said calmly, as if Harry wasn't worried out of his mind, and made his way to the kitchen, waving for him to follow. Let's get you something to eat. I'm not, he started, but Nita was already gone, and so he followed obediently. He stopped inside the door and watched as Nita cast a warming charm on a bowl of soup and a sandwich on the table, then gestured for Harry to sit. He didn't sit. "How is he?" "He is resting," came the brief reply. Harry narrowed his eyes, ready to be as stubborn as he needed to be to get some answers, but Nita only took a seat across the table. "Why don't we eat while we talk?" And okay, Harry could aim for civility while he grilled the man for information. He sat and took a quick bite of his sandwich, not tasting it one bit. The second he swallowed, he repeated, "How is he?" "He is in pain," Nita answered simply. "I've done what I can, but there are few remedies available to me to combat such dark magic. He may be incapacitated for some time." "But he isn't. I mean, he's going to be okay eventually." He didn't know why he asked. Even he knew the answer to that question. As long as Snape was marked, and as long as Voldemort was powerful enough to affect him through it, he wouldn't be okay. Not by a long shot. He sighed and didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he asked, "He's not in danger of, you know." He couldn't sadying. The word was too awful to ask aloud. He swallowed hard. "Is he?" "Not today." But the man's eyes didn't hide the truth, that Snape's future wasn't guaranteed very far beyond that. Harry almost looked away at the pity in Nita's eyes, but he appreciated that the man didn't lie to him. Nita went on, "I've alerted Professor Dumbledore of the situation. He should be here soon to see Professor Snape. I reckon he'll be taking you back to Hogwarts before dinner." "Is Snape staying here?" "For now." "Then so am I." "Mr. Potter." "I know I should ask. It's your place, and I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not leaving him like this. So if I have to be the world's rudest house guest and chain myself to the living room sofa when you try to kick me out, then you should know that that's exactly what I'm prepared to do." He stared down the Mediwizard, hoping that conveyed that he meant business. Nita's lips lifted into a soft smile. "You are rather more like Severus than either of you would care to admit." Harry let himself relax minutely. That wasn't a no. Pardon," Nita said, chagrined. "Professor Snape. I rarely see him around students, you know. The formality takes some getting used to." "You can call him Severus with me," said Harry. The name sounded strange on his tongue, but not so strange as it would have last year. "At least until he gets up and chews you out for it." He tried to smile, but it came out wobbly, so he stirred his soup to have something to do and offered, "And you can call me Harry if you want. I don't mind." He was surprised that he didn't. He still didn't know Nita well, but he liked the man's honesty. And he liked that, unlike most adults who had formed opinions about Harry before meeting him, Nita was open to forming new opinions after actually getting to know him. Harry wasn't sure that the man liked him per se, but he was being nice to him, which is more than he'd expected the first time they'd met. He added lightly, "I'm thinking it might be harder for you to kick me out if we're on a first-name basis." Nita chuckled softly, and they ate in silence for a few minutes. "So are you going to kick me out when Dumbledore gets here?" Harry asked. Nita studied him for a minute. No, I don't think that I will." He answered Harry's grateful smile with one of his own, but he cautioned, "You still must convince your headmaster. Should he decide that you must return to school at once, I dare say that no chains will hold you here against his will." Harry wrinkled his nose at the snag, but he figured he stood a good chance. Not only did the headmaster like that Snape and Harry were closer now, Harry was getting pretty good at arguing his case. Worst case scenario, he could pull out the guilt card. Dumbledore had a lot of things to feel bad about where Harry was concerned. He didn't want to use that to his advantage, but he would. There's no way he could go back to Hogwarts tonight, not knowing whether Snape was going to be okay. "You have been good for him," Nita commented. Harry looked up, surprised. "Who, Snape?" Harry watched him for a few moments, but Nita was casually eating his soup, giving nothing of his thoughts away. He finally said, "He's been good for me, too." Nita nodded and leaned back, satisfied. He played with his spoon for a minute before leaning forward. Mr. Nita, just tell me, out loud, is HEIS it going to kill him? He swallowed. I promise I can handle it, he lied. Nita cocked his head at Harry, studying him, before he answered, softly and gruffly at the same time, I can't know for certain how long. But yes, sooner or later. His body can only take so much of this. Harry swallowed hard, trying to ignore the buzzing in his ears. I thought it was only his arm. Dark magic does not contain itself, not as we might wish, said Nita gently. The dark mark is localized, yes, but the magic of the mark has spread throughout his body. Even amputation would not reverse the damage. Harry shuddered at the thought, but asked hopefully, But you could do that. Cut it off. Keep it from getting worse. Snape might well rather die before losing an arm, but Harry, for one, would rather keep a one-armed Snape around than lose him altogether. Nita shook his head. You know who anticipated that, I'm afraid. It may halt his ability to cause localized pain, but he'll still be able to attack Severus through the mark's residual magic in his body. It might buy some time, but it will not save him. Harry blinked fast against a rush of emotion, and he looked away. He might sort of like Nita now, but that didn't mean he wanted the man to see him cry. After a couple minutes, he cleared his throat and asked, Does Snape know? Nita shook his head. You should probably ask him that question. Harry studied the man's schooled expression and sighed. I don't have to, do I? He's the smartest wizard I know, and he knows Voldemort better than anyone. Of course he knows. Has known for a while. He noted that Nita didn't shudder at Voldemort's name or make a fuss over it, which made Harry respect him even more. But that pity was back in his eyes, so Harry looked away again. Nita relented. He believed he had time. He would not have wished to worry you when you've had enough on your plate. You've talked to him, about me, since we've been back. The man's lips quirked up. No, not as such. Severus is quite tight-lipped, as you've probably noticed. Harry huffed a laugh. No, hadn't noticed, at all, he drawled. Unfortunately for him, I am quite perceptive. Harry raised his pointer finger in the air. Now that I have noticed. Nita smiled. I reckon you'd like to know what I've noticed, eh? Harry pushed his half-empty soup bowl to the side and leaned his arms on the table expectantly. Nita chuckled again, and Harry thought it was a nice sound. Warm but rough, like he was somebody who liked to laugh but didn't do it very often. Severus has consulted with me over the mark, he said. Dumbledore, too. I'm afraid I haven't been of much help. He shook his head sadly. He was reaching the end of his rope. I reckon Dumbledore was considering yanking him from his duties. He eyed Harry, probably considering how much to share with a student, and Harry tried to put on his Bestu can trust Mephase. It must have worked, for he continued. He was giving up. Very nearly had. Then, he snapped a finger. Like that, he regained his focus, his fight. A man like Severus. I reckon the only thing that does that is being needed, by somebody he cares enough about to stick around for. He took a sip of water and eyed Harry over the rim. Know anybody who fits that bill. Harry felt warm, and he wasn't sure if it was due to embarrassment or to the warm blanket type of feeling he got at hearing that Snape thought he was somebody worth sticking around for. Maybe both. He wasn't sure what to say. Nita didn't wait for a response. That boy in there. He jabbed a thumb in the general direction of Snape's room, and under less serious circumstances, Harry would have snickered at Snape being called a boy. Likes to dance around his feelings. And I'd wager you're accustomed to a fair bit of dancing yourself. So in the interest of being a nosy busybody, which, quite frankly, I so rarely get to be, I'm going to tell it to you straight. Severus cares about you. And he wants you to know it, but he doesn't want you to know how much. And now that you know who has got his hooks deeper in him, he's going to be mucking about in that muddled head of his waffling over whether to cut you loose now so you don't have to see the end of him. Don't let him. Do that stubborn thing you do. You're the best chance I've got of keeping him fighting this thing. Harry blinked at what was definitely not wetness behind his eyes. Nope, he blinked harder. You think he can still fight it, you said. I think the longer we can drag this out, the more time we have to come up new ideas. And you never know when the latest new idea could be what fixes the problem. Even long shots have got a shot, eh? Harry nodded, grasping onto that hope, and also clinging to the hope of an idea that wasn't exactly new. An idea that was swirling around and around in his mind, that Snape would murder him for so much as thinking. Nida lifted his head at something that Harry couldn't hear, then abruptly stood. That'll be Dumbledore. I'll be wanting to chat with him for a bit. Call on Mimsy if you need anything, yes. Harry nodded. He didn't bother asking if he could come. Nida clearly wanted to talk to Dumbledore alone first, and Snape clearly didn't want Harry to sit in on them talking about his dark mark. He tore off a piece of bread and nibbled on it distractedly. Mr. Nida, he called to the man's retreating back. Thank you. Nida paused to glance back, that warm look in his eyes. You are very welcome, Harry Potter. And like that, he was alone again, which was fine. The other reason he didn't ask to talk to Dumbledore just yet was that being alone gave him time to think. Because to hell with this curse that seemed to have permeated his entire life, that made him lose any grown-up he started to really care about. He was through with being left all alone in life, because Voldemort decided it would be cool to orphan him. And then Bellatrix had decided he could stand to lose even more. And now Voldemort wanted to take away his last lifeline, one that Harry had found in the most unlikely of places. If Voldemort thought he could take one more person away from Harry, he had another thing coming. He narrowed his eyes, resolved to do that stubborn thing he was good at doing, only not in quite the way Nida had asked of him. He only needed a plan. Namely, the plan of how he was going to convince Dumbledore to let him help. And if that didn't work, then the plan of how he was going to convince Dumbledore that he'd given in so that he could sneak behind his back and do it anyway. One way or another, Harry was going to legitimize Voldemort. Chapter 58, The Third Battle. He won the first battle before it even started. Harry knew it by the look in Dumbledore's eyes, like he saw right through him. It was all there. Worry, pain, hope, and knowing, even amidst the calm of a man accustomed to not allowing himself to be ruffled by life and death situations. Or perhaps of a man who had been through so many life and death situations that they had lost the ability to ruffle him. Whatever the reason for Dumbledore's steadiness, his eyes held grief. And in that moment, Harry saw a man who called his most cantankerous teacher my boy, and cared not only whether he lived or died, but about his happiness too. Dumbledore didn't want to lose Snape any more than Harry did. Dumbledore was also generally more willing than Snape to allow Harry to take risks. And Harry knew. You're not going to try to talk me out of it, are you? He drummed his fingers on the kitchen table, exactly like Snape did whenever he was deep in thought. It made him feel better, closer to the man somehow, to emulate him right now. Would it do any good? Dumbledore asked calmly, as he slipped into the chair that Nida had vacated only 30 minutes earlier. Harry shook his head no and pinched his lips together. He hadn't moved from his spot at the table, but his mind had traveled vast distances, thinking and planning and preparing. For this moment, yes, but mainly for the moment he would legitimize Voldemort. He didn't know precisely how to go about it, but that didn't mean he didn't intend to try, and succeed, at any cost. I mean, he said, trying to inject lightness into his tone, but his voice was too tight to carry it off well. You can always force me back to school, but you can't stop me from trying wherever I am. You can't tacketh this away. He tapped at the scar on his forehead. Dumbledore gave him a kind smile. I will not be forcing you to return to school today, Harry. Good, he sat up straight. That's good. The headmaster's eyes were sad as he said, It will not be easy, what you wish to do. You and I both know that you are not as ready to meet Voldemort in a battle of minds as you should be. Professor Snape's concerns are quite valid. Accessing such a mind as his will not be an easy task, and it is not without substantial risks to your own mind. I know, he admitted, but Professor Snape needs me to be ready now, so I will be." He shrugged, too stiff to be nonchalant, but he knew by Dumbledore's slow nod that his message had been received. "Then we'd best get to work, preparing your mind for the challenge." And that was that. It turned out that the headmaster wasn't a bad legilimency teacher. Not that Harry was about to trade Snape in or anything, but Dumbledore was patient and direct, even about things outside his frame of reference. After all, it hasn't been done before, you realize. The headmaster raised his eyebrows. Not quite like this, or if it has not been recorded for posterity. He gestured to Harry's scar. Your bond with Voldemort is unique. I can help to direct you, but when push comes to shove, you will be relying primarily on your own instinct. Fortunately, you are no stranger to your own instinct. It has served you well thus far. When combined with what Professor Snape tells me is a natural aptitude for the mental arts, as well as the increased power that Voldemort has already bestowed upon you, there are quite a few marks in your favor. They had moved to the living area, and they were alone. He hadn't seen Nita since the man had left the kitchen earlier. He nodded, slightly reassured, and eyed Dumbledore, where he sat across from his own sofa in a comfortable-looking armchair. How are Voldemort's instincts? Quite good, said Dumbledore almost apologetically. He did not get to where he is without that, in addition to his skill and intelligence. Harry sighed, trying not to let his nervousness show. He already knew Voldemort was skilled at the mental arts and was very powerful. As comforting as it was to be on the receiving end of Dumbledore's pep talks, he wasn't all that certain he had any special abilities that Voldemort didn't already possess in greater amounts. When he voiced that concern out loud, Dumbledore's answer was predictably, love. Remember, Harry, you have love and honor and a desire to do good. Those are things that Voldemort cannot understand and so underestimates. You also have the ability to draw power from him through your mental connection, an ability that he does not seem to possess. He then said softly, Harry, I am well aware that I am allowing you to take a very large risk. Also, that Professor Snape may well never forgive me for allowing you to do so. But you must know that if I did not truly believe that you have the ability to pull this off, I would do everything in my power to prevent you from attempting it. It's not like I gave you a choice, Harry pointed out. Dumbledore smiled, his first open, genuine smile since he'd arrived. My dear boy, you may very well be on your way to besting me in raw magical power, but I still have quite a few years of experience on you, not to mention creative methods at my disposal. Never doubt that I am the one making the choice here. The moment I decide to prevent you from doing something, you will most decidedly not doing it. Harry narrowed his eyes and then shrugged sheepishly, because he knew who held the real power around here, and there was little point in denying it. Okay, so where to begin? You already have a conduit for access into Voldemort's mind. He gestured to Harry's scar. How you use it can only be instinctual, not something to be learned. It will be your first great hurdle to overcome. We have reviewed techniques for directing your mind once inside. Now we must determine precisely what you will accomplish. Harry scratched his nose and looked away, embarrassed to admit how hazy his plan truly was. I figured I could. I dunno, just soak up more of his powers. Each time our minds have been connected lately, that seems to happen. So maybe if I hold on long enough and try it on purpose this time, I'll take away enough power so that he won't be able to hurt Professor Snape anymore. You are going in the right direction, certainly, Dumbledore hummed, though such a plan is somewhat underdeveloped. For instance, even at regular strength, Voldemort can cause pain to Professor Snape's mark. Not quite so much, certainly, and nor for an extended time or to such an immediately dire end, but enough to continue to cause damage. And do you think that you will be able to drain him of so much power at once, or to defeat him all at once on your first attempt? Or if not, that you will then be able to determine when a sufficient level has been reached? And that is, of course, assuming that the power transfer between the two of you works as we have theorized. Furthermore, such a plan does nothing for the dark magic already permeating Professor Snape's body. He stared at the headmaster for the span of several seconds and breathed. Okay, so we're not going with my plan then. What's yours? Because I know you've got one, and I assume it's a million times better than mine. Dumbledore smiled, a hint of a twinkle showing in his eyes. Might I suggest a limited attack? Limited. You desire to attack Voldemort's mind and to draw away his powers. A worthy end, yes, but perhaps more ambitious than is called for under the present circumstances. You don't want me to beat him? Oh, yes, my boy. Yes, I most definitely do, and I believe that you will do a fine job thoroughly besting him someday. But it does no one, least of all yourself, any good for you to bite off more than you can chew at present. He held up a hand. I propose a more direct route, one that may not be so injurious to him, but better accomplishes your end. Invade his mind not to attack it, but to attack his connection to the dark mark. Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I want, TODO. He stopped to consider Dumbledore's words. Wait, that can be done without, I thought. He didn't know what he thought, or even what Dumbledore was proposing, but it seemed so obvious. He thought he had to prevent Voldemort from being powerful enough to cause damage through the mark. He hadn't even considered that there might be a way to simply sever the connection. Why didn't Professor Snape tell me that was possible? He huffed, and then answered his own question. Never mind. He didn't want to give me any ideas, that's why. But how do I even do it? Dumbledore smiled. By using the dark mark as a secondary conduit, more of a map or a guide, if you will, than a conduit. Of course, I may need to render the professor unconscious first, said Dumbledore dryly, as you will likely need direct contact with his mark, and he will be quite unlikely to agree to such a thing. Harry grimaced at the thought of Snape's reaction. Maybe they could avoid letting Snape in on the plan until after it was done. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission, that sort of thing. Is that something you would do? He asked tentatively. Knock him out. He knew he was disobeying the professor in even attempting this, but going so far as to take away the man's free will over his own body seemed wrong on another level. Dumbledore smiled gently. I would do a great many things for his own good. Let us hope that it does not come to that. Judging by Snape's expression when they entered the room later in the day, Harry thought that it may have to come to that. The man was alone, propped up in bed, pale and shuddering occasionally, but Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding when he observed that Snape at least looked better. He was shaky, but not doubled over in pain like he had been earlier. His eyes were pinched with pain and fatigue, but that didn't stop him from taking one look at Harry with Dumbledore scowling and telling them to get out. Dumbledore calmly approached the bed, gesturing for Harry to follow. Harry wished to see how you were doing. Perhaps you would like to reassure him that you are feeling better. That is not why you, Snape grimaced and continued in a strained voice, are here. I am no simpleton. That boy, he pointed with a shaking hand at Harry without looking at him, will not be your pawn today. Now, Severus, said Dumbledore gently, let us discuss. I do not care to discuss. He took a shaky breath and encompassed both in his best death glare. Get out. But Harry tried to argue, but was cut off by another protest from Snape. He cleared his throat and said tentatively, Professor Dumbledore, could I maybe talk to Professor Snape alone for a few minutes? No, Snape grunted. He pushed himself more upright and winced. You will go back to school. He bit his lip and decided he may as well go for broke. And may I also have permission to disregard anything he tells me in the next couple minutes? Like a temporary carte blanche on the whole disrespecting professor's thing. You know, without chancing a detention. Dumbledore, Snape actually growled, and Harry was rather glad that he wasn't looking at the man's face right then. It was probably livid. The headmaster made a show of pretending to consider, but he didn't fool either one of them. His eyes were pleased. Issoposia, temporary suspension of consequences, could be arranged. Albus, warned Snape. Very well, carte blanche it is. He gave Harry a pat on the shoulder as he moved past him to the door. Dart not to kill each other, as that is quite the opposite of what we are attempting to do today, he said, and then closed the door, leaving Harry alone with Snape. Why not simply spell me asleep and be done with it? Bit out Snape. Harry pretended not to notice the tremor that ran through the man's voice. Why go through the charade of pretending to gain my cooperation? Harry didn't mention that the option was still on the table. But then, Snape knew Dumbledore well enough to know that. Instead, he sat by Snape's bedside and tried to figure out how to begin. It wasn't as if appeals would work, and Snape was too intelligent to be managed. Wear me down with silence. That is to be your tactic. Harry cleared his throat. I don't have a tactic. How like a Gryffindor, Snape scoffed, which shouldn't have made Harry happy, but it did. If Snape had enough energy to sit up and to argue and to scoff, then he wasn't quite on his deathbed, was he? It made Harry feel brave, knowing that they had some time, that the pain from earlier in the day seemed to have lessened. You won't convince me, added Snape. You are not ready to reach into the Dark Lord's mind, and I will not be the one responsible for your demise. Harry nodded. I know. That's not why I asked Dumbledore to go, not so I could talk you into it. Snape's face showed his suspicion. Harry leaned forward and looked Snape in the eye. Look, I know we're not going to be on the same side of things this time, but the thing is, I'm not going to let you die. So, permission or no, I'm doing this. You gave me your word, spat Snape. Your word that you would not attempt such a thing until both Headmaster and I deemed you ready. Harry looked away. Snape was good, he'd give him that. He knew just where to hit to give Harry the most pause. I shouldn't have promised that. And yet you did. So, are you a man of your word, Mr. Potter? He met Snape's eyes, his answer clear without having to give voice to it. Snape's lip curled. So your word is worth nothing. Harry swallowed past the tightness in his throat. I told you once that I didn't know if I could keep a promise if there was a really, really good reason to break it. I don't know what kind of person that makes me. I can't let you die while I can do something about it. And you think that I will sit back and watch you on my behalf? Snape's eyes were black with anger, a stark contrast to his pale skin. You think so little of me. Harry shook his head. You're the bravest man I know, he said honestly, and he saw some of Snape's anger seep away at the compliment, though his eyes still flashed. You're not afraid to die if it means doing the right thing. I'm only saying I disagree with you about what's the right thing to do here. And before Snape could say whatever biting remark he had on his tongue next, Harry said, I remember the cabin, you know. Snape frowned in confusion. After you got me out, after you know who, when you took care of me, he explained awkwardly, and Snape's expression cleared in understanding, only to tighten again. I don't remember a lot before I woke up that next morning, only bits and pieces, but I dream about it some nights. I fail to see how that relates to our current discussion, Snape snapped, though there was uncertainty in his eyes. Most of it is hazy, but I remember a couple things clearly, I think. Mainly what you told me about Sirius. Snape didn't say anything, so Harry took that as permission to continue. You said he would have done right by me if he could have. That he would have seen me as more than my dad's son if he'd had more time. He looked down at his hands. You also said I couldn't use a time-turner to save him. Again, I fail to see how. You've had time, Harry interrupted and hated that his voice shook. You don't see me as just my dad's son anymore. You seem... Harry, do you know how difficult it was to get here? He laughed a hollow laugh. Of course you do. We've been in this together for what feels like ages now. He abruptly stood and began to pace. And the thing is, I know you're trying to do right by me in a way Sirius never could, and I appreciate it, really I do, but you're going about it the wrong way because that's not what I need. I don't need you to protect me from you-know-who. I mean, sometimes I do, obviously, but note for a time. That's not something anybody can even do, really, because here, He pointed to his scar. He's here in my head, and he's not going away. And this, what I'm doing today, it's not something you can protect me from. It's going to happen eventually, whether it's today or tomorrow or next year. But if you don't let me do it today, then when Edo, you'll be gone, and I'll be all alone. And no time turner will be able to bring you back. You will not be alone, said Snape, his voice almost subdued. Dumbledore. Isn't you, Harry said fiercely. He can help with some things, but he's got the entire war to worry about. When push comes to shove, you're the one I need, the one who can help me with just me part. So yes, I want to save you because I'll miss you, and because I'm grateful to you and don't want yet one more person in my life to die on me, but more than that, I need you. Not only yesterday or today, but a whole lot of tomorrows too. You and I, we're not done. You will not have a tomorrow if you die today, shot back Snape, but his tone lacked bite, so Harry knew his words were getting through. I won't die today. I can do this, and even if something goes wrong, I'll be with 2 Legilimens and a healer. It is not so simple. It rarely is, Harry said fervently, and moved closer to the bed. I know Dumbledore told you the second prophecy, the one about you helping me defeat you-know-who. We've only ever danced around it, you and I, but the prophecy is true. I feel its truth in my bones. I knew it was true, even when my head told me it couldn't be. I need you if I'm going to best you-know-who. If I don't face him today, not in every way, just enough to do something about that, he gestured sharply to Snape's bandaged arm, and with you right next to me, then you won't be there to help me when the stakes are even higher and the danger is even greater. Snape had stopped looking at him and was staring at the wall. When he didn't say anything for several long seconds, Harry threw himself into the chair and groaned. Look, I know you are trying to protect me by being all brave and self-sacrificing, so I don't have to be the one taking a big risk here. But don't you see? You're Emmy best shot. You even said I don't have anybody else really looking out for me, not in the way I need. Do you honestly think there's anyone else who will try as hard as you will to both take you-know-who down and keep me alive? Snape clenched his jaw, but he still didn't say anything, and Harry didn't know whether to call that a win or a loss. He shifted after several long minutes of charged silence, and his eyes settled on the bedside table and an empty glass. Do you want some water? He asked, just to break the silence. What? Snape frowned and glanced at the glass, then up at Harry. No. His gaze turned accusing. You said you weren't trying to talk me into it. Harry sighed. I'm not. I only wanted you to understand why I'm not backing down, so maybe you'll have a slightly better chance of forgiving me after. He held Snape's gaze for a long time, and he wished he knew what the man was thinking, but his spy face was in place. All he knew was that he wasn't being legilimized. Snape hadn't done that to him without permission in a long time. I don't think you know, Snape said without breaking eye contact, quite how much you have upended my world. Harry bit his lip and forced himself not to reply with a sorry. He didn't think it was that kind of situation. It might even be a "you're welcome" type of situation. He waited for Snape to clarify. I was unprepared for you, as you well know. He shook his head and looked down at his wrapped arm. He took a deep, shuddering breath and let it out slowly through pinched lips. I had been quite prepared to die for some time, had no qualms about it. Welcomed the idea. He shook his head again and studied Harry. I had no idea one foolish, headstrong, maddening Gryffindor could change that. Harry felt his lips lift into a soft smile. You want to live? That's good. I can work with that. Thoroughlimadening Gryffindor, said Snape. But the way he said it, with something nearing affection, made Harry's smile grow. So, he asked hopefully. I cannot agree. Harry's smile fell. However, Snape closed his eyes for a long moment, then opened them and pierced Harry with a resigned stare. If you and Dumbledore are determined to circumvent me, and I can see that you are, I am hardly going to allow you to risk yourself without my oversight. Harry bit his lip to keep himself from smiling. So no, I can't do it, but yes, you'll help me anyway. Snape reluctantly nodded at the backwards yes. and it was all Harry could do not to smile at having won his second battle. But the feeling of unexpected victory was too much to contain, and before he knew it, he was not only smiling, he was out of his chair with his arms around the professor. It only occurred to him after he was already hugging Snape, who'd gone completely still against his pillows, that this still wasn't quite the nature of their relationship. His face grew hot, and he was about to pull back when he felt the man reach around with his right arm and gently rest a hand on his back. His smile grew, and he let himself stay for a couple seconds longer, then hastily withdrew and bolted for the door to usher Dumbledore in before Snape could see either his flushed cheeks or his wide grin. Not urgently. Force will be necessary to break through. But not too much force. It will alert him to your presence. We both know that will be unavoidable for long, Severus. And yet avoiding it for as long as possible is what he will do. Harry worked out a kink in his neck and took a break from looking back and forth between the professors like a spectator at a tennis match. He was pretty sure that Snape was dragging this out, delaying the inevitable for as long as he could, and he might have been affronted by that if not for the fact that he himself was nervous to begin. That, and he knew Snape wouldn't be able to keep up his delay tactics for much longer. The dark mark seemed to still be giving him a break from the more debilitating pain, but the man was looking more haggard the longer he was awake. Judging by the droop of his shoulders and the lines on his face, he was utterly exhausted. He already had drifted lower onto the bed, unable to keep himself in a fully sitting position. Dumbledore hadn't been too surprised that Snape was now cooperating, albeit under considerable protest and duress, as Snape put it. He'd simply placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and casually winked at him before getting down to the business of discussing how Harry should go about beginning his efforts to legitimize Voldemort. Because he was actually about to legitimize Voldemort. He hid his shaking hands in his lap. It was starting to feel a bit too real what he was about to do. He glanced over at Nita, where he had taken up vigil at the foot of the bed after unwrapping Snape's arm. The Mediwizard gave him a soft smile and an encouraging nod. The nod somehow, without a sound, conveyed that he didn't doubt Harry's abilities and that he wished him luck. It really was better than any pep talk he might have given, and Harry nodded back, squared his shoulders, and moved his chair closer to Snape's bed. He eyed the dark mark with disgust. It was still writhing over irritated skin, and Snape's muscles were spasming even while he spoke to Dumbledore. He took a fortifying breath as he placed his hands on the bed near Snape's arm. His stomach clenching at the amount of pain the professor must have grown used to tolerating over the past several weeks. He wouldn't quite know how to do what he needed to do until he tried it, but Dumbledore seemed to think that close contact with the mark was key. He didn't realize all talking had ceased until Dumbledore's hand settled on his shoulder and he said to, "Take your time. Calm your mind. Do not begin until you feel ready to do so. Professor Snape and I are right here should you need assistance with legilimency, and Mr. Nita will be keeping an eye on your and Professor Snape's physical conditions. All right." Harry gave a jerky nod. Well, it wasn't all right. He was afraid, no matter how determined he was to do this. He didn't want to, not really, but he wanted Snape to be okay, so he'd want to. He pretended to be more confident than he felt, for his own sake more than for anyone else's. There really was no motivation like desperation, was there? He let his fingers skim above the surface of Snape's dark mark, not quite touching it. His scar was prickling, probably due to Voldemort's heightened activity on the mark. He glanced up at Snape, seeking permission, which the man gave with a frown and a sharp nod. "Okay," he whispered, more to himself than to the three men in the room. "Okay, here goes nothing." Which turned out to be the literal truth. He put his hands gently on Snape's arm over the dark mark, not certain if he needed to touch it, but figuring it would probably help if he was supposed to use it somehow. Snape flinched, and his own scar twinged in pain. He breathed deeply a few times until the pain lessened, and he got used to the residual discomfort, and then he closed his eyes and reached out with his mind, and after about 5 minutes of nothing, he cracked open an eye. Snape, Dumbledore, and Nida were watching him intently, and he cleared his throat. IUH. No, you have to keep an eye on me and all, but maybe you could, I dunno, pretend not to. I'm trying to do the whole instinct thing, and our instinct doesn't like the hovering. Dumbledore smiled reassuringly and set up chairs for himself and Nida away from the bed, closer to the door. They were still watching him from their seats, but the feeling of being hovered over lessened. He smiled and nodded in gratitude, then turned to Snape. I am already pretending to go along with this scheme, the professor snarked. I am fresh out of any more ability to pretend. He eyed Harry in such a way that, even through tired eyes, communicated that he was very well going to keep a close eye on him, and Harry was going to have to deal with it. And okay, that was fair, seeing as how Harry was currently attached to Snape's arm and all. He braced himself and tried to reach out with his mind and failed again, and he thought it was probably not good that he'd barely begun, and he wanted to throw up his hands in defeat. He didn't know what in Merlin's name he was doing. He reached up a hand to rub at his eyes. After a moment, a hand grasped his wrist and drew it back down to the mark. Harry aimed a questioning glance at Snape. Close your eyes, the professor quietly instructed, and Harry obeyed. Build your mental shields. He cracked open his eyes to ask, or to argue, he wasn't even sure which, but Snape squeezed his wrist until he closed his eyes again, then murmured, You have grown accustomed to reaching outside yourself for power, but the magic you need concern yourself with is inside, within your very core. Reach for that magic inside you, build and stabilize it through your occlumency shields, and then, and only then, slowly gather more power to yourself. You will find yourself better able to control it. Harry bit his lip. That might take a while. As it should, cut in Dumbledore. We have all night. Needlessly speeding up the process will not better enable you to succeed. Harry pursed his lips and nodded. Do not attempt to reach into the Dark Lord's mind until after your shields are erected and strengthened, added Snape, though the words seemed dragged out of him. When your mind is prepared and you are at full power, the connection may occur more naturally than you expect. He nodded again, eyes still closed, and dutifully began to erect his occlumency shields. It didn't take too incredibly long before he was able to strengthen the shields and to dig down into the recesses of his mind for more power to pour into them. This was the simple part, the part that he was most familiar with, and yet he felt buoyed by the ease with which he was able to accomplish what had been challenging for him to learn not so very long ago. But he had yet to tap into his newfound, extra powers in a conscious, purposeful way, and so he was surprised at how natural it felt to do that too. As the power flooded through his body, it was as if he had a new sense, something as natural a part of him as his sight or his hearing, and now that he knew it existed, it was impossible to go back to before. He breathed in and out, dug for power, built his shields, stabilized them, in and out, dug, built, stabilized, and the longer he gave himself over to the process, and the less he gave thought to what he was doing, the more alive felt. He lost track of time, only knew that his body was thrumming with magic, and it felt wonderful, and he might have continued on forever if not for being brought to himself by a sharp jerk of the arm in his grasp. He breathed in and out, dug, built, and stabilized, and he tried to not let go of his concentration as he cracked open his eyes to see how Snape was doing. The professor wasn't looking at him, but rather at his arm, his eyes wide in amazement. Harry's concentration faltered as he whipped his head to Snape's arm, afraid he had hurt him somehow. But where before he'd seen a writhing mess of dark mark and spasming muscles, now was only a still image of a serpent on a still arm. The irritated skin was clearing up before his eyes, and he swept his eyes up to Snape in time to see the professor close his own eyes and breathe a sigh of relief. I stopped it hurting, asked Harry in wonder. He hadn't thought he could help Snape like that, not without getting to Voldemort first. Hating himself for having to test this, he carefully lifted his hands from Snape's arm, and the mark immediately began to writhe again. He quickly clamped his hands back down on the arm and breathed in and out, dug, built, stabilized, dug, built, stabilized, and the mark quickly faded to its dormant self. Sorry, he winced at Snape's grimace of pain in that moment. Snape glared his glare that wasn't a real glare, and Harry tamped down on the urge to apologize for apologizing. Well, I'll be, said Dumbledore softly from where he'd risen to stand at the foot of the bed. How remarkable! You have not yet accessed Voldemort's mind. Harry could feel Snape flinch out of habit at the name, but the dark mark didn't move. He lifted his eyes to Snape, who stared back at him in disbelief. So he could apparently form some sort of barrier between the dark mark and Voldemort, without legilimency, without consciously attempting to even. Ha! That was so cool. Of course, he couldn't stay glued to Snape for the rest of his days, so he still needed to legitimize Voldemort. And he wasn't going to chance another apology. But he felt bad that he could have been helping Snape all this time and hadn't bothered to try. Not that Snape would have let him, but still. Before Snape and Dumbledore could start discussing this development out loud, he could see how they both wanted to, and break what concentration he still had. He closed his eyes and continued working on his shields. They had surpassed what he'd thought of as full strength by now and were only growing stronger, and in that moment, he understood something about how his new powers worked. His shields weren't using up his magic, like fuel or something to be burned away. They were absorbing them, storing them for later. The thicker and taller and stronger he built his shields, the more power he had stored up that he could access at will when he needed to. The realization made him feel powerful, like really powerful. And then he felt the sparks. Even with his eyes closed, he knew they would be around him if he only decided to peek. The magic being drawn into his body felt like light, warm, happy, soothing, pure and warm and invigorating. They illuminated his mind, made clear what he needed to do next. He remembered Snape's first occlumency lesson this summer, about making emotion physical, and it made complete sense now, what he needed to do with the magic. It was almost effortless, really, how he became one with the magic and felt it drift through his body, centering in his scar and in his hands and in his chest. He didn't warn Snape. He figured he didn't need to. The man would know by the way he grasped his arm more firmly, spreading out his fingers so that they would touch as much of the dark mark as possible. And then, with his mind, he pushed. Through the scar, right into the darkest, vilest mind he'd never wanted to visit again. He had one pure, joyous moment to celebrate that it had worked, it had actually worked, before his mind was brought up short. Where he was, it wasful. It was cold and dark, so dark. He forced himself not to recoil at the overwhelming sense of death and hate and greed, afraid that he would recoil himself right back into his own mind. Instead, he gave himself a long moment to acclimate to his surroundings. He had been here before, but it was different this time. It was the same mind, only less active. He could not sense conscious thought, only a sense of hot and cold, like being thrown directly from a furnace into a frozen lake, and a rolling mass of what he could only describe as black and filthy sludge. If Snape's mind was like an ocean and Harry's like a whirlwind, then Voldemort's was like a cemetery in a swamp that had been run through by hot lava. Only worse. Much worse. He wanted to leave. He forced himself to stay. Another difference was in Harry's own mind. He had never set out to purposely invade Voldemort's mind. It had only before happened by accident and for a few snippets of time. He felt in control this time, like he could think and act for himself, though for how long he didn't know. At any second, Voldemort could realize he was here, and no, he realized with a sudden understanding why this mind was practically dormant, almost pliable, and why Snape's dark mark had let up from the worst of its pain over the past hour or so. Voldemort was asleep, and if Voldemort was asleep, he was not on his guard. Harry had some time to figure out what he needed to do, Perhaps he could even get in and out without alerting the evil wizard to his presence. Was that likely? Probably not, he admitted to himself. But it was certainly something to strive for. He wanted to laugh at his good fortune. Until he was alerted to a more imminent danger. Voldemort's mind was so evil, so vile, that the thick sludge was beginning to creep into the crevices of his mind. It was sticky and foul, and disorienting. And he knew with sudden clarity that simply being here, even without the wizard's knowledge, endangered his own mind. The darkness around him was like quicksand, bogging him down and making it more difficult to think or to move. He needed to hurry, or he would be too overcome to continue. He tamped down the panic and calmed his mind, breathed in and out like Snape had taught him. He had a general idea how to direct an attack, but that was not his main concern. Where to direct it, that was the problem he needed to solve. He adjusted his grip on the dark mark and became lost for a long moment in the distant sensation of moving his own body while in the mind of another. And then he forced himself to let go of conscious thought and push the magic through his fingers, first gently, then a bit harder, and the sensation of falling hit him like a punch to the stomach. His entire body reacted to his mind's journey, his gut clenched, his shoulders tensed, and his breaths came faster. He forced himself to fall. To not stop himself, but to see where his instinct would lead him, even though it was so hard to let himself go. Falling into a tempest of death, hate, greed, and darkness. Murky darkness at the outer edges of his mind. Darkness enveloping him, broken by the faintest of outlines, as of caverns or dungeons. The stifling feeling of being deep within the earth, too far below to ever see the sun again or to hope for rescue. Tamping down the panic, ignoring the claustrophobia. Falling down. He stopped. It wasn't a jarring stop, like the hard impact or tumble to the earth that he'd expected. The falling simply stopped. He existed in the darkness, neither moving nor, it seemed, breathing, until he registered a low hissing in the darkness and began to panic despite his best efforts. He couldn't help feeling that he'd dropped into a pit of vipers and was about to be attacked at any moment out of the pitch black. His breaths came in shallow, panicked gasps, and he knew that they were his real breaths when he felt, in that other world where his body still existed, the whisper of a hand on his chest, the faintest thought that someone was telling him to breathe. It helped. It grounded him. He was real. Snape was real. He was out there, was with him, had agreed to help, even though he didn't want Harry to do this. This was real too, not real in the same way, but real. He could do this. He could fight whatever lurked in the darkness. He could fight the darkness itself. He could. He gasped. There was light. Sparks. They were there with him, beating out of him, lighting the darkness, and he felt that soothing warmth that came alongside their magic. It will be okay. He could almost sense them telling him, as if they were fairies to light his way, and he believed them. They fought against the darkness, both within and without. They lit up his surroundings, and he found himself in a place resembling a cave, that black sludge covering the walls, dripping down from the ceiling like long strings of varying length, some thicker than others, some mere stumps. One in particular curled itself up and writhed and hissed as if alive, and he realized with a shock that the strings were snakes. Most were asleep, some were shriveled up as if dead. Only one moved. Snape, he knew without a doubt that the snake of black sludge, dark magic. Yes, he thought. The sludge must be dark magic, or at least the residue of dark magic, was the tie binding Snape to Voldemort, and he realized with a disgusted examination of the sleeping snakes how many Death Eaters had taken the dark mark and pledged themselves to Voldemort, more than he'd known or dreamed of. He wondered how many had come to regret it, and how many would take the mark all over again. It occurred to him that he could destroy all of the connections, take away Voldemort's access to his followers, and perhaps even save a few who no longer wished to be bound to him. It was tempting. Maybe, later. Snape first. He couldn't afford to mess this up for his teacher. He focused in on the writhing snake, reassured that it didn't seem to be aware of his presence. It didn't pause in its movements, and unless he was mistaken, it didn't even realize that its access to Snape's mark had been temporarily blocked. It mirrored its typical movements on Snape's arm, and Harry hated Voldemort in that moment for being so determined to cause Snape agony that he could keep up even this level of torture while asleep. He reached out and brushed against the snake with his mind, testing. It flinched, and he drew back only to try again, more firmly this time. Probably too firmly, he realized in the next instant. Because that's when Voldemort woke up, and his third battle began. Chapter 59, Epiphany. His mind was being squeezed through a sieve, and the holes were too small, and there was no give, and he was being crushed, and pain. Crushing, blinding pain. In the next instant, like a drowning man who had taken in his first mouthful of water, it occurred to him to fight. He pushed as hard as he could against the crushing weight, and he felt it ease slightly. Not enough for him to escape its hold, but enough to not die. Yet. He continued to fight, as if his life depended on it. Which it did. As did Snape's. Rage flooded his veins, and he knew it was Voldemort's rage, not his own, and it frightened him until he felt the other wizard's fear, and as afraid of me, he thought, and it helped. It gave him the courage to keep pushing, knowing that somebody as powerful as Voldemort could be afraid of him. Of just Harry. And then he couldn't think anymore. All he could do was fight, because the mind he was legitimizing was now fully awake, and the dark sludge surrounding him rolled in waves of anger and panic and indignation, and it was all he could do to not drown in a sea of thick, pulsing dark magic. Memories began to pour through his mind, old memories. A boy at Ollivander's, gripping a wand, feeling a burst of power for the first time. The same boy, slightly older, casting a spell on a frog. Later, running toward the lake at Hogwarts, eating chocolate in Hogsmeade. He ripped his mind away from the memories, knowing that they were being given to him as a distraction. Voldemort was trying to lead him away from this part of his mind, trying to separate him from the thread of magic that tied him to Snape. Voldemort knew what he was attempting. It was quite obvious why he would be in this part of his mind. The rolling grew worse, and it was like being in an earthquake or on a ship in a deadly storm, and he couldn't find his footing. He didn't know which side was up or whether he would survive. He only knew to meet the crushing force head-on and to not give an inch, because he needed Tarstay. He needed to get back to the snake if he wanted to cut off Voldemort's access to Snape. He needed to survive, and he needed to not be moved. If he gave up ground, then he would never finish his mission. Voldemort was too powerful. The wizard would never again allow him the opportunity to find his way back here. Another attack came, this one like a sledgehammer to his temple, and he wasn't prepared for it, and he felt it so deeply that in that other world, where his body existed, he faintly registered the wash of sticky wetness upon his face, and he knew that his scar had broken open under the strain of Voldemort's attacks. He screamed, partly from the pain, but mostly as a battle cry. He couldn't give up. This was too important. He pushed back with all that was in him, and he finally felt Voldemort falter. He took advantage of the small reprieve to pull up the element of air. He grabbed onto it, poured as much of his love for Ron and Hermione into it as possible, and he felt a surge of power, and he knew, heck knew, that he just somehow managed to siphon more power from Voldemort's core, and it made him feel almost giddy with power. He tamped the emotion down quickly. He couldn't afford to be distracted. But then he was distracted despite himself when a small tear appeared in the cavern, a break in his connection. He breathed harder and frantically tried to repair it. It thickened, trying to draw him away, and Voldemort began to attack from the other side, pummeling his mind until he was flattened and surrounded by the thick blackness of the cave-like wall, and he somehow knew that the tear wasn't Voldemort's doing. It was happening within his own mind. Without thinking, he threw himself at both the tear and the attacking wizard. The tornado ripped into Voldemort's mental force, and he was gaining ground, pushing him back, and the sludge was writhing, tossing him about, and he managed to stay in control, managed to push Voldemort back. He felt powerful, even as he sensed Voldemort regrouping, readying himself to rip Harry apart. But the tear shrank, and then it pulsed and grew and pulled at him. And he felt, in that other world, the whisper of a strong hand peeling his own fingers away from Snape's arm. Hands, other hands, on either side of his head. Snape, Snape, and Dumbledore. They were the cause of the tear, the break within his mind, he realized with sudden clarity. They were trying to break the connection. They were trying to save him from Voldemort, regardless of whether he wanted to be saved. No, he frantically shook his head, not even knowing if he was doing it physically or inside his own mind, and he felt despair. He wasn't done. They couldn't break the connection. If they did, Snape would never have another chance to break free. He would die. Harry couldn't let Snape die. He dug in, not sure how tightly he was holding on to Snape's arm, but certain that it would bruise, and pushed out instinctively with his power until the hands tore from his body as if burned. Unwilling to consider whether he had hurt either of his professors, he immediately attacked within Voldemort's mind at the dark sludge, which was now attempting to engulf him, to trap him within its depths. He felt himself began to sink into the sticky blackness, like quicksand, his own mind's attacks managing to keep him sane and alive, but not much else. He took his attention off his efforts long enough to eye the writhing snake, and he noticed with alarm that more snakes were writhing and hissing and spitting. He knew which was Snape's, but he also knew that Voldemort had called perhaps a dozen Death Eaters to his aid. He had no idea what they could do to help their master in this situation, but their presence certainly wouldn't help Harry. He dug into the sludge, trying to use it to brace himself, but instead he sank further into it, and he gave in to a moment of panic before reeling himself back in. He pulled up memories, infused his tornado with as much love as possible, but it was weakening. Voldemort spasmed away briefly, but then he pressed closer, and Harry felt his breath punch out of him. The twister didn't bother Voldemort as much as before, and Harry knew that it was his own fault. It was becoming difficult to stay alive enough, sink and keep his wits. About him and Attic and infuse his mind with love while worrying that he would be pulled away before he could save Snape. Give up, Harry Potter. You will not win. No, 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 no. He repeated the word over and over, like a mantra in his head, determined to not give in, even while he felt himself sink lower. You think yourself strong, but you will never be as strong as I never. I will crush you, as I should have done long ago. Voldemort's confidence was growing. Harry could feel it in his mind, not only in the words, but in the sureness of the attacks. The dark wizard was winning, and Harry allowed himself a moment of fear. Shall I give Severus time to mourn you? Voldemort was confident enough by now to laugh, and the darkness around Harry pulsed. A day, perhaps. I think I will allow him a day to mourn you, to look upon your dead body, and to know that he could not save you after all, to know that he is lost. And then he shall kill him, swiftly, but not without pain. Oh no, not without pain. Severus Snape will know pain like he has never known before. Number had to save Snape. He thought frantically as a wave of blackness attempted to pull him under and nearly managed to do so, its thick, inky tendrils sticking to his mind, so invasive that he could taste its foulness in his mouth. He gave into a single sob before pushing back with all that he had, but he knew that he was too weak by now. Snape was depending on him, even if he was probably cursing Harry right this instant. But Harry needed him to stay alive. He wanted to stay alive himself, yes, but he wanted Snape there with him. He needed his guidance and his skills. And not only that, he wanted to help Snape in his lab some evenings and maybe sit with him while he read his books. They didn't even have to talk. He just wanted to spend time with him and to hear him say Harry again. He wanted to be around his dark humor and even his awkward hugs. As rare as they were, they made him feel safe, even when the world around him was big and frightening. The sludge bulked, and almost without conscious thought, he took advantage of the withdrawal to advance his own attack forward. His twister was growing in strength. It ripped through a portion of Voldemort's defenses, causing the inky blackness to writhe in pain, and he didn't even have to think very hard to understand why. His love for Ron and Hermione was strong, yes, but it wasn't why he was here, was it? No, he was here because of his love for Snape. The realization that he could possibly describe his care and concern and newfound respect for Snape in those terms nearly broke his concentration. It was. It was an epiphany, to say the least, and one that he would likely keep to himself. But he could ponder and quantify it later. For now, he would usate. Voldemort hadn't wasted time in doubling his fighting efforts, and Harry cried out as the wizard used his distraction to send another wave of agony into his scar and throughout his entire mind. He regrouped as quickly as he could through the spinning of his mind, knowing that Voldemort's attacks were weakening him, and he didn't have much time. He populated his mental landscape with as many recent memories of Snape as possible, as many emotions of his own that he could drudge up to go along with them. Snape answering his questions about occlumency, protecting him in Voldemort's lair, even while in disguise, gifting him the lily charm. Thankfulness, admiration, love. Voldemort shuddered violently, and Harry knew precisely what to do next. If he could only get to the snake, to Snape's snake. He surged forward. Snape comforting him, Snape holding him after a vision, giving him potions to soothe his nightmares, later withholding potions for his own good. Care, comfort, appreciation. He pushed against Voldemort, gaining ground. Exhilaration bloomed in his chest. Forgiving him, giving him another chance, trusting him enough to pet a dangerous snake just because he asked it of him. Simpler to Kingto him, listening to him chat about his day. Elation, respect, ease. He felt Voldemort's fear. It was back. The fear was more tangible now, more in the foreground of his thoughts, and he knew to expect the roar of 1,000 gusts of dark, sludgy darts that attacked his mind, but they didn't stick. They washed off of him, and he felt the blackness surrounding him spasm and scream and give way as his mind burst with power. Seeking answers about Harry's eyesight, gifting him with glasses just because Harry needed them, something no one had thought to do before. Gratitude, awe. He sensed the breakdown of Voldemort's defenses a split second before it occurred, and he acted on instinct, knowing that he didn't have much time. He was powerful enough to win this battle temporarily, but Voldemort would not give up the war so easily. Abandoning all thought of fighting off Voldemort's attacks, knowing that this task would take everything that he had, he charged straight for the snake-like tendril of dark magic binding Snape to his dark master. He grasped it, clung to it, tore at it with every ounce of energy and love and fight within him, even as it twisted and writhed and struck at him. It attempted to wrap itself around him, to crush him, and then the attacks from behind him began anew. The darkness writhed, trembled, and lashed out at him, even while his mind was crushed through the sieve of dark magic, and his senses began to shut down. He pulsed with power, directing all of it at the snake, and it gave one last writhe and went limp. It tore in two, from the base through to the tip, and fell in a dead, shriveled-up heap. He'd done it. Snape was free. He smiled. He would have celebrated, but the sledgehammer crushed into his mind, and the world went dark in an explosion of rage and pain. The next thing he knew, he was a ghost. Maybe. He felt light, not like his body should feel after his mind had been crushed to death, which it had, so he must be a ghost. But he couldn't see, so maybe he wasn't a ghost after all. He'd never met a blind ghost. And then he thought that maybe his eyes were closed, and he remembered that ghosts had eyes, and they could probably close them too. So maybe he was a ghost after all, only he'd never wanted to be one, and he'd never wanted to die so young. The thought distressed him, and he whimpered. He heard movement next to him, felt a brush of skin against his arm, and a voice said softly, "Harry." He knew that voice, had figured out something about the person behind the voice, some sort of epiphany, but he couldn't remember what it was. But he didn't think he was a ghost after all, and he felt nice, because the hand was brushing his hair away from his face in a soft, soothing motion, and he floated back into the darkness of dreamless, potionless sleep. He became vaguely aware of the scents in the air. Fresh salt air, muted by the musty smell of old furniture and cleaning potions. Broth, clean laundry, herbs, dirt, lilac, cinnamon. His head hurt, and he felt a weight on his arm, like something warm and heavy, and breathing was resting on top of it. But he didn't mind. He felt safe. He drifted back to sleep before he could even wonder if he was awake. Something was wrong. Someone was supposed to be there. With him, wherever he was, but whoever it was, he wasn't there. He could tell by something lacking in the air, the way whoever it was moved and smelled and sounded, that he wasn't there, but somebody else was. They touched his head. He whimpered in protest, hoping they would know what he needed. Needed, but they moved away, and he whimpered again. And before he could protest or cry, he fell back into the darkness. This long. Give it time, heart is steady. Hismund Albus, even if his body, his mind, we do not know. The voices swirled around him, saying words that sounded like words he knew, but at the same time made no sense. But nothing made sense, really. His mind was floating, as if outside himself, but his head hurt, and it anchored him to reality, drew him a little further from the floaty feeling, and his throat was dry. It became his most pressing concern. Nothing existed outside of his dry throat, and he moaned. Hands touched his forehead, but he couldn't move except to crack his lips open and moan again. The hands didn't get the message, for they ran a cool cloth over his face. But it felt so good that he decided his parched throat could wait after all. His mind began to float again, until a few drops of water on his tongue soothed him back into the bliss of nothingness. Harry! The voice drew him to it, like he had been waiting for his name to be spoken, and now that it had been, he had little choice but to obey its call. Harry, it repeated, open your eyes. And it echoed in his mind, reminding him of Ron's loud voice in the library, and he thought to shush his friend, but that would take an awful lot of energy. Instead, he listened to the sounds in the room as he slowly drifted closer to consciousness. A clock ticked, faintly, like it was from a wristwatch or perhaps a clock in a different room. Fabric rustled, his own sheets, he realized as he felt someone adjust them around his shoulders, and a sigh sounded from next to him. A sigh of frustration or of worry, perhaps. He thought to reach out to comfort whoever it was, but again, it would take way too much energy. But he felt the need to obey the voice, so he concentrated really, really hard on cracking open his eyes. A sliver of light broke through his vision, and he slammed his eyelids shut with a groan. Harry, another rustle of fabric, the creak of a chair. He felt a hand on his face, and he turned into it a fraction of an inch. That's it. Time to wake up now, the voice said, and it tapped his cheek gently. He tried again, and the light was softer when his eyes opened this time. Snape's face hovered above him, his black eyes looking down on him intently, as if looking for something, as if searching out Harry's very soul. Say something, Snape said urgently. Can you say something? Harry blinked slowly, long enough to see worry creep onto Snape's face, though he wasn't sure what he was worrying about. He dropped his eyes, and it came rushing back to him when he saw Snape's arms. He gasped. The man's arms, they matched. Both were unblemished. The dark mark was completely erased from his left forearm. He felt tears gather behind his eyes. He desperately blinked them away, but not before one escaped. The hand gave his cheek another gentle pat, and his eyes were drawn back to Snape's. I very much need for you to say something right now, the professor said, a frantic edge to his tone, if only to reassure me that you still have the mental capacity for speech. He licked his lips and croaked. It worked. Snape closed his eyes and bowed his head for a long moment, breathing deeply and a little shakily. He tucked the sheets closer around Harry. It wasn't really necessary, as he hadn't moved in the last couple minutes, but he didn't say anything about it since it seemed to make his professor feel better. Not that Harry could say anything more just then. It had taken so much energy to blink away tears and to say 2 words that he could already feel himself closing his eyes and drifting off. "Yes," he heard Snape say as his fringe was brushed from his face and the hands settled on top of his head. "You did it." Snape's voice was rough. Too many emotions mingled together for Harry to sift through them just now. Only there was something in Snape's voice, a note he'd never heard before, and he tried to parcel it out before his heavy eyelids got the best of him. "You're okay," he murmured sleepily. "Yes," said Snape again. "I'm okay. We will be fine, the both of us." There it was again, something foreign alongside the relief. Note entirely foreign, he amended. Something Harry had heard before, but never in Snape's voice. He tried to force his eyes open, tried to keep the conversation going so he could figure it out, but he couldn't. Sleep was a force of nature, and it was forcing him under again. And then he thought he might already be asleep, because he felt lips brush lightly against his forehead, right over his scar, and that wasn't right, because Snape was the only one here. And Snape wouldn't ever do that, would he? "Rest, we have much to discuss, but first rest." He heard it again, that strange lilt to his voice, and just before he was claimed by the soothing darkness of sleep, he placed it. It was joy. Chapter 60, A Lot Like Love. He awoke with a jolt. One moment he was unaware of the world around him, and in the next he bolted upright in bed, not altogether sure why. He half expected to be restrained, a vague impression flitting through his mind that he hadn't been alone in quite a while. But no hands appeared, and he seemed to be alone now. It was night, and things were a bit fuzzy without his glasses, but he could see well enough by the illumination of a soft light nearby to know where he was. He was still at Nida's, in the infirmary room, in pajamas that he had not been wearing before. He experienced no moment of confusion, no hazy waking-up period. He remembered everything about being in Voldemort's mind, and he shuddered at the sudden overwhelming urge to take a bath to rid himself of black sludge and dark magic. It had been awful, and it had been worth it. He remembered waking up, of Snape's rolled-up sleeves. His arms bare like Harry had only seen them a small handful of times. He remembered the lack of dark mark, the skin unblemished as if the mark had never existed. Most of all, he remembered Snape's face, how he had looked in an instant of relief, how his eyes had been clear of the pain that so often haunted them. He remembered the joy, or what he thought was joy, and he remembered. His face heated, though there was no one around to see. He remembered the feeling of being tucked in, like he imagined his parents might have done, and of a gentle kiss, the kind he'd seen Petunia give Dudley so many times, but that she'd never once given to Harry. He remembered feeling loved. Surely it had been in his imagination. He knew that Snape liked him now, but he was Snape. He wasn't the type to get sentimental or to show affection. He also wasn't the type to give Harry mementos of his mother, or to hold him when he had a nightmare, or to return a hug, or to let him sleep on the sofa in his private quarters. And yet, he had done all of those things, so why shouldn't he be capable of one fleeting, barely there, parental moment that made Harry feel safe, protected, and like everything was going to be okay? "You should have been my son." Snape's once-spoken words ran unbidden through his mind, and he swallowed against a rush of emotion. His overactive mind was taking the words out of context, he knew, and he shook his head in an attempt to shake them loose. He needed to stop himself before he began to expect more from Snape than the man was prepared to give. His own realization within Voldemort's mind was causing him to wander down a dangerous path of wanting and craving things that he had no right to expect. He really wasn't certain of the exact moments his hatred for Snape had turned to tolerance, and then to understanding, respect, appreciation, and ultimately to love. It had happened quite quickly, only over the past couple months, but at the same time, it had happened so gradually that he could not think to the exact moment that it all changed. There were so many moments, too many to count up, that had all led him to this moment, to this realization. Because that's what it was now. Love. He felt for Snape the same way he'd felt for Sirius. In a way, he felt a different mix of emotions when he thought of the two men, certainly. They held different parts of him, different bits of his life and his history, and they filled different spaces in his heart. But the love, that part was the same. It struck him that the most staggering part of his epiphany about how he felt about Snape was how not staggering it was. Okay, yeah, he had been staggered by their evolving relationship every single time he'd thought over it over the past weeks and months. But right now it felt normal, natural even, that he should feel love for Snape. It was on the tail end of that thought that he heard the rasp of a soft snore and swiveled his head to see a sleeping body on the bed next to his. He fumbled for his glasses on the small bedside table between them. Snape's closed eyes and hooked nose were lit up by the soft light of a lantern on the table. He was lying on top of the covers, an open book inches from his hand, as if he'd intended to read and had instead fallen asleep. Harry watched the man's chest rise and fall for a couple minutes, then scanned his eyes about the room, not sure what he was searching for. He had a bit of a headache, but it wasn't bad, and he wasn't tired enough to fall back asleep. He didn't want to wake his professor. Merlin knew the man could use the rest, after all Voldemort had put him through recently. But he also wasn't in the mood to converse with Nida or Mimsy should he be caught wandering the house. As silently as he could, he swung his legs out of bed and onto the floor. He carefully placed his weight on one leg, and then the other as he stood, not certain how steady he would be after whatever Voldemort had done to his mind to end their connection. And he was happy to note that despite a bit of trembling in his hands and knees, he felt strong and sturdy. A glass of water sat on the bedside table, and he gratefully sipped at it while glancing sideways at a pile of papers closer to Snape. He just about made up his mind not to be nosy when he saw his own name on top of what looked to be some sort of schedule, and he craned his neck to take a peek. He almost laughed at the predictability of Snape's dealing with Harry's period of recovery by making him yet another study schedule, except that he was worried it meant he had slept away another week of school. He didn't feel like he had been asleep all that long, but anything was possible when Voldemort was involved. He took a deep breath and let it out on a soft sigh. The idea of having to catch up on schoolwork again was downright depressing, but he supposed if he'd done it before, he could do it again. He had broken the Dark Marks connection, and Snape would live. Surely that was worth a bit of extra studying. He'd still hate having to do it, though. He was about to move on from the schedule before his eye caught on a rather large block of time, set aside where one shouldn't be. Giving up on not touching Snape's things, it was basically Harry's thing anyway, with his name on it and all. He snatched up the paper and narrowed his eyes at what he hoped was Snape's idea of a joke. A large chunk of his Saturdays was taken up by something labeled P, whatever that was. Was Snape intending to have him study his weekends away until he was caught up, or even longer, because he wanted Harry to bring up his grades to an impossible Hermione-like level? He nearly groaned aloud, his thoughts of lazy lions and flying practice with Ron going up in smoke. He'd do it, he knew. If Snape really wanted him to spend his Saturdays in the library or in extra study sessions, he'd do it. It probably wouldn't even feel like the worst of all punishments, because he liked knowing the man was proud of him. But he wouldn't do it without grumbling and trying to talk him out of it first. Trying really, really hard to talk him out of it first. Setting the schedule back where he found it, and finding that his legs were already growing tired, he sat back on the bed with his legs folded under him and studied the sleeping professor. It struck him that he could probably sit here and study Snape's relaxed face and think on the year he'd had and not run out of things to think about all day. He grinned and stifled a laugh as his victory within Voldemort's mind began to settle, to feel real, and he felt almost giddy in relief. Snape would live. Harry would live. They would go back to school, where Harry's greatest worries were homework and Quidditch matches. Well, and nightmares and unpredictable powers, and the looming threat of his next encounter with Voldemort. So, not entirely worry-free, he had to admit, but better than before because Snape wasn't going anywhere. He would be there beside him, helping him to deal with his nightmares and teaching him to channel his power and training him in the mental arts. With such a capable teacher beside him, none of those things was impossible to conquer. He didn't realize he was sporting a soft smile on his face until he registered a pair of black eyes blinking up at him sleepily. An instant later, the eyes widened, and Snape was pushing himself up from the bed. He stared at Harry for a long moment, looking him over from head to toe, as if confirming that he was, in fact, sitting on top of his bed fully awake, staring back at him. Good morning," said Harry politely. He looked out the window at the darkness outside. "Good evening," he corrected, then turned back and got right to what he wanted to know. "Please don't tell me I slept another whole week away. It'll be so much harder to catch up in the middle of term than it was at the beginning." Snape shook his head as if to wake himself faster. "No," he rasped. He cleared his throat. "We can discuss that later. How are you feeling? Headache? Dizziness? Disorientation?" He whisked out a wand before Harry could answer and ran it over him in a way that reminded Harry of Madame Pomfrey and her diagnostic spells. The professor was already walking to the potions cabinet when Harry caught up enough to answer, Headache. Not too bad, though, and no dizziness or anything like that. A little shaky, maybe, and tired. Not sleepy tired, more like my muscles are tired. I feel good, though." "Like better than I would have expected," he said, with a question in his voice. Snape didn't respond right away, his hands busy rifling through vials. He found what he was looking for and returned to the bed with a headache draught, which Harry downed eagerly, and a thick, earth-toned concoction that Harry studied curiously. "A nutritive potion," explained Snape. "Your body went through an ordeal alongside your mind. As well as you are feeling at the moment, it will be best to wait until at least the noon meal to consume solids." Harry drank the potion, which didn't taste horrible for its drab color. He licked his lips. It tasted a bit like grass, if grass were as sweet as pineapple. The professor sat in a chair next to the bed and watched him. What for, Harry wasn't sure, but before he could give in to the urge to fidget, Snape volunteered. "Your body recovered from its exhaustion quickly, though you will find yourself easily drained after being abed so long. Mr. Nita theorizes that you were aided in your quick healing by the power that you managed to gather into your magical core. With your body injured, it focused itself internally, repairing your body quite a bit more quickly than might otherwise be expected." He nodded, relieved, but his greatest concern was elsewhere. He moaned, seriously, "How long was I asleep? Just tell me so I can mourn the loss of all my free time for the rest of term." Snape's lips quirked up and he leaned back, something of contentment in his expression. "No need for dramatics. You only missed 2 days of school. It is coming up on Wednesday. We shall see how you feel come morning light. Judging by your mental alertness, you will almost certainly be well enough to attend classes. If not, I will be happy to personally deliver your assignments to your sick bed." Harry grimaced at that thought, then scooted back on the bed and leaned against the headboard. 2 days, he thought with relief. He could handle 2 days. That wasn't so bad. You didn't have to miss class again too, did you? "No," assured Snape. "I returned each evening, but Mr. Nita has been with you during the day." He nodded. "I hope I didn't worry you too much." Snape gave him a look that Harry could only call exasperated and said dryly, "You invaded the Dark Lord's mind, went into magical shock, very well could have died or become a vegetable in the process, and you hope you didn't worry me too much." Yeah. "If you ever do anything that's stupidly self-sacrificing again and survive, I will kill you," Snape growled. "Personally." Harry thought a slight change of topic might be in order. "So, without the dark mark, can you say and hear you know whose name now?" Snape gave him a last warning look, then touched his left forearm with the opposite thumb, rubbing circles absently across the bare skin. A very unsnape-like look crossed his face, and he looked almost lost. I don't. I hadn't had time to consider. But I can't think why not. So, yes, I suppose so. Do you want? I mean, can I try? Snape hesitated, then nodded, focusing his eyes on his arm. Voldemort, said Harry, almost in a whisper. Snape flinched. Still, asked Harry, dismayed. How is that even possible? No, said Snape in a pinched voice. No, it didn't hurt, not at all. He sucked in a sharp breath and looked at Harry with an undefinable emotion in his eyes. It is only nearly 20 years. I must think how to explain. He lowered his eyes back to his arm. I do not miss it, how could I? But it has been a part of me for my entire adult life. I should not miss it, and yet, no, he said firmly. I do not miss it. It is only I do not know what it is to be without it yet. I expect it to burn at any second, if he let burn in my mind. And the mind, he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I have been trained to fear the Dark Lord's name, and the mind does not so easily forget. I could start with something close to get you used to it, Harry offered. Moldywort, Waldeshorts. Snape looked up, and Harry was gratified to see amusement in his eyes. How long have you been waiting to use those monikers? A while, he admitted. Snape's eyes were soft when he said, I appreciate the suggestion. However, I am quite tired of living in fear, I think. I am determined to reclaim my mind, and I cannot do so without acclimating myself to hearing his Tarsying, Voldemort, he shuddered. Harry wanted to pat his professor's arm and tell him well done, but it might seem patronizing, so he gave him a wide grin instead. Snape smiled back, and Harry was struck by how much younger and less dour he appeared when he smiled and was pain-free. They fell into a comfortable silence, and after a few minutes, Harry decided to take advantage of Snape's good mood. You know, you still owe me a total rundown of your personal life and who all your friends with on the Hogwarts faculty. Snape quirked an eyebrow. I believe I said I would provide for yawn detail of my personal life, without a specific promise as to the topic, and with the understanding that it would be altogether inconsequential and unexciting. You even talking to me about your personal life is already exciting, countered Harry. Snape huffed in amusement. Well then, let us draw out the excitement as long as possible. I have a question of my own first. What? Why do you get to go first? Because I am the grown-up. That is a totally unfair and arbitrary rule. Alas, Snape held up his hands in mock defeat. As the grown-up, I get to make the rules, arbitrary or no. Harry narrowed his eyes, though he wasn't truly put out. Okay, he sounded out. How about the question game? Take turns, a question, for old time's sake. We grew out of that game long ago. Says who? Says me, the grown-up making the rules. Snape gave him a look, the kind that accused Harry of being obtuse on purpose. I would hope that you would have realized by now that I will always give you only as much information as I am willing to give you, regardless what game we play. The question game, as you call it, was my ploy to get you to talk. I know, Harry shrugged, but I still got something out of it, and it worked, didn't it? I talked, so why not do it again? It'll probably put me in more of a sharing mood, he said with exaggerated innocence. Because you no longer require it. You trust me enough by now to generally answer my questions without the necessity of persuasion or subterfuge. But it would be fun, Harry needled. For Merlin's fine. Snape threw up his hands with a harumph, though Harry could tell that he wasn't truly put out either. I still will go first. His eyes dared Harry to challenge that, but Harry was quite content to have won one battle, and he happily plumped up a pillow to put behind his back. Instead of starting right in with a question about his health or studies like Harry had expected, Snape shifted in a way that Harry knew meant he was uncomfortable or nervous about something. And wasn't that intriguing? He adjusted himself, so that he was sitting up straight and watched his professor expectantly. Snape cleared his throat. My question is rather more of a proposition I thought to offer before, especially in light of recent revelations that may have hindered your past academic performance. He ran his eyes over Harry's new glasses. But with a clumency so new and quite urgent, and the distraction of my dark mark, he shook his head. In any event, we are well into October. I am running out of time to extend such an offer. Hence, he cleared his throat again, and paused long enough that Harry had to work hard to keep the confusion off his face. He finally said, You still desire to complete your potions, Newt? Yes. Harry widened his eyes and a little too quickly squeaked, What? Yes, of course. Yes. I meant what I said before. I will only allow the best students into my Newt class. However, if you are so inclined to put in the hard work required, I would be willing to tutor you. With the understanding that if you deem your progress satisfactory, by the end of this term, then you may join the sixth-year class in the spring. Yes, Harry bit his lip to keep from saying yes over and over. That was all that would probably come out, as he was too thrilled to be able to put together a coherent sentence. A smile ghosted on Snape's lips. Make no mistake, it will be hard work. I will accept nothing less than your best effort, and we have much to cover, not only to catch up to your classmates, but also to hone skills that you should have mastered prior to this year. My time is valuable. You will not waste it. I expect for you to put in your highest amount of effort, or I will not waste my time teaching you. Yes, his body was thrumming with excitement. Please, yes, I'll work hard, I promise. You won't regret it. Snape studied Harry with a smile ghosting his lips. No, I do not think that I will, he said softly, then reached for the study schedule on the table. He handed it to Harry. However, you would be wise to give my offer some actual consideration before accepting. As I have class during most of your free periods, and it is unwise to fill up every evening with extra lessons, you will be required to give up a considerable amount of time to additional studies in between your classes and the honing of your brewing skills on the weekends. With all that is on your plate. Yes, before Snape could go on, he insisted, I thought about it. I want to. I'll work hard, I promise, and I won't waste your time. Every thought he had had to talk Snape out of Saturday work vanished. He could still be Anora, but, he paused. There's flexibility in there for Quidditch practices, right? We practice a lot on Saturday mornings, and sometimes we move it to the afternoon. Snape quirked his lips. Far be it from me to stand in the way of Quidditch practice. Harry laughed and tried not to bounce in excitement. Then it's a deal and I accept. He extended his hand. You are aware that not all offers must be cemented with a handshake, Snape pointed out, even as he accepted Harry's hand and gave it one firm shake before letting go. Harry shrugged, still grinning. It feels more official. Snape leaned back with a satisfied look on his face and waved for Harry to take his turn. But truly, what more could Harry ask for after that? He wouldn't even complain if Snape wanted to be closed-lipped for the rest of Theorif. He was really willing to spend all that extra time teaching Harry. Okay, that was a lie. Spending all that time with Snape would probably only sharpen his curiosity. So maybe he'd better strike while the iron was hot. Who are you friends with on the Hogwarts staff? He asked eagerly. At Snape's dry look at the word friends, he amended, Which Hogwarts professors do you talk to when you don't absolutely have to? Snape gave him an approving glance at the amended wording and answered, Sprout. Sprout, Harry repeated, surprised. That had not been what he was expecting. I enjoy conversing with Pomona Sprout. She is quite knowledgeable about herbs, and by extension, the fundamentals of potions making. She generally has the positivity to put up with my foul moods, yet the ability to temper it enough to not thoroughly irritate me. All he could think to respond for a few seconds was, Oh. He smiled, a warm feeling spreading inside him at the personal revelation, and then he laughed in delight at the mental image that conjured up. You sit around the staff room talking about herbs with Professor Sprout. He couldn't have pictured it before, but now that he did, it didn't seem too far-fetched. Snape sniffed. Well, I can see how it pales in comparison with the riveting social engagements. Debating the finer points of schoolyard crushes and chocolate frogs, no doubt. Those are very serious topics, said Harry, only half joking. I don't know what I expected. Professor Flitwick, maybe. Snape shrugged. I have never avoided conversing with Professor Flitwick. We have little in common, but I appreciate his temperament and respect his teaching style and expertise. Ha, and Professor McGonagall? He asked, while Snape was in a sharing mood. We have a grudging professional respect, shared Snape. We have known each other long enough to work well together, but neither of us has quite the patience for lengthy lunchtime chats with a fellow stubborn soul. Harry tried not to laugh at the idea of McGonagall and Snape trying to be friends. He couldn't quite picture it. They were too similar and dissimilar at the same time. And Dumbledore, he said, not asking. You talk to him. Snape inclined a head in agreement, but didn't elaborate. Any more pressing questions? Would you like to inquire as to my relationship with Professor Trelawney, perhaps? Harry grinned. No, I don't think I need to ask about that one. The mere thought of Snape trying to put up with a conversation with the divination teacher made him want to laugh. Your turn, but Professor, he smiled. Thanks, really. Snape inclined his head again and asked, How much do you remember of the cabin? Harry didn't need to ask. He knew what cabin Snape meant. Bits and pieces. I remember images more than anything, the way the blanket felt, waking up and you being there. I keep remembering something about snow, he half-asked with a confused frown. But it couldn't have been snowing that time of year, so I have no idea what that's about. Snape laughed, actually laughed at that, and Harry decided maybe he was better off not knowing. The only clear things I remember were what you said about Sirius, and also when he looked away. I remember thinking you were dead, and it's kind of hazy, but I remember that you were there and you, said you'd stay with me. And you did. Snape leaned forward, not laughing now, and rested his elbows on his knees. That is all. He peeked at Snape's face and decided to be honest. No, I remember one more thing. You, asking me about Dementors, about what I hear. Oh, Snape looked away. I'd hoped you wouldn't remember that, he admitted. It's okay, you know, said Harry tentatively. You didn't have to wait until I was out of it to ask. I'd have told you. Snape waved a hand feebly in the air. Yes, I know. I was rather more hoping to avoid my own embarrassment of asking something so personal. And two, he swallowed. Two, Harry prodded after a minute. He made an aborted effort at speech and then said, I was not ready to talk at length about her, to inspire you to think that she was fair game. I am still not quite, he hesitated. It is only that I. It's okay, interrupted Harry, and it was. Just because he wanted to ask for the moon didn't mean he wouldn't be content with a few glimpses of it from afar. He wanted to know all about Lily Evans Potter, yes, but he'd already found out more from little snippets Snape had given him than he'd ever dreamed he'd get. You don't have to. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I really want to know more about my mum, and I'd love to hear anything you want to tell me, but I won't ask if you don't want me to. I mean, I'll try not to ask. You can just tell me whatever you want to whenever you want to, and if you don't want to say much, that's okay too. Snape studied him like he didn't believe him, but his earnest expression must have been convincing. The professor sat back in his chair with a sigh. You are entirely too empathetic for a 16-year-old. It is unnatural. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess. You should at least negotiate for what you want. Snape pointed a finger at him. I still blame your Gryffindor tendencies, but the truth is that you also have far too much Hufflepuff in you to ever put your Slytherin potential to maximum use. Hufflepuff, Harry repeated, having never thought of himself in relation to that house before. Ha! Well, being like a Slytherin is mainly about ambition, right? Who says I can't be ambitious about making friends and not stepping all over them? The two can work together. Do not forget cunning, among other attributes. Cunning and getting along with people are not mutually exclusive, you know. With finesse, it is quite possible to both get what you want out of the situation and ensure the other person feels the same. But I don't want to play games. I know, nodded Snape with a mournful look that turned to determination. We will work on that. Harry wasn't sure whether to laugh or to throw up his hands. You're still angling to turn me into a Slytherin. Snape's eyes took on an amused gleam. You have just agreed to spend a sizable portion of your year in one-on-one tutelage with the head of Slytherin House. The more pertinent question is whether you still think that the development of your Slytherin traits can be avoided. Harry pursed his lips at that, mainly to avoid a smile, but he didn't pursue it. Instead, he circled back around to the point and insisted, I mean it, you know. I'm not playing games. You don't have to. Snape stopped him by covering one of Harry's hands with his own. I know, I am grateful. His eyes were unguarded for once, letting his gratitude show. Harry smiled and nodded, and Snape squeezed his hand before he let go. I believe it is your turn. Harry hesitated. He'd honestly had something stored up that he'd wanted to ask for a while now, but after just promising not to pester Snape about his mum, it didn't feel like the right time. It might even be rude. It was definitely brushing up against those mental scars Snape carried around with him from the past. He bit his lip and decided to chance it. Maybe. You don't have to answer. I mean, I just told you I wouldn't pester you about my mum, and I meant it. It's only something you said once about my dad. Only more about me, and I wanted to know, but you didn't say, and you don't have to, but I wondered if you might. Ask, said Snape gently. Remember, I will give you only what information I wish to give you. Harry licked his dry lips and watched Snape for his reaction. You told me once, while we were at Grimmauld Place, that I was like my dad. Only, not in the ways you always thought. Snape looked away, but not before Harry saw a glimmer of pain in his eyes. It's okay, Harry said in a rush. I mean, I wanted to know what you meant by that, but you don't have to if it brings up memories rather. I mean, I can just... Snape held up a hand, and Harry stopped talking. He had to try really hard not to break the silence that followed, as Snape seemed to be deciding what to say. The professor crossed his arms and rubbed a hand across his face. I still hate him, he admitted after a while, without looking at Harry. His jaw clenched. I know that I should try not to, for your sake, but a lifetime of single-minded hatred is not so easily overcome. Harry looked at his hands, finding a loose thread on his pajamas quite interesting. For the first time since he woke up, he was distinctly uncomfortable. He'd known shouldn't have brought up his dad. They had mostly ignored the topic of James Potter lately. Harry had thought it was enough that Snape didn't hate Irina, but he was beginning to see that, until Snape could forgive Harry's dad, there would always be a James-sized chasm between them. No matter how much they tried to ignore it, or how often it seemed not to matter, it would always be there in the background. He wrapped the thread around his fingers and tried to figure out how to backtrack the question so they could ignore that chasm for as long as possible. You are arrogant, Snape said suddenly in a clipped tone, not looking at Harry. Spoiled, both things that you are not. You possess a reserve that he didn't, and a desire to protect and to see the best in people. He did not. Your personality is quite more like. He swallowed hard and went quickly on, but not entirely hers. I hated his rashness, but I cannot deny that he was brave in the face of danger. Like you, firm in his convictions, as far removed as they were from my own. Skilled in certain areas, particularly defense and dueling, to my detriment. He was sharp-witted, which was bloody irritating. Loyal to his friends, as undeserving as they were. Harry bit his lip, too overwhelmed by the information about his dad to say anything. He silently willed Snape to continue, and the man took the hint. You share those traits, only I don't hate you for it, so there is that. Snape half shrugged and lowered his head so that Harry could not see his face. The one thing I cannot hate him for is his last act. He protected Lily, sent her away with you, sacrificed himself. I hate that it was he who had the right to protect her, but I cannot hate that he did, even if it did not save her in the end. He looked up at Harry with resigned eyes. You are like both your parents in that respect, self-sacrificing. I wish to hell you were not. Harry looked back down to the loose thread, winding and unwinding it around a finger. That was more than anybody aside from Sirius had told him about his dad in one go, and that it was Snape, who hated his dad and who had been willing to tell him about him anyway, meant an awful lot. He was alarmed to find that he was blinking back tears. Snape's hand covered his again, stopping his nervous fidgeting, and Harry looked up through his fringe. The professor took a deep breath and let it out. I will try. I cannot promise anything. It may take a miracle. I am not so skilled at. He waved his other hand in the air as if to make up for words he could not say. After another aborted attempt, he changed tacks. You chose a better path than I once denied it, then resented it. I believe I am finally grateful to you for it. Grateful? Harry asked, confused at what this had to do with his dad, but deeply yearning to know. Snape nodded, his gaze firmly focused on Harry. I have never truly accepted the concept of choice. One is so often what one was born to be, or so I thought. Dumbledore insisted otherwise, even Nida on occasion, but I could not see it. Until you. Harry was fascinated by the man's words. He was wary of saying much, for fear of derailing Snape's openness, but he cautiously asked, Why, until me? You have not merely upended my world, but also my worldview. He took a shallow breath and let it out. When I found out, after we left your relatives, home, I had previously thought you a brat without excuse, only to discover that you have an excuse, and yet are not so. For a time, I hated you for the second, almost as much as I hated you for the first, for it meant that I myself was without excuse. He had the urge to apologize and bit his tongue. This was definitely one of those situations that didn't warrant it. I still do not understand how forgiveness comes so easily to you, Snape shook his head. But I cannot deny the power of being on the receiving end. You forgave me, Harry pointed out. I think you're better at it than you give yourself credit for. Snape lifted an eyebrow. Ours are hardly equal situations. And no, reflected Harry, they weren't equal. Stealing a potions jar wasn't quite the same thing as serving an evil muggle-hating wizard and being partially responsible for orphaning a childhood friend's son. And yet, it's a big deal to me, he said. Equal or no? Snape stared at him for a minute, then shook his head with a wry but sad smile on his lips. You see, the great Harry Potter, bane of my existence, is undeniably a good person. I should find you thoroughly irritating. To tell you the truth, I find it quite irritating that I do not. Harry smiled. Thank you, he said simply, for trying to forgive him, even if it might take a miracle. He felt a weight lift off his chest, even knowing that Snape would try, because he had more confidence in Snape's ability to forgive than Snape himself did. It took practice, that's all, and the man had already had some practice to start out with, thanks to Harry's own mistakes. Surely he would only find it easier going forward. Snape sighed and removed his hand from Harry's. Are you tired? You should rest, perhaps. He recognized Snape's attempt to end the conversation. Talking so openly like this couldn't be easy for him. He'd gotten better at it, but he still wasn't used to it. Harry really should have agreed for the professor's sake, but he really wasn't tired, and he could tell that Snape would be willing to keep going if he wanted to. Plus, he had another question he really needed to know the answer to, and he wasn't sure when else would be a better time to ask. So he went out of turn, and before he could talk himself out of asking, he blurted out, Did you kill Crabbe? And tried to not cringe. Snape didn't react at the question, didn't even look surprised. No, he said evenly, meeting Harry's eyes. He let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding, and repeated a relieved, No. Do not paint me a saint quite yet, Snape warned. I have killed in the past, and I knew when I used Crabbe for my plan that I was endangering his life. I am not entirely innocent. But you didn't kill him. You didn't mean for him to die. No, I did not. He nodded. Good, that was good. Snape waved a hand. Anything else you wish to know? Consider it carte blanche on your turn. Since you apparent Liliveth concept of carte blanche, he said dryly, eyes narrowed, and Harry tried not to laugh. He wondered how long he would be paying for his stunt with Dumbledore the other day. You can ask, Harry offered. I already skipped your turn, it's okay. Snape shot him a half-exasperated stare. You really do need to learn how to play the game to your own benefit. The question game. The life game. When someone offers you an advantage, take it. I just want to be fair. Snape sat back and gave him an exasperated glare. We have much work ahead of us. Good thing we have the time, said Harry with a barely contained smile. Snape quirked his lips. Yes, he said softly, ghosting his fingers over his unmarked arm. We have time. He breathed in and out a few times before saying, I am quite out of questions for tonight. We have much to discuss of your foray into the dark. He paused and shuddered as he forced himself to say, Voldemort's mind. But as you are not in any imminent danger, that will wait until our next occlumency lesson. If you have anything else you wish to discuss, now is your opportunity. If not, you should at least try to rest your body and your mind before breakfast. Harry could think of dozens of things he'd like to ask his professor, but one thing stood out among the rest. Maybe, one thing. It's not like it'll matter for a while. I just want to know. He trailed off, and at Snape's encouraging nod, he carefully asked, Do you think Dumbledore will send me back to the Dursleys? No, said Snape almost before he had finished the question. A dark look crossed his eyes. Absolutely not. You need not concern yourself with that possibility. It will not happen. But do you know for sure? Has Dumbledore said? He has already informed your relatives that you are no longer in their custody. Harry's eyes widened. Wait, he did. He spoke to the Dursleys. Snape gave a noncommittal sound that Harry knew meant yes, but that he wasn't going to go into details. You may ask the headmaster about the particulars if you wish. Suffice it to say, they have been thoroughly admonished for their wrongdoing and removed from their position as your legal guardians. They should be facing more dire consequences, he said, with an angry tick in his jaw. But going through Muggle legal channels would only bring undue attention to you in our world. As it is simple to remove you from their home without that step, it was thought best to avoid that for your sake. Yes, Harry agreed, grimacing at the idea of the articles the Daily Prophet would write about him. Thanks, but oh, wow, he could cry, that's what. All he'd ever wanted was to be free of the Dursleys. But where will I go? His godfather was dead, he had no living family, and he didn't want to put his friends' families in more danger. I can't stay at Hogwarts. He really wanted to stay at Hogwarts. He wished it weren't empty during the summers. There is plenty of time to make arrangements, reassured Snape. I'm certain the headmaster already has a few ideas in mind to ensure both your safety and your comfort. He hasn't told you. No, but I know him. He has already given considerable thought to a solution, I assure you. Okay, he said, and wished his voice didn't sound so small. He wasn't little anymore, but there was nothing like finding oneself suddenly adrift without parents or legal guardians to make one feel like a little kid in a great, big, overwhelming world. Except he had friends and teachers. One in particular, he wasn't all alone. Time to rest, I think, said Snape, and this time Harry didn't try to put him off. He obediently slid down the bed and let Snape pull the covers over his body. He wouldn't sleep, he knew. His brain was still running over all the things they'd talked about and more. But they were both ready for talking to give way to companionable silence, and so he got comfortable and didn't complain when Snape plucked his glasses from his face, folded them, and placed them on the bedside table. He wondered if Snape loved him back. The thought came to him before he'd realized that's where his brain was going, and immediately backtracked, closing his eyes firmly and willing the thought out of existence. The last thing he needed was for Snape to inadvertently read that thought in his mind. But, but he had already thought it, and it wouldn't disappear into oblivion now, so he gave in and mulled over the answer. And yes, he decided, cracking open his eyes enough to see Snape dim the light and settle into the bedside chair with a book in hand. Snape probably did feel something like love for him, in his own way. He'd seen quite enough of the man behind his cold, stubborn facade to know what it looked like when he cared about someone or something. He didn't think Snape had much experience giving or receiving love, but that didn't mean he was bad at it. He also knew enough of what lay within the professor's developmentally challenged heart to know that he would find it difficult to say so if Headed loved someone, and Harry would certainly never ask him. And that was okay, he decided. More than okay. He didn't need to hear words to feel looked out for. Snape always cared more about actions than words anyway, even if he was getting better at the words part. He reached for the lily charm, grateful that it still hung about his neck, and ran his fingers over the grooves in the flower-shaped metal. This one pendant, and the stone that had come before it, meant far more to him than any words Snape could possibly gift him with. It meant the world to him, not only because it was his mum's, but because of how much it had meant to Snape. The man had been willing to relinquish to Harry's care a part of his past that he'd kept locked up tight for so many years. The charm was a gift, yes, but more than that, it felt like trust. And maybe even a little like love. Yes, Harry decided, watching as Snape filled up his water glass and then settled in with a book at his bedside. It was a lot like love.